What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Spotify, Apple, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Thursday, August 8th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, CJ Baxter is out for the season. How will the Longhorns offense fare without their top running back in 2024? We will discuss, plus more punishments levied out to Jim Harbaugh and Michigan. Just how tainted is that 2023 national championship for the Wolverines, and could more be coming down from the NCAA? We'll talk the latest from NFL training camps as preseason resumes tonight. We've got Olympics updates. We've got some Major League Baseball to talk about. And of course, because it is Thursday, some buck ons, some buck offs, and another classic TBT video for you people out there. Buck on to you, my friend. How are you?
Yes, indeed. Beautiful, 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 beautiful day here in Dripping Springs, Texas, USA, America. Another hot one on its way. Hot yesterday, hot today. Hot through the weekend, possibly some little showers on Saturday, but mostly August in Texas, so it's okay.
How was your golf outing yesterday?
Very nice, very nice. I was okay. I was plenty hydrated. I had a lot of food. Played pretty well for me at a golf course that generally I will struggle and be in the hundreds. So I shot a 93 and was very happy.
Nice.
But I had plenty of energy, which was good, and plenty, was not thirsty, was not near as hot as I thought it would be. So it was fun. It was fun to get outside. It didn't take long to sweat. Just from taking the clubs out of the car, putting them onto the cart, I started to get lathered up right there. I actually wouldn't hit balls yesterday. I generally don't do that. But I got out there, got loosened up, got some swings, and felt pretty good. Tough. Twin Creeks Golf Course is a tough, long golf course for me. So, I got to move up at the par fives, but getting towards that time here, a couple months here into 2025, and I will be up forever.
Yeah, anytime you shoot below the temperature, that feels like a win. So
for me at this time, yeah. I like to get back into the 80s where I'm shooting 86, 87, but it's just, the air is heavy too. It's not like, because it's sunny. I mean, it was wind yesterday, which that helped too, by the way. A little bit of breeze did help. It never really hurt the ball distance-wise because I'm only going to hit it so far with the wind or against the wind. But I made some good shots and some nice putts yesterday. So it was a good day. Life is good, man. Life is good. And then there's football season.
Yes, there is football season. And once again, the NFL preseason returns tonight. The Houston Texans back on the field tomorrow night, and the Dallas Cowboys will open up their preseason this Sunday. But you do have a couple of games across the NFL. And of course, we are just 3 weeks and change from the start of the Texas football season. And before we dive into the CJ Baxter news from yesterday, how about a shout out to our soldiers, Buck?
Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do, to you, to your families. We appreciate your family sharing you with us, and do be careful out there.
Yes, indeed. So it was worst case scenario for CJ Baxter and the Longhorns. Initial reports gave us all some hope that the injury Baxter sustained in Tuesday's practice wasn't too bad, but unfortunately, it was bad. Texas released a statement yesterday saying that, quote, Texas sophomore running back CJ Baxter sustained a knee injury in practice on Tuesday, will undergo surgery, and be out for the season, end quote. Reports are that it's a torn PCL and LCL for Baxter. He will need surgery, and the rehab process will be 6 to 9 months. So Texas has actually called for a press conference at 11 o'clock this morning. That news just came down a couple of minutes ago, so I'm sure we'll get an update from Steve Sarkisian there, giving us a little bit more information. But obviously, it is worst case scenario for the Longhorns, Buck. CJ Baxter, this team's number one running back, is out for the season before the season even begins.
Yeah, that hurts. That hurts a lot. I thought this would be one of the best running groups in the SEC, and at least in the top three. I thought he would be one of the top running backs, of course, in the SEC this year, going to his sophomore year. This is next guy up. It's all those cliches that you talk about in coaching. We talked a lot about it yesterday, but this hurts, boy. This hurts this team big time to lose your starter, especially a guy that was coming into his own. So somebody else is going to have to pick up the slack now, and that's a lot of slack to pick up from a big kid like that. I mean, that guy was one of the best running backs in America here a couple of years ago in high school. So he was on his way to getting into his groove as a college football player. And now that's going to be cut short, and now it's going to be all about rehabbing for him right now, and this team picking up the pieces because somebody's got to take up that position now. The next guy up is a pretty good player, but it's the guy who's after that who's going to get a lot of playing time, or the next two guys after that, because in order to make one of that dude, you're going to have to pick up two more guys. You have to be ready to go because hell, if the other guy just gets a sprained ankle, you're into your third back already. So. Mm-hmm. And that's just the nature of the beast when the season starts. Those guys get banged up, and some of them are okay when they're banged up a little bit, and some of them are like thoroughbred horses. Dude, they get a little ankle, and they look like plow mules, They just do it just that's the way they do it. Some of them just don't play hurt all the time. Those guys, wide receivers, running backs, dude, they get a little nick and a ping. It's not like getting a rib injury. They'll run like hell, but anything happens with their legs, their ankles, those dudes become mules, a lot of them,
Yeah.
So, and especially if they're not power runners, if they're guys who have to make you miss, and it looks like Texas from this point on has a bunch of make you miss guys now. They don't have a lot of power backs, so we'll see. The young freshman will have to get prepared to play as a freshman. And once again, if you're old enough, if you're good enough, that's all there is. It doesn't really matter. If you're a good running back, you just don't have the experience. You're just going to get your experience early. That's all.
Yeah, well, you feel for CJ Baxter first and foremost.
Oh, there's no doubt about that.
And this guy had big expectations going into his sophomore season. He was all SEC preseason second team, as voted on by the media a couple of weeks ago in Dallas.
And knock on wood, because you don't know how those guys. Once again, you don't know how guys react and they come back.
Yeah.
But once again, for me, he was starting to be more of a kind of a power back, so he'll still have that kind of power, but he didn't. He was pretty elusive too. So we'll see how that works out. I expect him to come back as strong as ever, but you'll miss a step. We've seen it in wide receivers, we've seen it in running backs, and we've seen it where guys don't even miss a beat. They even look stronger at times, but it all depends on how hard you work and what kind of body type you have.
Yeah, so it's supposed to be a big year for CJ Baxter, who, of course, is the leading returning rusher for the Longhorns, had 659 yards and 5 touchdowns on the ground as a true freshman in 2023. Obviously, with Jonathan Brooks off to the NFL, you felt like it was Baxter's time to be the guy in the running back room for Texas, and he is out for the year. And, man, that's a couple of different injuries, right? He had a few different injuries during his freshman year that prevented him from being on the field for all 12 games, and now he will not play a single game in his sophomore season. So feel for the kid, thoughts and prayers for him, hoping for a speedy and easy recovery. But that's a huge bummer for him, and obviously a huge loss for this Texas run game, because you felt like you said, Buck, the Longhorns had a chance to have one of the best rushing attacks in the SEC, if not the entire country. And you felt that way because of the two-headed monster you had with CJ Baxter and Jaden Blue. Well, now you lose one of the heads of that monster, and it's just Jaden Blue, who did some good things last year. But we're talking about a guy who only has 65 carries in his collegiate career. And then after that, you've got 12 combined carries between the other 3 scholarship running backs you have on your roster. So you go from feeling pretty good about your 1 and 2 because, well, those guys played a good amount last year, especially after Jonathan Brooks went down with that ACL injury, to all of a sudden, oh, shoot, you've got a total of 77 college carries from your entire running back room now that Baxter is not here.
Yeah. Jaden Blue doesn't get to play in any scrimmages from this point on. He doesn't need inside drills. He just needs to go up there and stay loose and understand what the plays are. He doesn't need to be in any scrimmages. I don't care if it's the last scrimmage of the year. No, he doesn't need to get 2 series. He knows he needs to rest because he's going to get 3 times the amount of carries that he got last year. 3 times that now. He's got to be prepared for a football season. And there's no reason to get him banged up in any scrimmages. That would be crazy. Saturday coming up, these first week of pads, get him in for 2 series and sit him out. Screw that. He doesn't get to play.
Yeah.
His scrimmage starts in week 1, and from that point on in the games, that's it. Those other guys, those 2 freshmen that just kind of came, they can have all the snaps. Trey Wiseman, they can have all the snaps they want. They're the guys who have to get prepared. This guy's already played in football games, and he doesn't need to sprain an ankle. You got to be careful of him at practice. You're on the constant yelling and screaming at your defensive backs and your linebackers about when he runs through, when he's just running plays on air, or you're playing, patty cake when he comes through the line. Don't hit that guy low. Don't hit that guy. Put your hands on him, and that's it. Don't form tackle him. You got to treat him with kid gloves. You can't afford to have 2 running backs. 1 and 2 you can't afford to have that happen to you before the game starts.
So do you put a non-contact jersey on Jaden Blue for the last couple of weeks of fall camp?
Nah, quarterbacks are only non-contact jersey wearing fools.
Right.
You don't need it. They know who the guy is. They know that you can't hit this guy. You get before practice or get before you have that period. I mean, he'll have to do some things, and that's mostly, going through the holes and doing stuff. But if I'm at the 3-yard line and I know that guy's going to be the guy carrying the ball, I'll wait till the games. I'll put Trey Wiseman in there from the 2 or the 3. I want to see what the offensive line does more so than the running back.
Yeah, and everybody else has to step up now, right? I mean,
Sure.
Obviously, there are plenty of questions to ask about what the run game is going to look like for Texas. And
It's going to be different. It's not going to be as good. Sorry, that's just it's just not. Without missing that guy, it's not going to be as good. So where do you make up for it? What type of passing? What type of screen game do you have? But Sark is a guy that got all kinds of tricks up his sleeve. So I expect him to use the screen game, reverses. I mean, you got wide receivers that can, fly motion guys and can carry the ball that have done that. The kid from Oregon State, those quick twitch guys, Cook. Now you got to use those guys almost as runners. You got to find ways to do that with them.
Yeah.
Got to get your big plays somewhere.
I already felt like Quinn Ewers was the most important player in college football in 2024, even before the CJ Baxter injury. And I think it just became even more important because of the CJ Baxter injury, right? This passing game already had to be really good. Now it has to be even better to account for the loss of this team's number 1 running back. So I think Quinn's got to be better. I think the receivers have to be better. This offensive line, look, it's in discussions as the best offensive line in college football. We keep talking about it. Phil Steele has Texas ranked as the number 2 O-line in the country going into the year. The O-line's going to have to pick up the slack now because CJ Baxter was good enough to maybe overcome some deficiencies up front. Now that you're throwing out a bunch of young guys up there with Jaden Blue, you're going to need your offensive line to do a better job creating more holes for the run game and obviously doing their part in the passing game as well to help pick up the slack. So obviously for Jaden Blue and Trey Wisner and the freshman running backs, we know how important they just became. But for the other 10 guys on this Texas offense, their importance just went up another notch too.
Yeah, and those guys are going to have to understand what the run game is all about in a hurry. For CJ Baxter, he had time to figure all that stuff out. He had a huge amount of games. They played in a bowl game, got a lot of extra practices in. Now you're just coming out of high school. You're right there, and you're like, oh, shit. You made it through. You came through spring ball, but now all of a sudden, I'm about to play college football. This is not my senior year in high school. I'm about to go against the big boys. I got a whole new offense to learn. But like that book has got to be open late at night. You got to stay in it. You got to understand the blocking schemes, what they're trying to do, what your responsibilities are in the pass game. You can't hide that. You can't hide those guys in the pass game. You can't all of a sudden start substituting guys because they're young, because they got to learn how to pass protect now in a hurry, which they probably never did in high school. I mean, that's why having a fantastic coach like that, a teacher that's going to have to teach them in a hurry, especially in the pass game, boy, because you can't get your quarterback, knocked out because you missed your block because you were confused on, I thought that was your guy. And a linebacker comes through and hit Quinn Ewers right in the mouth or hit his arm because you're confused. You can't be any confusion.
Mm-hmm.
There can't. And it's not one of those where you go up and you try to cut block everybody, because that's the first thing a high school kid wants to do. He said, I'll hit the guys at the knee. Well, those guys, when you hit them at the knee, they roll over the top of you, roll into the legs of the quarterback. You got to stand tall, you got to stand firm, and you got to take on those blockings, whether that guy knocks your ass into the quarterback that way. But you can't have a guy who you think you made a good block on end up at the quarterback's legs. That's not what the coach wants to see. They want to see you go in there and step up, take it in the chest, and move them from one side to the other, not have a guy walk you back to the quarterback. So there's a lot to do for these young guys. They weren't expecting, they would love to tell you how I was expecting to play anyway. Shit, you weren't. You weren't expecting to be playing like this quick.
Yeah, maybe you were expecting to play.
Not in the second week of summer practice, you weren't.
Right. Yeah, maybe you were expecting to play in mop-up duty in the fourth quarter of games already in hand, but now, you might be in there in Ann Arbor in week 2 in a one-possession game.
And BK, by the way, those guys are going to have to be in the scrimmages. Now that you're with CJ Baxter, and I'm talking about Jaden Blue, I'm not getting him. The other guys, Wisner and the other two the freshmen now, those guys are the guys, when you go goal line scrimmage, guess who's in there now? It's those dudes.
Right. You can't not practice running the football just because you're worried about somebody else going down with an injury. You got to make sure that those guys are up to speed. And
you also know Jaden Blue has done that before. So you trust that he can go in there and pound inside. Those other guys, you don't know. And now you got to find out.
That's one of the many questions that I have about this Texas rushing attack now, because CJ Baxter was far and away the biggest of the running backs that Texas has at 6'1", 220. He was your short yardage guy. He was going to be your goal line guy. Now, who's your goal line guy? Like, Jaden Blue has the most experience, but, he's 6 foot, 200 pounds.
He'll be okay. He still will be your goal line. He's got the quick twitch. I mean, it's, that area there is just, you make a cut, make a decision, and put a defender in a bad situation. And as I said, you got all these speed guys and all these fly motion deals, or you've seen it in the NFL with the Kansas City Chiefs. Dude, they don't necessarily jam it up in the middle. They'll beat you outside. And you go to the 2-yard line, you get one-on-one with a secondary guy, and you're a specialist. Like the kid from Oregon State, you go one-on-one and you got it at the 2-yard line with the secondary guy. I'll take that anytime. My offensive guy at the 2 against your secondary guy or your linebacker, I'll be able to make a move to get you a yard and get into the end zone. You're going to have to do some stuff. Sark is going to have to reach into his bag of tricks and sometimes go wide. Things, but you're going to hope that you got a line that's been together for 3 years that can move the opposing group back 1 yard and let your back with enough power get through. You can't get stuffed. That line cannot get stuffed. We saw them get stuffed a few times last year at short yardage goal line. That's going to change. And now you don't have a power back.
Yeah, exactly. That's the scary part here, right?
Well, that's what I like to know about Wisner. What kind of, they always talk about him. Is he a guy who can squirrel his way around in those short yardage situations where he understands the run game? And he's been around now for a while. He's not new to this system.
Trey Wisner is also listed at 6 foot, 200 pounds on the Texas website.
Yeah, give me somebody 190 and above. It's okay.
Okay. And actually the biggest running back, according to the Longhorns official roster, is Christian Clark, the true freshman, who's 6 foot, 210 pounds. Jarrett Gibson, the other true freshman, is 5'10", 205. So
those are big. Those aren't little. Those not 185 pounders. They're pretty stout guys. Yeah, those guys will be okay. Now it's about, hey, sorry, we got a goal line scrimmage here. Jaden Blue, you go sit over there. But say you young guys, get ready, buckle up your chin straps. We got to get you in here.
Sure. And I think that's the scariest part of this thing for me.
Absolutely.
Is Texas had a really bad red zone offense last year.
Yes.
And they just lost the guy who was maybe going to be their most reliable red zone threat with their number one running back and their biggest running back and their strongest running back and their best between the tackles running back and CJ Baxter.
Yeah, and I'm like you, though. Dude, if you can throw it in, I don't give a shit. I don't care how you get it in.
Yeah, just score.
If you can scheme up a guy sliding out or set a screen or a pick or whatever, and that's your goal line off, that's fine with me. As long as you score. Nobody's going to say a word. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
These wide fly sweeps, you hand it off, and the guy's one-on-one, and all he has to do is beat a guy to the corner or get in one-on-one with a linebacker or a secondary guy. It's at the point of contact where you can't have guys get stuffed, where you're trying to show, okay, I'm going to go power. hey, you've got an All-American at tackle on the left side. If you have to go there every single time, go there every time. If he has to beat his guy to show you how good he is, let's go. Let's power the ball there and let's get a yard and let's score touchdowns, or get first downs. That's why he's there. That's why he's an All-American. That's why he's going to be maybe a top 10 draft pick. Show us.
Sure.
No.
Look, coaches are problem solvers, and they just got dealt a new problem, and they got to find a way to solve it. Now, the good news is there's so much talent on this roster, and there are so many other ways that this Texas offense can beat you. So this absolutely should not.
Hey, 215, 210 pounds, 6'2" wide receiver that's a freshman with good hands. Use him down there.
Well,
Find a way to get him in the game. I don't care if he carries the ball.
I mean, we're talking about a running back in 2024, and I know you're a running backs coach, so I'm sorry to do this, but we are talking about a running back in 2024. These guys are replaceable, and you should be able to replace CJ Baxter. Is he a big loss? Yes, absolutely, for a bunch of different reasons. But this cannot and this should not be something that derails the offense. Like the Texas offense all of a sudden can average like 30 points per game instead of closer to 40 and just be like, well, if we had Baxter, we would have been closer. No, it can't be like that. We're talking about a running back, and you've got enough horses in the barn at that position to where your offense shouldn't really miss a beat.
Once again, you got a scholarship to come to Texas as a running back. I don't care what state you're from. Somebody gave you enough. They looked at you enough to say, no, you're good enough to play at Texas as a running back. It's just you don't have the experience. Okay, well, let's go. You go get the experience right now.
Mm-hmm.
You've got 2 games to get it before you get into conference play. And they're going to be – one is going to be against a decent team that you should handle at home. The next one is going to be against one of the best defenses in college football. Okay, you're going to have to get old in a hurry here.
Absolutely. Yeah,
and it's a great opportunity playing, a Michigan team that has a great defense but doesn't have much on you. This is a great opportunity to feel good about yourself playing in Ann Arbor. Because you're going to feel good about yourself against Colorado State. You better. But that next game, this is where you're going to find out how good you're going to be in the SEC the following week in the run game now because that run game is going to be different.
Yeah, some obvious differences between playing Alabama on the road last year and playing Michigan on the road this year, but it's that type of game for Texas. You're going on the road against a top 10 team in a hostile environment with an opportunity to show the world that you're legit and you're ready for the big time. And we know how much of a jump starter that win in Tuscaloosa was for the 2023 team. You hope you get that type of result in Ann Arbor for this 2024 team, and you hope it jumpstarts the Longhorns to a similar result that they had last year. But, yeah, that's a big one for a number of reasons, and that game just got a little tougher. And as Alpha Horn says, we lost a better back last year and made the playoff. Well, yes, a little bit different. I mean, Jonathan Brooks got hurt in, the 9th or the 10th game of the season. Like, he was in the Doak Walker conversation because he was having such a good year before he went down with that ACL injury. So a little bit different there. But, yeah, you did lose Jonathan Brooks. You still won a game on the road at Iowa State. You beat Texas Tech by 50. You won the Big 12 title game. You were able to close out and have success without your top running back. So there is a way that it can happen.
You knew about the other guys behind him. You knew at least enough. You saw enough of the season to understand what they have. You have no clue about these guys right here. So that's the thing for those that think, oh, you just replace this guy. And I'm saying the same, I'm saying, hey, get him in there, get him experience, because that's all you can do. You don't have really many choices. But that is a difference. We got the chance to see what Jaden Blue is going to be like. We got a chance to see. Now we're hearing about Trey Wiseman. We know nothing about the other guys. Yeah. Nothing. So don't say that, they can just plug them in and let's just go. No, it's not that simple. It really isn't. If you had 4 games to see what they're like, now you tell me after game 4, now you understand what they're about, that's fine. But you have no clue.
It's an unknown.
You're in camp. You're in summer camp. You're not in games.
Yeah, Trey Wisner, Jarrett Gibson, and Christian Clark have a combined 12 carries for 73 yards and 1 touchdown.
So you know what they're about. You don't know shit about them.
No, you know what Jaden Blue's about, even though it was limited time last season, even though he was the number 3 running back last season. Because of that Brooks injury late in the year, you got to see what Jaden Blue was about. And, hell, I love Jaden Blue. I've been saying all offseason long, I think he's the best running back. I think he's the best running back on this team. I thought he was better than CJ Baxter. I thought he was going to have a better year than CJ Baxter. Now we know he's going to have a better year than CJ Baxter. But, I've got all the faith in the world that Jaden Blue can go out there and have a great season.
Yeah,
but
he can
you
double
need
his carries. I don't know if he can triple his carries, but he can damn sure double them. That's for sure.
well, you need more than one, though. Like, even if Jaden Blue stays healthy, knock on wood, for all 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 games this year, you can't go through a full college football season with just one quality tailback. So, one, you hope it's two, if not three, but at least one of those other guys are going to have to step up and be an important part of this Longhorn offense.
Yeah, they'll be fine at that. I mean, they've got, like I said, isn't it great to know you got a 3-year bunch of starters on the offensive line that will protect those guys. And half you people don't even understand. You won't even know if a guy missed a damn block in the backfield. You won't even see it. You won't recognize it. But I'll tell you what, all the guys up front will know it. The damn quarterback is going to know it immediately when you step the wrong guy and say, "Oh, that's my guy there at the end of the line." No, your guy is the guy who just blitzed down the guts when the guard was covered. You decided to go after you. You know, your first choice is inside out, not outside in, and you picked the wrong guy. Those are the mistakes that people won't see. They'll say, "Oh, the offensive line just screwed up." No, they didn't. They had their guys. So those are the things that people will miss. We'll talk about just plug and play, stick a guy in there. Well, if the guy doesn't get it, once again, if the student isn't learning, the teacher ain't teaching. So thank goodness they got a really good teacher. So that's going to be important. They just have to get it. They have to grow up in a hurry.
I do wonder if Texas will put somebody else in that running back room, right?
It'll be, to me, it's going to be interesting. I think you'll see, if, like I said, if you got some of these quick twitch guys out there as wide receivers that may not get a lot of playing time. If you find one of those guys that obviously in high school played every position, I mean, they come from the wings, they come from the backfield, they carry the ball. If you've got those guys, you got a certain amount of plays that you can do. Yeah, hell yeah, move them back there.
Yeah,
especially if they're elusive guys. I mean, but with this kid that you're losing here, you lose power and the ability to make you miss. I mean, I didn't know he was such a make you miss guy until later on in the football season, you know, and when he started making guys miss, when he get out there in the corner, make one guy miss and still have the acceleration to go to distance. So that's different. And when people say, "Oh, you had Brooks last year and then he got hurt and you still were okay," dude, you knew what you had last year. You got a chance to see those guys run. You can't tell me that all of a sudden you're going to take two freshman running backs, you lose one, and all of a sudden those guys are going to be difference makers. You hope that's what's going to happen. But to me, if they got scholarships here, they should be ready to get going. You just coach them up and put them in and see what they're all about. Absolutely. Hey, eventually they're going to have to be players anyway, aren't they?
Sure. No question.
They got here. You didn't get them here so that they can go in the transfer portal and go play someplace else, I hope.
Yeah, and these guys didn't come here to go transfer and play somewhere else or to not play anywhere at all. So, they've got to mature in a hurry. All right,
one of those guys who was a highly recruited guy, right? I mean, he was
one of the top running backs in the country in the class of 2024.
Yes.
Christian Clark was also a 4-star running back in the class of 2024. So, look, Texas has recruited a lot in that running back room, and they've recruited a lot of talent in that running back room. So they should have the bodies to overcome the loss of CJ Baxter, but a lot of unproven commodities. There's no doubt about that. So,
but Jaden Blue, I'm putting him on the shelf. Sorry. second week of fall ball.
Dude.
He's going to catch some swing screens. He's going to go through some light drills. I'm not putting him in there 11 on 11. That's not going to happen.
Black non-contact jersey.
Yeah,
no chance. I'm putting it. You might not. I am. I'm putting that dude in a non-contact jersey for the rest of camp.
Just to let some of the practice heroes know this isn't the guy you take your shot out on.
No.
Well, there's not a lot of them in that running back room now that you can take a shot on.
Yeah, you got to be extra cautious.
You can't hurt your team in practice and you screw everybody up for the games because you wanted to make a big hit. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Everybody knows you could have tattooed a guy. And if you got an opportunity where a guy spins out of a move and you're right there to form him up, just wrap him up with your hands. Don't put your helmet in his chest. This is not – you being the hero of the day at practice does not work for your football team if you hurt another running back.
You're right. All right.
So we still – we weren't at practice, so I don't know how the kid – he may have been making a cut and hurt his knee, or somebody may have popped him with a helmet on the knee or a shoulder pad. We don't know.
Right. Maybe we'll get more from Sark today.
Practice know what happened.
And maybe Stark will let us know today. Once again, Texas called for a press conference at 11 o'clock this morning. This was an unplanned press conference. It was announced earlier this morning in the 7 o'clock hour. And I'm sure Stark will give us an update on CJ Baxter. He'll probably take a couple of questions about what happened to Baxter in Tuesday's practice.
Somebody's going to ask, was it non-contact or did he get hit? Was he making a spin move and his knee got caught in something? Or did somebody just flat out pop him?
Well, the early reports were that it was a contact injury.
Sark will explain today about staying on your feet, trying to play high right now. You know, you talk about how you got to get your body and your body lean low and all that stuff in the game to make tackles. He's going to talk about staying off the ground today, about we're trying to get guys to learn how to play, on their feet, because we can't have guys in pileups and stuff like that where a guy gets his knee caught in there and stuff. And that's hard to do. There's a lot of big bodies, and this group has a lot of big bodies,
Indeed.
It's hard to do. It's hard to, because some guys just, no matter what you tell them, their asses are on the ground. They lose their balance. They go down. And you got to talk about people staying on their feet, keeping their pad level perfect and all that stuff. But it just doesn't happen that way. It's football. There's going to be one out of 22. Somebody's going to trip and fall, and there's going to be a pile where a guy goes over, or there's going to be somebody that's going at a different speed. You always talk about the speed of the game. You try to get guys in practice going the same speed. And that's where coaches get pissed, because you got three guys on the defense going 100%, and you've got three on offense going 75. And when that meets, somebody ultimately gets hurt because one guy's going just a little bit harder than the next. So you try to get everybody going at a level, you like to get them all going about 90%, That way everybody understands when that guy gets ready to make contact, hey, you're about to get popped. So be ready for it. Don't come running up in here at 60%. I'm going 90, or you're the one who's going to suffer going through the hole. So, running backs always have to be careful. That's just a part of the game for them. You go through that line, there's always a hero on the other side,
Michael C. says, play high. That's the only way I play. No, we're not talking about that high, Michael C. But thank you for your input. All right, we will talk plenty more CJ Baxter. We'll get back into the CJ Baxter conversation in a second, and obviously talk about how the Texas offense will change now that Baxter is sidelined for the season. But before we get back into UT football chatter, let's give some sponsor shout-outs.
Sue Patrick, our folks over at Sue Pack, Jay Willems and the whole gang over at Sue Patrick. Since 1975, folks, they've got tons of Texas-themed gifts. They got all the apparel that you are looking for, a wide variety of men's and women's clothing. They offer free shipping on online orders over $49, free curbside pickup, of course, as well, and plenty of parking at 5222 Burnett Road. Go check out their wonderful hat selection and all the gear. Tommy Bahama is there now. All this Longhorn gear and Tommy Bahama shirts and apparel for men and women are located right there at 5222 Burnett Road. Love the folks over there. Say hello to Sue, of course, back there. She'll be holding court, and Jay Willems and the whole gang over there. Go to SuePatrick.com. You can have this stuff shipped for the football season, whether your Longhorn fans are in town or out of state. Get that stuff shipped off. There you go. SEC gear galore. And all those glasses. How about those glasses? Those mugs. Get ready for the cold ones with those mugs. Yeah, you can put iced tea in them if you have to. But I would suggest putting your All-Stat in there for sure.
There you go. Thank you for the perfect segue into Alt-Stat beer, because Alt-Stat beer is perfect. It's only fitting that you give a perfect segue to talk about the perfection that is Alt-Stat beer. Brewed in Fredericksburg, but available wherever you buy your beer all across the great state of Texas. Alt-Stat has a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. And yeah, the perfect beer to pair with your football this fall is the seasonal Oktoberfest, which is back in stores now. Be on the lookout for it in that Sue Patrick schedule glass. Get you that Alt-Stat Oktoberfest beer. That's a perfect combination for your Texas football watching all season long. You can get Alt-Stat at 34 Wine and Spirits. You can get it wherever you get your beer. And of course, if you're hitting the town this season to watch the games at your favorite bars and restaurants, make sure you're asking your bartenders, waitresses, waiters, servers, whoever for Alt-Stat beer. You go through a lot in this life. Reward yourself, reward your taste buds with the best beer there is. That is Alt-Stat beer. No impurities, no regrets.
I started to figure out, I'm starting to look at my picks of this season, my key picks, my big, 20, 30 unit locks here. And who's on, the SEC is picking on UMass. You know, UMass plays 3 SEC teams. What in the shit is that all about?
They do?
There's 3 teams that they got to play: Georgia, Mississippi State, and I think Missouri.
Oh,
I'm like, really? The Minutemen, they're about to get picked on by me because I'm about, there's Southern Mississippi is another one I'm going to pick on. UMass and Southern Mississippi. The opener against Southern Mississippi and Kentucky, I'm about to go balls to the walls on a couple games early.
Those lines are going to be huge.
It doesn't matter. UMass versus Georgia? Really?
What do we think the line for that's going to be? 50?
That'll probably be off the board. But UMass, Mississippi State? I think UMass, Kentucky. I think they're playing. No, Missouri. There'll be a line for that game.
Yeah, I think there'll be a line for all of those games.
Missouri's coming to University of Massachusetts.
That game is at UMass?
Yes.
Oh, my God. And their high school stadium that they've got up there?
October. Goodness, that'll be 21 points, 24 points. I'll take that all day.
You think it's only going to be 21 to 24?
Yeah, I think it's going to be around 24 on my sleeper team.
I think it'll be way more than that, dude.
Do you?
Yeah.
You think we're going to have some 40-point lines there?
I don't think these lines are going to be as juicy as you think they are. Like, you're talking like, these will be gimme bets. I think Vegas is like, no, we're going to inflate the hell out of these numbers to make sure we don't lose our ass on these SEC versus UMass games.
I mean, and these aren't these November games for the SEC. There's some early tilts in there, really.
Yeah, there's like Texas is one of the few teams in the SEC that plays its 4 non-conference games in the first 4 weeks of the season. Like, most teams will play 2 or 3, and then they'll dip into conference play, and then they'll have that random October or November out-of-conference game. So, yeah, Texas is the sort of the rarity this year.
Yeah, for your cousin, I like to start looking at some of the teams that are going to be bad, as a matter of fact. Forget the ones that are going to be good. We know who they're going to be. But where are some bad teams that I can get you people straightened out with?
So you're at UMass and Southern Miss right now as your 2 bad teams.
Yeah, yes.
You're going to be betting against this season.
Absolutely.
Who else? Any other?
There's an early tilt between Boise State at Georgia Southern.
What
Georgia
in the
Southern
shit?
Awful. Yeah, that's right. I'm telling you, I'm looking for some shitty teams early to make you people some money. I'm not playing around with the big boys. You're going to say, Buck, thanks for that. That was so easy. Boise State going to Georgia Southern. Come on, really?
Can you name one player on either of those teams?
I don't even know the coaches, and I don't even care. Big Blue going to Georgia Southern in the Fun Belt. That's a hammer down.
What do you
think?
I
love to look at the returning players, like 3 on offense, 0 on defense. You got problems.
You know, Chris Peterson is not coaching Boise State anymore, right? You know, no. Jared Zabransky and Ian Johnson aren't running Statue of Liberties at Boise State anymore, right?
Yeah.
They do have the blue field still. The Smurf turf lives on, but
I think that's another road game. Why is Boise State headed to Georgia Southern? What is the deal with that?
I don't know. I think they got to play Oregon this year too, early on.
Yeah, there's some crazy stuff. You know, and Duke is Duke now without their guy. Now that Manny Diaz is the head coach, get ready for that thing to falter.
Yeah, thoughts and prayers to Duke fans going from Mike Elko, who did a really good job in his 2 years in Durham, to Manny Diaz, who keeps getting opportunity after opportunity to be a head
coach. He's a good coordinator. He did a good job at Penn State.
Oh, did a great job. Yeah, like he earned his way to another head coaching gig. But if this thing goes anyway close to the way the Miami gig went for Manny Diaz, then he will not be around very long.
And I'll just say this. I'm feeling bad for my Boston College Eagles early playing at Florida State as an opener. Florida State is going to still be mad. You know how mad they are at Florida State, and the Eagles come down there for the opener. Yeah.
And that's a standalone game, right? That's either Sunday or Monday night of Labor Day weekend.
Yeah.
You have a day. Is it September?
September.
Okay. So that's Monday. That's your Labor Day game. So the Horns and most teams play on August 31st that Saturday.
Give me an early line. Give me a Vegas. Give me an early line on that. Boston College at Florida State, a team that got screwed last year. They're still going to have some players. You know that.
Yeah, they lost a lot to the NFL, but let's go to Circa Sports.
See what Circa says early. Say 21.
Right there, dude. 21.5 right now.
Oh.
Some places it looks like you can get it at 21, but Circa right now has that as Florida State minus 21.5
at home
against your BC Eagles at home. Yes.
What did BC do against them last year? Did they play them tough or they get beat up?
No, I think they played them really tough. I think that game was close. I think Florida State was up big early. Boston College came all the way back, and I think Florida State had to hold on for dear life at the end, if memory serves.
31-29.
Is that what it was?
Yes.
Yeah, then my memory did serve. So it was a close game. Obviously, it was at Boston College last year.
Yes.
So I don't know, man. I don't know anything about Boston College. Is Matt Ryan still there?
No, Coach O'Brien is there though.
Oh, I can't bet on Bill O'Brien. No, do not bet on Bill O'Brien ever.
Bill O'Brien is now the head coach, trying to work his way back to Penn State again.
That guy will let you down. That's what he does.
There's some early tilts in there.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey, let me know because I'll be out in Vegas in a couple of weeks, and a bunch of us at TSU will be in Sin City 2 weeks from today. We'll be doing live shows on August 22nd and August 23rd at Circa Resort and Casino, the best sports book in the world. It really is sports heaven, and we want to see all of you people there with us. We're going to be doing shows, but we're also going to be hanging out and having a great time. Hopefully y'all are there with us, and you can sign up for their season-long NFL contest. Of course, you can bet on college football. You can place your national championship bets. You can place your conference championship bets, and you can bet on over-unders in college football. But they've got those two massive NFL contests, the Circa Survivor and the Circa Millions, where they'll be giving away $16 million in guaranteed cash prizes this season. You don't have to live in Vegas. We don't live in Vegas. All you have to do is get to Vegas before the start of the NFL season, sign up, and then you can make your weekly picks from here in Austin, from Dallas, Houston, from anywhere in the country. Just get to Circa before the NFL season rolls around. Hopefully you're there with us in a couple of weeks, and hopefully you're staying at Circa when you do go to Vegas. But sign up for those contests and cash in on your chance to cash out with $16 million in guaranteed prizes.
That's awesome. I also saw the can for Big Hat Spirits.com with Ricky's picture that's about to be on it. Man, he looks like Predator on that thing.
Oh.
That's a cool looking can. You'll see that around the stadium for the Big Hat products, the margaritas, and the mocktails. He's on the mocktail too. So if you don't want an alcohol drink, and it's got a great taste. That ginger is delicious in that drink when you're at the stadium. You're going to see that can with Ricky's photo on the side of it. He has made that. I think it's called Heisman Hopefuls or some Heisman Inspiration. But boy, what a can. That's a great looking can that you'll see around the stadium. That thing is about to come out here very shortly. So I got a glimpse at it. My son sent me a picture of it. And it is a cool looking can.
Sweet.
Longhorn Legends. So it's cool looking. Great.
BigHatSpirits.com for more information. And get those Big Hat cocktails at HEB, at 34 Wine and Spirits, wherever you go to get your canned cocktails.
I'm just loving the mocktails. And I saw somebody said yesterday they think it's time for them to chill out on the drinking. Hey, it's football season. You're going to be a quitter now?
Come
on, man. I quit in August. I mean, you have to be a quitter.
Hey, you need to drink during the preseason. If you're going to watch these preseason games tonight, you got to have some booze with you.
It's hot. It's hot out there.
Yeah. Come on, man.
If you got a problem, straighten it out in what? February?
Once the Super Bowl is done, then you can quit the drinking. But you can't quit now.
This is preseason. You got to prepare yourself.
Yep. You got to build up that tolerance for the real games.
Don't drink and drive, though. Whatever you do, don't drink and drive.
Of course. Be smart, Gundy.
That part of it. Get
Be
that
smart.
Uber.
Gundy. Come on, Gundy.
Hey, you've done it thousands of times. You ought to know how to do it by now, Gundy.
Shoot. All right, back to the Texas football. So I came up with a list of questions now for this Texas run game, Buck.
Okay.
And we've talked about a couple of them, but we'll go back over the ones we've already discussed, and then I'll ask you a couple of different ones as well as we try to figure out just what the Longhorn offense is going to look like without CJ Baxter. If you're just joining us, I'm sure you know by now, but we'll tell you again. CJ Baxter is out for the season. Reportedly tore his LCL and PCL in practice on Tuesday. Of course, it was the first padded practice of the fall for the Horns. Steve Sarkisian is holding a small media availability at 11 o'clock this morning to provide the latest. So hopefully he'll answer some questions. He'll give us some more intel, and all of the shows on TSU will be talking about that today. And Bucky and I will have sound from that press conference, of course, tomorrow morning. But some questions about what this Texas run game looks like now. I already asked you this one earlier. Who is your short yardage back? You feel good about Jaden Blue?
I do. Yes, I do. I'm fine with him. He's been in some of those inside running drills, and he's been in games where he's had to run inside and he needed a yard or yard and a half. And and he hits with velocity, and I think he's got really good feet inside the tackles too. So I'm okay with him. When that time comes, those short yardage deals, and he's in the game, I'm fine with turnaround hand. He's over 200 pounds.
He's listed at 200, but
yeah, which means he's probably a little bit light. I mean, it's 2-8 camp. You'll start losing a bunch of weight. You'll go from 200 to 190 in a hurry in this kind of heat and stuff like that. But I'm pretty sure diet-wise, they're keeping his weight up and stuff. That's where running backs have to be careful. The ones that come in at 200, BK end up at 185, 190 during the course of the summer. And then as time goes on, the season goes on, they start to get back in those eating habits where they'll put that weight back on. But this isn't the time to gain weight. This is the time where you just start losing weight. And most coaches are okay with it as long as you keep your strength up. Strength and conditioning is important now.
Yeah, if you're working out in the summer in Austin, you're going to lose some weight.
There's no doubt about it.
You're going to sweat out some LBs.
I'm fine with him. I just don't know enough from that point on about the other guy. Trey Wisner, I've seen him do some things in the spring, in spring games and stuff. He runs all right inside. He's got pretty good feet. I just don't know what kind of power he has.
Yeah, I expect to hear more praise heaped on Trey Wisner later today, right?
I mean, if they really truly mean it, they don't have a choice. That dude's going to be playing.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Sark and everybody on this Texas coaching staff has been talking very positively about Trey Wisner all offseason long, and I'm sure Sark will echo those same sentiments today at this press conference at 11. Like, hey, we feel good about Trey Wisner. He's had a great offseason, and we think he is ready to have his role increased, and he's going to have to be.
This is where you wish you missed a little fat wide receiver that went off somewhere else.
You talking about Savion Red?
Yeah.
The converted running back?
Yeah. I mean, this is where a guy all of a sudden he leaves, you don't think much of him leaving because you think you're loaded, and all of a sudden, man, you could use a guy like that now.
Yeah, that's a good point right there. Savion Red is over at Nevada right now.
Yeah, hey, thanks, Savion. Appreciate that.
He followed Jeff Choate, and yeah, it would be nice to have Savion Red. When he left, it's like, all right, you've got enough. And
yeah,
now it's like, now, a little bit more concerned. But, no Savion Red, no Red Cats as a part of this Texas offense this year. We talked about –
you have two freshmen that are in the 200-pound range. They're not 185ers. They're not converted wide receivers trying to play running back in college. They were true running backs. So,
yeah. All four of the scholarship running backs that are healthy are 200-plus, according to the Texas roster. You've got Blue and Wisner, who are listed at 200. Jarrett Gibson, one of those freshmen, is 205. And Christian Clark, the other freshman, is listed at 210. So, yeah, you don't have any small fries.
No, you don't.
No Simone Biles in that Longhorn running back room right now.
Yeah, you do some different things. I mean, do you run more zone stuff where you give them one cut opportunities? But you got an offensive line can do a lot of counter stuff because you trust that those guys can pull, vacate areas, and other guys got their back. And you give a running back a two-way go. If a guy gets kicked out, he goes inside. If a guy gets pinned, they've got the speed to get outside. I don't know. I guess you just have to see what they're like. You know what I'm saying? What they're like. Are they smart enough to read two-way goes, or you just give them one opportunity? Here you go, one cut and done. See you later. You don't have a bad decision. If the guy's ass is over here, you go inside. If the guy shows inside, you bounce outside. Just one cut. That's all you get. You don't get to make decisions. Young backs, you don't like to Well, and what I did when I was with Magovic, it was just you ran a lot of counter plays. You just had to learn as a freshman, if you make a bad decision here, there's going to be a guy right in your face, there. But we'd give them two-way goes. But here in this offense, you got big bodies, probably one cut, more zone run right now with this group.
If the guy's ass is over here, you go inside.
Yeah, I mean, if you got a big fat ass that's outside, you know what I'm saying? If you see a guy's rear end and he's kicked the guy out, go up inside where his ass is. You know what I mean? Don't bounce outside if his rear end is on the outside.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? There's just some lingo for this stuff. I mean, they have run counters. We looked at last year, they ran some counter plays, so they've got that in their arsenal to do. Plus, their offensive linemen, as I said, they can pull and run and do some things. So, but I like a lot of those single cut, those zone reads right now with a young group.
I asked you a football question and you turned it into a transcription of a Richard Simmons workout video.
Sorry,
dude. Yeah,
sorry about that.
Next question is, and this sucks because I wanted to see packages with both CJ Baxter and Jaden Blue on the field at the same time. So now my question is, do you still have any 12 or 21 personnel or 20 personnel? Do you still have any packages where you have two backs on the field at the same time, or did that kind of all go away with Baxter going away?
Well, is Trey Wiseman more suited to be a fullback type of running back? I don't know. Once again, you're talking about guys that are 205, 200. Those aren't fullbacks. They're not 225. They're not guys that are going to be blocking linebackers for a lead back. You're probably going to see more wide receiver sets. You probably see more wide outs in the game, and that's fine.
Sure.
Once again, I don't care how you do it.
You got plenty of great wide receivers.
Sure.
You got some depth at tight end. I think this coaching staff feels great about 3 tight ends that they have on their roster right now. So, yeah, I think
and you got receivers that can be runners. That's what I'm saying. When you talk about kickoff returners and punt returners, guys that move, fly motion and stuff, you can turn around and hand the ball off to them, right?
Jet sweep?
Oh, yeah. That stuff is going to come into play now. You've got that kid from Oregon State sounds like he's a jet sweep kind of guy, I thought that was going to be Jordan Whittington. Jordan Whittington was a big dude. That guy was bulky,
Yeah.
You look like you've got some scat backs. Now, some guys at wide receiver that can take the ball in the slot, with a little fly motion and run as running backs.
Do we need to hire Maryland's old offensive coordinator to help with that?
I don't ever want to see that again.
Well,
I don't even want to see it on my offense.
No, Texas should never play Maryland again. I didn't want Texas to ever play BYU again after the Voldemort experiments.
2 years of the jet sweep. Wow.
Yeah, and then we had to play BYU last year because they joined the Big 12 before Texas could leave the Big 12. So we couldn't avoid that one.
Some of that. You incorporate some of that with your wide receivers.
Yeah, I think so. I think Silas Bolden is a prime candidate for something like that. I think Jonte Cook could be a prime candidate for something like that.
Jonte Cook has to be a prime candidate for something. I'll just say this: going to his sophomore year, and all we thought about him as a freshman, we thought he'd get on the field. It was hard for him to get on the field last year. He has to be something somewhere in this offense this year. He can't be a guy that gets 12 plays for the year.
No, I think he will be a big factor in this offense. I think he'll be a heavy part of the wide receiver rotation. And by all accounts, he's had a very good start to fall camp. And even though there's a lot of bodies in that wide receiver room, I think Jonte Cook's going to find a way to stand out.
I just don't see anybody that you pull from the wide receiver group and make a running back. If you've got 2 freshmen, guess what? Once again, if they're good enough, they're old enough. Sorry about that. I know you don't like that term.
No, I don't. I'm
If
thinking
you're
of
good,
what about Thatcher Milton? Remember the spring game standout Thatcher Milton who caught 2 touchdowns?
Last spring?
Yeah, in the spring game.
Who the hell is that?
The walk-on. Nobody had ever heard of him, and then he balled out in the spring game.
He balled out, and I still haven't heard of him.
Well, I get
Thatcher
Milton. Come on, everyone else remembers this guy's name. You don't?
In Texas or somewhere. Where's he from?
That I don't know. He's 5'10", 190. I'm thinking of some guy who's a wide receiver who's way down on the depth chart. You're not going to move Jonte Cook or Ryan Wingo or any of the transfers to running back.
No.
But is there some just camp body? Is there some spare? Sorry about that, Thatcher, who is just hey, you're not going to play a wide receiver. You're probably not going to play a running back either, but we just need somebody. Yeah, we need somebody. Yeah, you got a better shot there, number one, and we just need a body back there.
There's somebody that's knocked on Sark's door and said, Coach, I'll do it, because there's always a guy, the do it guy, I'll do it guy, who thinks he can play every position. And right now, you need a guy who will come and knock on your door and say, hey, I need another body over here. You're not going to play at wide receiver, but you're nifty enough to go in there and get your head knocked off at running back. Hey, if the linebacker comes, at least you'll get in the way. And you're smart enough to pick up the blitz. You may not have as much courage as you think, because you're not out there playing against a 5'9", 170-pound defensive back, and now you're playing against a 230 linebacker who blitzes, and all of a sudden you got to get up the courage to put your face in there. That's a little different.
It's a lot different.
Yeah, but they'll do it. They'll do it for the team. They'll take that hit for the team.
What about Bryce Chambers, Buck?
Oh, Bryce. Bring Bryce in there.
6'1", 205.
Oh,
sophomore,
no. Here's my candidate right there. You just named him right there.
I'm looking at all of the walk-on receivers that Texas has, and that guy's the biggest. Yeah, that's the closest thing to a running back body that Texas has.
Where's Bryce from? Let's see where he's played football at.
Westlake kid.
Oh, bring him on in there.
Come on.
It's always good to have a local sacrificial lamb.
Oh, we're trying to kill the guy?
Well, no. Well, somebody has to have the sacrificial moniker. It looks like 6'1", 205.
6'1", 205. He's a sophomore studying physical culture in sports. That's a real major.
Yeah, okay. He'll sacrifice his face for you on a blitz pick. Maybe even the goal line. Maybe he'll go up in there and go face-to-face with a linebacker. Why not? He's 6'1", 205. How much bigger does he need to be?
I don't know. What about Darrell saying Arch Manning? Put him in the running back room.
That's a no-go.
No thanks. No thanks on that. All right.
About him as being an athlete, yeah. You know who'd have said, I'll do it? Goofy Doug Flutie back in the day would have done it. He was such a fool. That dude was a full punt returner. I mean, he wanted to be specialty. I'm like, no, dude, you can't do that. What is wrong with you?
Yeah. Well, now that is a good segue to my next question, because what do you do with Jaden Blue and Trey Wisner on special teams? Because last year, Jaden Blue was a kickoff returner at times, and Trey Wisner is one of your best gunners. Like, he was a special teams ace for this team last year, and I'm sure the plan for him was to be on special teams again this season. Oh,
no, he's on special teams. He's still there. He's not going anywhere.
So you leave Wisner there. What about Jaden Blue?
He's no longer permitted to be your kickoff returner. Go find one of your wide receivers, transfer guys to go back there and do that. I don't care if they're starters or not, but you can't put your starting running back there as the kickoff returner or the punt. That's a no-go anymore.
Yeah.
You got enough athletes. What about some of these secondary guys that at one time caught punts or played running back in high school? Those guys can catch and return kickoffs. Hell, the new kickoff, the way the kickoff is, take a knee and take the ball at the 30 or the 25. Let's go. Let's not play that game.
I'm cool with guys returning kickoffs.
You're not cool with your running back returning the kickoff.
No, I don't want Jaden Blue back there anymore. No. I mean, I don't know if I wanted him back there in the first place. Not because of a fear of injury. I just feel like you might have some better options than Jaden Blue because of what you got in the transfer portal. Like, if you didn't get Matthew Golden or Silas Bolden, and it's like, all right, maybe you have to throw Jaden Blue back there. He might be your best kick returner.
Where are you going to put it? There's a place for him, and that's there right now. That's your specialty. You want to get a lot of reps. That's where you're going to be. Get us a kickoff return. Get us over the 50 on the other side a couple times during the course of the year, and you've done a lot for us right there.
Right. Yeah. Cook can return punts. He can return kicks. He did that a lot at DeSoto in high school. So you've got plenty of other candidates that can do those jobs.
No, and this is where the guys like Wingo start telling you, "Oh, I can do that, coach," and you start telling him, "No, you can't. Not with that big body. You're too big of a target."
Yeah.
Certain guys have athletic ability. Certain guys have big bodies, and they make good targets.
Sure. Yeah, they've Texas has enough guys with returning experience.
Sure.
Maybe not at Texas, but they don't need to do some crazy open competition where they've got to try 15 guys back there to see who's the best. No. They've got 3 or 4 dudes who have been there, done that at other places, whether it's high school or at other colleges, including all 3 of their transfer receivers that they brought in, who, hey, figure it out between one of those dudes. You're 7 or 8 receivers deep. Obviously, you don't want to lose anybody to injury. It goes without saying, but you can't afford to throw a running back there, considering.
Yeah, anytime you lose a starter at a position, all of a sudden you get thin at that position. You know, whenever everybody talks about all the depth that you have, you lose a starter, it gets thin in a hurry.
Yeah, it does. It does. Next question is, which freshman running back steps up? Obviously, you want both of them to, but odds are that's not going to happen. Hell, we're not sure if one of them is going to step up, but you've got 2 guys who are early enrollees. Jarrett Gibson and Christian Clark were both here for the spring, so they've been around for a while. They went through a whole offseason program with Texas.
Gibson's the more highly touted guy, right? For sure, out of Florida.
Gibson was the higher-rated recruit out of high school. Christian Clark is the guy that got the Bijan Robinson comparison from Tashard Choice.
I don't care about the comparison. Just tell me where they were in high school. Was he ESPN's top 5 backs in the country? That's what I need to know. Where did he stand as a running back when it was time to be recruited?
Well,
he was one of the best in the country, right?
Well, it depends on which site you look at. I think the composite rankings had Jarrett Gibson as like the 9th best running back in the country. And Christian Clark was like 20, 21.
I'll take number 9.
Well, I don't think that shit matters. Like, Tavondre Sweat was a 3-star, and he was the best player on the Texas defense last year. Like, odds are you're right.
I'm talking about when they get to be seniors. I'm talking about when they get out of high school and it's time to go. I'll still take that guy at number 9 before I take the guy at 20. He'll get probably more of the opportunity. I mean, and the running back coach knows which guy is more polished than the other guy. He already knows that. Exactly. He knew that when he recruited him.
Yeah, we're not privy to all of these practices, right? We couldn't see what these guys did in the spring. We can't see what they're doing in the fall. So
the guy who recruited him already knows which one is the better guy at this point, and what he thought about him as a high schooler.
Mm-hmm. I'll go with Christian Clark just for the sake of being different.
There you go.
I'll say he's the guy who matures a little quicker and makes more of an impact as a true freshman.
I would take generally the bigger guy.
Yeah. And now, I mean, you already talked about it, right? Like, okay, Texas has 3 tight ends that they feel good about with Gunnar Helm, with Amari Niblack, and with Juan Davis. Speaking of guys the coaches have been raving about these last few months, does one of those guys turn into a bit of a fullback? We talked about a 2 running back look. Is one of those guys the second quote unquote back that you have on the field? Like, do you kind of turn one of those dudes into an Andrew Beck type to where, he's not just a traditional tight end. You have him as a lead blocker at times. Like, is that an element that gets added to this offense now that Baxter's out?
Well, is Gunnar Helm nifty enough to do those things? He's nifty enough to do things in the tight end position, but can he pull and run counters and cut off the backside and things like that? Probably. I would think you'd see him as a guy like that, more of an H-back type of guy. I mean, I think he'd be nifty enough to go from not sideline to sideline, but from end to end. He should be able to do those things: pull, block on a linebacker, secure the end of line. Yeah, I mean, he should be able to do those. He's been in this offense. He's not a freshman in this offense. He's been a part of this offense. So you start putting in a couple new things for him and say, hey, this is for you. You've got to make this block. And you want to get on the field more, this is how you get on the field.
Yeah, looking at the sizes of the Texas tight ends right now, Amari Niblack, 6'4", 245. That guy's much more of a receiver than a blocker, though. So
Gunnar Helm is he 230 something?
Gunnar Helm's 250.
Okay, there's my blocker. Thank you very much.
Yeah, 6'5", 250. Juan Davis, 6'4", 235. And then Jordan Washington, the true freshman who was the scholarship pickup for the Longhorns in the class of 2024. He's 6'4", 250.
Yeah, so, he's probably not going to see the field.
Yeah. You've got some options there if you do want to implement that in this offense this year.
And Sark will be doing it all. He'll be looking at those guys and seeing how, if we can run some things where guys can pull and all you got to do is cut guys off. I'm not asking you to be devastating, because the guy who went to the NFL was not a devastating blocker. But if you could just get in the way and not get crushed and not get our backs hurt, then that's fine.
Put Malik Agbo back there again. That guy was your 6th offensive lineman at times last year, who would kind of light up at tight end. And, maybe he is a lead blocker in short yardage / goal line situations.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of single back. There are going to be a lot of single back stuff without
so.
two backs or without a tight end in the backfield. Just going to see a lot of single back stuff that give the guy an opportunity. Jim Blue, he's going to stay healthy. He's going to be awesome anyway.
I think
that guy's going to have a bunch of carries for a lot of yards in this offense.
Yeah, I think Jaden Blue's going for 1,100 plus and 10 touchdowns this year.
Yeah, but he's not going to practice very much from this point on.
No, I wasn't sure. Like we talked about it.
He can play grab ass and go through the drills and stretch and go down the sideline and hit some sleds and all that stuff. But when it comes to scrimmages and stuff, sorry, buddy.
Yeah.
And he's going to be smiling at that too.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, we've been talking about it a lot, right? And debating whether or not Texas would have a 1,000-yard rusher this year. And because you had both Baxter and Blue, like we weren't sure if either of those guys were going to get to 1,000 because you felt like both guys were going to get so many carries. Now I feel very confident in saying Texas will have a 1,000-yard rusher this year. I think it's going to be Jaden Blue.
Sure.
Wisner will get some run. The freshman will get some run, but it's Jaden Blue's team now. And I think he's the guy who's going to have a great season. I think he's going to have to, but I fully expect him to have a great year in his third year with the program. I think he goes over 1,100, and I think he has double-digit touchdowns, and I think he's in the mix for an all-SEC team at the end of the year. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they were going to be good running the ball. I still think they'll be good running the ball. They won't be as effective without that other guy. They're going to miss him. Mm-hmm. So I expect the head coach, I mean, that guy is probably staying up nights as it is, trying to figure out what they're going to do offensively without this kid. Because now the good thing is, he's gone for the year. He'll be back game number 3. There's no planning out for when they get into conference play. He's not going to be there.
Mm-hmm.
You always like to know those things. Like, is there a possibility he'll be back in game 4 or 5? There are no possibilities. So whatever you do, you got to do it for the long haul now.
Yes, indeed. A couple of texts on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Don't forget about the baseball player, Nick Sanders. Yeah, Nick Sanders on the Texas baseball team, but he will be with the football team this fall. He actually is a running back, 6'2", 215. He just got to practice, just got to campus a few days ago. So
215?
215.
6'2"?
6'2".
You're about to get thrown right into the fire pretty early there.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, baseball coach. You're about to turn your baseball player into a football player in a hurry.
So there's a name to keep an eye out for. Not a guy who's going to contribute a lot, but you do have an extra body in that running back group.
That's a big body right there now.
Yeah, it is. It is indeed.
And what's he been doing? But he's truly been playing catchy catch.
I don't know. I don't know.
Baseball catchy catch,
Oh, that kind of catchy catch.
That's a little different.
I was like, yeah, he's been practicing baseball and football, I'm sure. But his role on the team, even just in practice, increased a lot after the injury to CJ Baxter on Tuesday. All right, keep the comments coming. Keep the texts coming. We want to hear from you. We'll obviously continue to talk about the CJ Baxter injury throughout the course of today's show and throughout all of the shows on TSU.
And so far, so good on the defense. Everybody's healthy. Everybody's staying healthy and ready to go.
I don't even want you to ask because the last time you asked me, that was the day CJ Baxter got hurt. So let's just not talk about injuries anymore. No, we're not allowed to.
Hey, injuries are a part of sports. That's just the way it goes.
If someone gets hurt today, then you might have to take some time off.
You can not talk about it all you want, but that's just the nature of that deal. Yeah. You can go out there and go on air with nobody covering you and fall down and come up lame. That's just a weird thing. People that talk about not talking about it's just gonna happen. It's practice. Like I said, everybody's not a great athlete that's out there. So when they make a move or something, just got to stay on your feet, man. That's going to be interesting to hear from Sark how if he actually tells you how that happened. There was a pile up, and he'll be telling you how we constantly talk about staying on your feet, stay on your feet, stay on your feet. You're trying to practice two things at once. You're talking about good pad level, BK, but you're also saying don't fall down on the ground. And everybody's not a great athlete. Some shitty athlete is going to be on the ground at one time or the other. Even a great athlete trips and falls. You know what I mean? I trip and fall out here all the time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're not a great athlete, though. So
there you go. It happens to the best of them.
No surprise that a horrible athlete with bad balance trips and falls from time to time. Bit of a surprise when a college athlete trips and falls, right? Come on, man. Yeah, and then the injuries always suck, but it's a little bit of a knife twist when it happens in practice. And
yes, it is.
You lose a key player for the entirety of the season, well before the season even starts. So
yeah, just hope he gets right. He'll be getting right to it. That swelling will go down. They'll have that surgery, and he'll be right back in the rehab. 6 to 9 months. All those things. Everything used to be a year. Now it's all. Now guys are back in 6 months, and they said 6 to 9 months. It's incredible.
Yeah, well, that's
what the medicine does now. I mean, unbelievable.
Yeah, maybe CJ Baxter's back for the spring next year. I would obviously err on the side of caution because we are talking about practice here. But
I still can't believe people are talking about Jonathan Brooks going to be ready to play in the NFL.
They're saying week 3 or week 4 is the target.
That makes more sense. I was hearing, oh no, he'll be ready to go. Yeah. No.
Yeah, week 3, week 4, the target return date for Jonathan Brooks coming off of that ACL injury that he obviously suffered pretty late in the college football season. That was last November when he went down with that injury. So, thinking about CJ Baxter, and hopefully 2025 is a great year for him. You know what I want to see, Buck, before we shift gears here? Remember how at the end of the Big 12 championship game, Steve Sarkisian put Jonathan Brooks on the field in victory formation?
Yes.
He had his jersey top on, but he had the cast. He wasn't wearing pads, but he got to be on the field as Texas kneeled the clock out in a conference championship victory. What about in Atlanta, SEC championship game? Texas is kneeling out the clock for a conference title, and then you've got CJ Baxter on the field.
Putting that cart before that horse, are you?
Yeah, of course I am. That's like a very optimistic, I don't even call it a prediction. It's just something I want to see this year.
Yeah, cool I know that do that again. Score points. I want to know if this group can stop people from scoring points.
Yep.
That's what I'm more worried about than anything. I have faith enough that offensively they'll find ways to get it done. They've got enough wide receivers. They got a offensive line that's been together. They've got a veteran quarterback. I want to know if they can stop anybody. That's going to be key because even some of those bad teams in the SEC can score. They can get on a roll. They got good athletes too. They do. The bad teams have good athletes. So,
yep.
Be able to stop them.
Definitely. All right, we'll take your thoughts. We'll get back into the Texas football conversation. We also have to give you the latest on the Jim Harbaugh situation.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm feeling so sorry for him.
Oh, my God. But before we shift gears here, let's give a few more sponsor shout-outs.
Folks, our good friends at Texas Orthopedic. If you're seeking specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, sports medicine, spinal care, trauma care, joint replacement. When it's time to get that deal replaced, talk to the folks at Texas Orthopedics for sure. Rheumatology and more. Christopher Stockton, dedicated orthopedic surgeons there. Their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you definitely deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, sir. And now a word from our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to our great friends at Covert Bee Cave, and also shout out to our great friends at Centex Tickets. Hey, if you want to be at DKR when the Longhorns take the field against Colorado State on the final day of the month, there's only one place you need to go to get your tickets. That is centextickets.com, and they are hooking you up right now with a little bit of a discount, about 10% off just by being a TSU listener. All you have to do is type in the promo code CENTEX10 when you check out, and you're going to get 10% off your tickets to any game, not just the Colorado State game. If you want to be in the building when UTSA comes to town, when Georgia comes to town, when Kentucky's here, it doesn't matter what game. They've got them all online right now at centextickets.com.
Very nice. Well done.
All right, Buck. Well, we got to get into the latest punishment for the Michigan Wolverines, and this has nothing to do with the sign-stealing scandal that cost Connor Stallions his job, that led to Jim Harbaugh being suspended for the final 3 games of the regular season in 2023. This is something completely different. But the NCAA yesterday announced a 4-year show cause order for now former Michigan coach Jim Harbaugh for impermissible contact with recruits and players while access was restricted during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Wow.
The NCAA said Harbaugh, who of course left to become the coach for the LA Chargers after this past season, quote, engaged in unethical conduct, failed to promote an atmosphere of compliance, and violated head coach responsibility obligations, end quote. Basically, he wasn't supposed to be meeting with people. His coaching staff wasn't supposed to be meeting with people during COVID because, COVID, and well, they were anyways. They cheated. They went against the rules. They had impermissible contact. And obviously that gives them a leg up in recruiting.
He did not know he was breaking the rules.
And that's why he got punished. So, yeah, Jim Harbaugh effectively banned from college athletics for 4 years. So until August 2028, he basically can't be a college football coach, which who the hell cares? He left for the NFL and he wasn't coming back anyways.
No, he doesn't want to come back. He doesn't want to go back to this madness. And that is such I don't even know what a waste of time that was by the NCAA. Just making yourself look stupid doing that.
Yeah, what does this really do, right?
I don't know. I mean, what if the Chargers, if he gets fired in the first year and he needs to have a job somewhere, he still will be in the NFL. Sorry about that. Not coming back to college football. He tried his best to get the hell out of college football as much as he could. So what do you think, he's going to flip right back around in 2 years? No. He's not coming back. That was just a waste of a meeting time. When they all got together for a 2-hour meeting to talk about what they were going to do to Jim Harbaugh, they could have been playing golf somewhere or something, going bowling.
Yeah, the NCAA. Ooh, when's the last time you've been bowling?
Been a while, but they could have done that inside with some All-Stat, a couple pictures of All-Stat. I mean, why waste your time doing what you just did?
Well, that's what the NCAA does, right? They spend more time pretending to work than actually working, right? It's that guy in the cubicle who's like, oh, shoot, whenever the boss comes around, I got to pull up a screen and make it look like I'm working. Yeah. And then when no one's around, it's like, nah, we're not going to do anything. We're going to be watching porn. We're going to be playing games. We're going to be just messing around on our phone all day long. That's the NCAA. Like, they just do things from time to time to make it seem like they're actually doing things, but they have so little power nowadays. And yeah, this is so meaningless because Jim Harbaugh is not in college football anymore. You're preventing a guy from doing something that he wasn't going to do anyways.
Yeah, that's like I said, it's just like calling a meeting just to say we met. Why? Why did you do that? This is nothing.
Hey,
that guy doesn't care. It doesn't hurt the university. It doesn't care. He's not coming back. You think you're going to make him feel bad or something?
Yeah, BK, you're banned from dating Margot Robbie. Okay, that wasn't going to happen anyways. So what? Thanks for the punishment.
What does lawyers say, BK, about that? It's like the principal at your high school. You're a sophomore in college, but the principal said you didn't sign your yearbook. Now you're banned from the high. It's like me not being able to get in the toilet, having to use the porta potty at the high school.
Oh, yeah. Here's the exact statement from, I believe, Tom Mars is this guy's name, who is the attorney representing Jim Harbaugh. I said, quote, the way I see it from Coach Harbaugh's perspective, today's COI decision is like being in college and getting a letter from your high school saying you've been suspended because you didn't sign the yearbook.
Nice.
If I were in Coach Harbaugh's shoes and had an $80 million contract as head coach of the Chargers, I wouldn't pay any attention to the findings of a kangaroo court, which claims to represent the principles of the nation's most flagrant repeat violator of the federal antitrust laws.
Wow.
So, yeah, nice little shot at the NCAA for Tom Mars. And look, it's funny. I mean, Jim Harbaugh cheated. He knowingly cheated, regardless of what he says, regardless of what we think the NCAA is. Jim Harbaugh broke a number of different rules.
Oh, he cheated.
And, they could try to say that, what they find doesn't matter. Well, look, you got out. You pulled a Pete Carroll. You left before the punishments came down. Good for you. But it's just more evidence that Michigan's 2023 national championship has some stain on it, Buck.
Got a little stain to it. Yes, it does.
Yeah. And this one matters less than the cheating scandal for me, but it's still cheating. And they got caught cheating.
No, nobody else was allowed to do it, but you did it.
Right.
And you were cheating.
right? Multiple things, right? They got caught for multiple different infractions. So they broke the rules.
Your team got good in a hurry. Your team got good in a hurry, and part of that is because you cheated.
Right. Yeah, if you look at the record that Jim Harbaugh had at Michigan before and after Connor Stallions, he was 49-26 at Michigan before Connor Stallions got there. And this is why the Stallions cheating and the sign stealing stuff is way more egregious to me, even though a lot of the recruits that we're talking about here, because those COVID recruits are the guys who were on the national championship roster. They were on the playoff rosters that Michigan has had these last few years. Jim Harbaugh before Connor Stallions was 49-26. After Connor Stallions was hired, he was 40-3.
Yeah, that's a difference.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't think that's a coincidence that Jim Harbaugh keeps getting caught for cheating, and all of a sudden Michigan went from this guy might not be good enough to coach here to he's making the playoffs 3 years in a row. He's beating Ohio State 3 years in a row, and all of a sudden he's winning a national championship in blowout fashion.
Yeah, and you're not. Yeah, you need to be getting after him for something else. If you're either gonna throw that at him, you gotta put something down on paper that's a little bit more, suitable than what they're after him for. That's just junk.
Mm-hmm.
He's never coming back. He's never coming back to college football.
No, he's done. He's done, and good for him. Harbaugh played his hand well, and he got a nice big contract with the Chargers, and he doesn't have to worry about Wow. Harbaugh's going to talk today at Chargers camp. I think he's just got a press conference that was scheduled for the NFL gig, but I'm sure he's going to be asked by somebody about this punishment. And look, he might take a shot at the NCAA, but the easy answer is I'm not worried about the past. I'm focused on the LA Chargers.
Yep.
That's it.
Focus on this bank account of mine right now.
Exactly. The $80 million in guaranteed cash that I've got coming in. Thank you very much. But I just wonder if anything actually happens to that championship.
No.
There are already a lot of fans who put an asterisk by that title. But look, the NCAA has vacated championships before. It's not like they've never done that. They did it a decade ago with Louisville basketball. So there's a bit of
what a phony power play this would be if they did, or they tried to do. They may try to do it just for the hell of it.
Right.
If they know they're on their way out, which they're on their way out, over the next couple of years, but why don't you just do it?
It's a big deal.
People will say it's justified.
You vacate a title, it's a big deal. People will still remember Michigan as the team that won it all in 2023. And a lot of fans will be like, they still won it, whatever. You vacated, it doesn't really do anything. Vince Young, when Reggie Bush had to vacate the Heisman for a while, it wasn't like, well, Vince Young all of a sudden gets the Heisman. And Texas fans weren't like, now Vince Young is the Heisman winner. It's like, no, it's just vacated. It's left empty. But It is a big deal. That's as much of a punishment as you could realistically give Michigan, as you said.
Yeah, that's not all you can do. You're right.
Yeah, that title is vacated. So we're not there yet. I do wonder if after all of these investigations are done, if we do get to that point. But for me, that will always have an asterisk by it, dude.
You'd have loved to play them for the championship. You'd hate to lose to them, huh?
That's the thing, right? I'm not going to sit here and act happy that Texas lost to Washington. I would have loved the chance to have played Michigan because I liked the matchup better against the Wolverines than I did against Washington. But if Texas did lose to Michigan, reason to believe that they would have, I'd have a tough time sleeping at night knowing how much they cheated. We lost to a team that bullshitted their way to a championship.
You would be on that soapbox. You would not have stopped on that deal.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd probably bring it up every day, honestly.
Oh, yeah, of course.
In some subtle way. I wouldn't just obviously say it, but I'd make some sort of witty crack about how Texas lost the national title game to a bunch of cheaters.
It'd be worse than me not getting my tickets to Coke Fest.
Oh,
is that soon?
Are they doing it again this year?
Oh, they're
Coke
not.
Fest is usually in August. Are they bringing it back?
Is there a Coke Fest? Is there a Coke station?
Not on the radio. Not on the radio. No.
No.
Can't listen to them there.
No, maybe there's a fest at some other place where they reside right now. Yeah. But I wouldn't trust it. I still haven't got my refund back. I'm not very happy about that. It's a year later. A year.
Yeah,
I'm just asking for a refund.
You think you're going to get it at some point?
I do. I do. If you're persistent, things can happen. And sometimes your persistency won't do much for 10, 15, 20 years, but eventually somebody will cave in.
Who has the money to give to you?
That's the problem. Who has the money? That's the problem unto itself.
I'm just wondering, where that money's going to come from if you're going to get it. I don't know.
Maybe just some blank tickets, maybe, with that date on it.
Oh, like Chuck E. Cheese tickets?
Yeah, something like that. Just here are your blank 4 tickets that you were supposed to get. Maybe if I just got blank tickets that I couldn't use, I would feel better. No, I wouldn't. I'm not going to feel good about that. You're right. Where do you get the money from?
I don't think you're alone, too. I think a lot of folks are still looking for their refunds from that event that did not happen last year.
Never went down.
Former place of employment.
Damn it.
Yeah, so there's your latest with Michigan and your latest with Coke Fest for those who are curious about those things.
Harbaugh.
God, those cheaters, man. Those cheaters.
That's the way you play them. Their coach will probably be on the sideline. They're gonna suspend him. He's gonna suspend himself for one of these games.
Yeah, he'll miss the Fresno State game, if anything. I mean, honestly, I don't think he'll get suspended at all. I think the NC2A is too slow to move. Remember, these are COVID violations. So this is stuff that went down 4 years ago and 3 years ago. And we're just getting the official punishment here in 2024.
So why should they slap themselves on the wrist now?
Yeah, exactly. Like if you're hoping that the NCAA is going to have a decision by September 7th in regards to Sharon Moore, then I got some oceanfront property in Arizona I could sell you. You know,
they don't want that vacated. They want to do everything they can. So they could tell him to sit down. That dude's already sat down once.
Yeah. As our guy Tanner says, they're still working on the Baylor scandal.
Yeah, they've got some work to do yet.
More investigating going on for the always busy, no sarcasm there, NCAA. All right, we got a TBT video to get to. Also, Colorado football is on blast again for something that happened at practice earlier this week. So
really,
we'll get to a couple of videos for you and for the people in a moment. But before that, a few more shout outs to a few more of our great sponsors.
You know, our good friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, of course. You know, you can get your all stat there. You can get your big hat mocktails and cocktails there. But they have all kinds of drinks available for you at 34 Wine and Spirits on the Southwest Parkway, whether it's a local party, whether it's just bringing stuff to your home for the weekend for a little bit, or you have a corporation. They are wholesale distributors, and they can get all that booze to you. You don't have to come to them. If you want to go by the store, you can. You'll see those vans with Ricky Williams is pictured on them. But if you want to have a party at your corporation, you know, getting back to football party, why not?
Yeah.
Preseason party, get yourself going. Go to 34 Wine and Spirits, folks.
How about the fantasy drafts coming up?
Oh my goodness. We got to get Wags on to talk some fantasy football. I may get involved, probably not, but I'm too busy trying to make you people money. And when the money I make you is not a fantasy, so.
When's the last time you've played fantasy football?
Never.
Never played?
Never played.
Interesting.
Never played. I was an associate to somebody's team. You know, I helped out on a fantasy team, but I was never really involved in it.
Did you get paid for that?
No, I got a lot of thank yous though.
All right. So you had a good year. You were giving good advice.
I mean, a bucket. I was called a buck advisor.
I like that.
Women's fantasy football. I did that.
Oh, the women. Okay. I was like, women's football league? No.
Yes.
A league with women.
Team, yes. I was called a buck advisor.
I like that. That's good stuff right there. Yeah, I'm not a big fantasy football player either. I played a bunch growing up, high school and college. I was in like 3, 4, 5 leagues a year. And 1 year in college, I'm like, dude, I'm addicted to this. I'm going to take a year off. I just need a break. And I loved football even more the year I took off from playing.
Yeah, that's right. Once you got away from it, you love football even more.
So I never got back in. Like I've got buddies ask me every year to rejoin the leagues that I was in growing up. And it's like, no, I'm good. Sorry, guys. Because I'm the dude, like there are a lot of people out there who can't watch a random NFL game. Like if the Bears are playing the Chargers and you have no rooting interest with either of those teams, people are going to be like, yeah, I don't need to watch that. So people play fantasy sports to give them a reason to watch these other games. For me, it's like, dude, I can watch any team play any team on any given Sunday, and I'm happy. I don't even have to bet. Like, of course, calling my cousin, that helps, but I don't even have to bet on it. I'll sit there and watch any football anytime, and I'm perfectly fine.
You'll be watching tonight.
Of course I'll be watching tonight. NFL preseason. I made sure I got all of my stuff done earlier in the week. It's on, baby. So shout out 34 Wine and Spirits.
Yes, sir.
Shout out you fantasy football players. We will get Wags on, though, because we know a lot of you people do play. So we'll get our fantasy guru on to give you some advice for your upcoming drafts. How about some advice from us about the best place to go to get anything? 7-Eleven.
7-Eleven.
Come on, man. The best convenience store in the world. More than 84,000 locations across the globe. We love our friends at 7-Eleven. It's supposed to be another scorcher today. Cool down with a Slurpee or an ice cold big gulp from 7-Eleven. Of course, they've got the fresh, hot pizza. They've got the taquitos. They've got the wings. They've got the sandwiches. They've got all the drinks, the beers, the prepackaged snacks, everything you need to fuel up for the day, for the week, for the year. It's all at 7-Eleven. And, of course, they've got Olipop. And speaking of Olipop, how about this? Olipop tweeted out this picture yesterday, Buck. This is from an HEB in the area.
Look at it. Look at that thing. I'm telling you, they're monsters.
How about an Olipop throne? Yeah, and now they have multi-packs at HEB. You used to have to go to Costco or Target to get these multi-packs. No, now you can get big packs, the 4-packs and the 8-packs.
Yeah, the BK HEB has a big set like that. I mean, it's awesome when you walk in there.
Dude, they're not messing around anymore, man. Olipop continues to grow like crazy. I think we had a comment earlier in the day. I'm trying to scroll up to find it. Here we go. Our man Eddie G says they are now selling 4-packs of the Olipop Great at my local HEB.
Nice.
Olipop Grape. It is great. I called it great, but grape is the name of the flavor I was looking for. But yeah, so be on the lookout for Olipop, HEB, Target, Costco, Walmart, Whole Foods, wherever you buy your groceries. You can get the greatness that is Olipop. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. The game changer of all game changers is Olipop. All right, let's show some videos for the people, Buck.
All right.
Where do you want to start? You want to do the Colorado practice video or our TBT video?
Let me see Colorado, because I'm worried about their grade point average anyway. School's getting ready to start.
Yeah, this is not a video of some kids in the classroom taking a test, believe it or not. This is an actual video that the official Twitter account of Colorado football posted 2 days ago on August 6th. And they are getting some flack from folks on the internet for this highlight, if you will. So there's Shedeur Sanders at quarterback, takes a deep shot down the field, and then you get a very harsh cut to a receiver catching a pass in the end zone for a touchdown. So pay close attention here. Shedeur Sanders back to pass. He throws it deep down the right sideline. And then all of a sudden, it's caught by a receiver in the end zone for a training camp touchdown.
On the left side?
Well, look at the ball. Like, it looks like this thing's going to end up nowhere close to a receiver. It's kind of hard to see. And all of a sudden, you get a cut, and the pass ends right into the receiver's arms. Like, it's clearly two different plays spliced together. That's why everyone's roasting Colorado. Like, it's clearly the catch that they're showing is not from the throw that they are showing in the same video.
First of all, the catch that he throws to is on the right side, and then they get that same video. The ball's in the left side of the end zone. How do you do that? That's a cut up.
And the caption is darts only. That's the caption that Colorado posted with this video. It's like,
how can you it's on the left side? That ball is caught on the left side. This ball is thrown on the right side of the end zone. And then when you go back,
I am baffled.
It's on the left side. There's the mountain over there to the right again. It's easy to see it's not the same.
I am baffled that they posted this. I almost had a seizure with that harsh edit in the middle of that video there. Like, that is, how do you post this, man? You're just setting yourself up to be the butt of a bunch of jokes online. Like they don't have an actual play where Shedeur Sanders throws a touchdown to somebody else. They don't have to cut it like this.
No, that's all taped up. That's just him throwing it to a guy in the left corner of the end zone, getting spliced with a long throw to the right side. That's just strange.
I'll show it one more time because at the end, the guy who catches the touchdown pass, you can see on the nameplate on the back of his jersey, he doesn't have his name. He's got his Twitter handle. That's new.
Oh, am I wrong? It's on a different. It's in the different end zone. The end catch is in the left end zone, or am I just wrong that he throws it to the right corner? That's to the right where that mountain is and those buildings. But the catch is, it's on the left side, and there's the mountains in the building over there.
They might be on a completely different field for that.
No, it's the same mountain and same dorm or whatever. It's just that's just doctored up. Why, I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, it's stupid. It's maybe Colorado was just looking to make a joke and they wanted this to be a bit, but
are they not throwing enough touchdown passes in practice yet?
Yeah, it's like, well, you have to have a highlight of Shedeur Sanders actually throwing a touchdown, right?
Yes.
He has to be good enough to do that. Colorado has to be good enough to do that, right?
Yeah, I don't even know why they placed that. I mean, it doesn't seem like a big deal because I wouldn't be unless I really looked at it. I would just be thinking that, oh no, it's just two separate plays.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's clearly two separate plays that they spliced together, and
sure.
They said darts only as the caption, and it's like, it looks like the throw Shedeur Sanders made was going to be incomplete because there's no one really in the screen for that throw, and then all of a sudden it's a touchdown to somebody else.
I need that spliced together. I need that video in high school. That's what you need.
Yeah, that's a weird bit right there. All right, so here's our TBT video now. It is Thursday after all. It is a Throwback Thursday. And we go back to 2007. We have ourselves another news clip, Buck. I don't know if you remember this story. Remember the name Kevin Everett, the old football player?
Yep.
Was a tight end at Miami.
Yes.
And was drafted by the Bills and had a gruesome spine injury on the field in 2007 with Buffalo. And it ended his career. And for a little bit, doctors thought this guy was never going to walk again.
That's right.
And a few months later, he was able to walk again. It was a miracle, a great miracle. The guy never played football again. Once again, a career-ending injury. But it was like, all right, this guy is never going to be able to walk again. And then later in the same year, he was able to walk. So we have a news update from 2007, News 12 in West Palm Beach, Florida, where the news anchor is starting off the news broadcast saying that, hey, Kevin Everett, it's a miracle. He had movement in his arms and legs today. Docs never thought that would happen. And then all of a sudden, just a couple of months later, he's starting to move and he's on his road to recovery. Well, there is a video that was supposed to accompany that movement, and they got the wrong guy and they got the wrong video.
No.
Let's take a look.
Now, News 12 Sports with Pat Murphy.
Great news regarding Bills tight end Kevin Everett. He moved his arms and legs today. And doctors now believe that's the wrong video, by the way. That is not the right video.
Wow. Oh, no.
Well, that guy was moving his arms and his legs.
Yes, he was.
But that was some guy being wheeled into a courtroom who just had a spastic attack as he was getting...
He's trying to get out of there.
Yeah, he's trying to act like, oh, he's unfit for court or unfit for jail. And doctors apparently told us. We needed the doctors to let us know that that was the wrong video. Show it one more time.
Now, News 12 Sports with Pat Murphy.
Great news regarding Bills tight end Kevin Everett. He moved his arms and legs today. And doctors now believe that's the wrong video, by the way. That is not the right video.
Sorry about that, Pat.
Doctors now believe that that is the wrong video right there.
No, I believe that's the wrong video.
How great is that? Out of all videos to have there, too, you get a guy like freaking out like that. And it's like, oh, maybe it's him. He's in a wheelchair. Maybe this is the right guy. And then it's like, oh, no, that's clearly not Kevin Everett there.
Wow.
Oh, man.
I love when he says, "That's not the right video." No, that is not the right video.
And he's laughing a little bit too. It's like this heartwarming story that's very serious. And then
Now, News 12 Sports with Pat Murphy.
Great news regarding Bills tight end Kevin Everett. He moved his arms and legs today. And doctors now believe that's the wrong video, by the way. That is not the
You're right about that. And they jacked his ass up too.
yeah, I mean, he did move his arms and his legs. Like that video is not factually incorrect.
Right out of that chair onto the ground where they cuffed him.
Yeah.
And walked out.
You don't think that bit worked?
No, that bit did not work.
What was he trying to do there? Was he trying to like run away?
He was trying to make sure that he's going to jail, not in that chair either.
It's a weird thing to try to do. And I feel like when you're in a courtroom, you're doing whatever you can to ensure that you're not going to jail.
No, he's trying to make sure that he goes and not in a chair. They're going to cuff him and stuff him.
Yeah. I mean,
He's going to take a few hits on the way out.
Credit Pat Murphy there for handling that one pretty well, because I would have lost it if I was.
You would have just started laughing. You wouldn't have been able to stop laughing.
It's so funny right there.
That's a classic.
Somebody got fired for that one, right?
Intern.
Yeah, some intern got let go. Whoever fed that clip is no longer working for.
Yeah, but that intern got the last laugh right there because he was in the back just rolling when they rolled that thing live. He told his friends, "Hey, I want you guys to watch this.
Yeah, make sure you're locked in tonight. I got this great bit planned."
I got this great bit planned. So please, guys, lock in tonight, 11 o'clock.
Yeah,
news.
Pat's been treating me like shit, so I'm going to get him back today.
Oh, I got him.
I've hated my internship. He's been a horrible person. He hasn't helped me at all, and I don't want to be here anymore, so I'm going to give him a little taste of his own medicine.
The newsroom. It's the intern who's now gone a little bit sour.
Yeah.
You've been treating him like shit the whole time there, or her. They're going to get you back like we too low. They're going to get you some way or the other.
Yeah, this wasn't as bad as we too low. Something was definitely wrong in that video.
You don't think that's as bad right there? A guy who's supposed to be paralyzed, almost standing up and fighting the people. That's pretty bad right there.
It's not good.
No, it's not.
It's not good. It's not as bad as some of the other ones we've showed, but we've
still the best is your guy from Houston. That will always be my favorite.
Oh, the Isaiah Carey bug incident.
The guy who you tell me is still like king of the networks, which I'm not buying either.
He's still working down there in H-Town. He's got his own show.
No.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's a Houston media legend.
His is still the all-time best.
I don't have that queued up right now, unfortunately. I
always have that.
Get it. I know there's so many cuss words. That's why I don't keep it. There's like 6 F-bombs in 10 seconds, and it's like, I don't know if we want to play it, but
the F-bomb and the S-bomb, those are so playful and so sad for him, because it's almost like watching a guy's career melt, only for you to tell me he's now the king of the networks there.
Oh, he got promoted.
Jeez.
He worked his way up. He was in like small town Louisiana doing local news back then, and now he's in one of the biggest media markets in the country.
Just amazing.
Yeah. That's how it works sometimes. Isaiah Carey at Fox 26. Catch him on Isaiah Factor Uncensored every weeknight.
He's unfiltered, uncensored too, huh?
Yeah, I guess so.
Love it.
After that video went viral, he had to call himself Uncensored. There's no way around it. So there you go. There's your TBT for the day, and there's your Colorado video for the day as well. And
how are we doing with the Olympics? Are we coming to the end?
Yeah, I was going to go there. So the Olympics, the closing ceremonies are on Sunday, and I think everything wraps up on Saturday. So
somebody told me Tom Cruise is doing a stunt
as part of the closing ceremony.
Yeah. What is? I mean, he's been hanging out there the whole time.
I don't know. I haven't heard about this.
He likes to do a lot of his stunts. Isn't he kind of old for Daredevil stuff?
I don't know. They're still releasing Mission Impossible movies every other year, so feels like he still has some gas left in the tank. I don't know. We'll see if Tom Cruise jumps from a plane or jumps off a building or runs away.
Skydives from a motorcycle. Nice.
He's always running from something.
Yeah, he will be running. That's for damn sure.
Scientology, maybe, but he's always running from something. Big events today. The men's 200-meter dash is today. So Noah Lyles, who won the 100, will try to double up and take home the 200, which has been his better event historically. He is the favorite in this one coming up this afternoon. Men's basketball will play its semifinal game against Nikola Jokic and Serbia later today. If they win, the finals will be on Saturday. Women's volleyball and women's water polo are playing in the semifinals today. So obviously, if they get victories, they'll clinch at least a silver medal in these.
That's the least amount of the sports I've watched. I've watched one more equestrian than I did women's or men's polo.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, water polo. No, I've not. I glance at it, but I don't stop the TV to watch it. I haven't done it. I watch horses jump over wood and stones and stuff more than I have that.
I feel like the equestrian's been going on at like 4 or 5 in the mornings. That means you're telling us that you have woken up early on purpose to watch that?
I watch more table tennis than that for sure.
Yeah, good pivot there, guy.
Yeah, what about dodgeball? They don't have dodgeball in this deal, but they have handball that you're flinging into the net. And I see those guys go airborne, throw behind their backs and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody needs to take one of those dudes out. When they start trying to get airborne and throw it over the goalie, no, man, nobody gets taken out in that sport. There's fouls and stuff like that, but I haven't seen anybody take any spills.
I don't know.
And then, of course, there's the candy cane deal that the men are doing. Field hockey candy cane with a golf ball. That's a sport now.
Yeah, you are very anti-field hockey.
I'm anti-man's field hockey. No, not with the candy cane, no.
Anti-man's field hockey. Yeah, I've watched a decent amount of water polo. Like, I won't scope it out, but if it's on, I'll watch it. It's incredible to me because, like, those women and men are just treading water for, like, they got 8 or 10 minute quarters. I can't even remember. And they're nonstop treading the whole time. And, of course, they're also playing a sport. They're swimming back and forth. They're passing a ball. They're shooting a ball at a net. It's like, dude, any one of these things is tough. But all of those things combined while trying not to drown is like.
And you're not seeing anybody laying at the bottom of the pool.
No. I don't even know if they have a lifeguard on duty.
Wow.
Do the Olympics have lifeguards? Can I get that job?
They've got to have some lifeguards there.
That used to be a bit that I had when I was picking up chicks at bars. I'd be like, they'd ask what I do. And I said, I'm a lifeguard at the Olympics.
Very nice.
Would you occasionally get a laugh and occasionally get a shut the hell up? I'm going to throw this drink.
Ledecky should have somebody poolside at least near her just in case.
I don't
what if you
know.
get a cramp? What if you've been eating like your mother says, don't go in the water for a half hour after you've eaten something? What if they cramp up in the 400, 10,000 meters and somebody starts to go down? Somebody's got to go get them. Shouldn't there be a lifeguard on duty?
Right. Yeah, I don't know.
Have you seen a lifeguard on duty at any of these events?
I can't say I have, but they've got so many Olympic officials around. Like, one of them has to be
a former swimmer.
Yeah, or just lifeguard trained, right? I don't even know if you need that. There's so many swimmers there because, like, all of the other swimmers are watching their teammates. So it's like if somebody gets hurt or looks like they're about to start drowning, you got like 100 swimmers who can go and get them and save the day.
Disqualification. You're probably disqualified if you go.
Yeah. I mean, you're losing the race, but at that point, you don't want to lose your life.
Well, maybe that's a part of it. That's it. If you go in and save somebody, your team's disqualified for the rest of the Olympics. You have to let that person get out of it themselves somehow. Walk the bottom of the pool.
I don't think that rule exists.
You sure?
No. Not sure.
Find out about the rules on that.
Seeing if there's a lifeguard at the Olympics.
I've not seen one with a lifeguard. You need the red outfit. I wore red trunks over there at the Puerto Rican pool, sitting up there in the big chair.
You have a little sunscreen on your nose when you did that?
No. I had my cool glasses on and definitely had a hat because I was starting to lose my hair around then. So, yeah. And, of course, I almost let the little kid drown because the kid decided to jump in the deep end as I was leaving off duty with my new jeans on and my new shoes. I decided to take my shoes off and my jeans and everything else.
Where was the on-duty guard? You weren't even working. Where was the guy who was working?
I don't know what that was. I made the switch. I was on my way out, and there was a kid at the bottom of the pool. And I said, hold on for a second. Took my shoes off, took my pants off, and then jumped in. I'm like, I just got these jeans pressed. What's that kid doing down here anyway?
You save his life?
Mom at?
You save his life?
Yeah, I got him out of there.
All right. So who cares that you took off?
All over the place.
Oh, he shat?
Oh, he threw up all his tacos and whatever he had that morning all over the place. So then I started screaming at the mom. I'm like, I'm in here. I'm off duty. What's that kid? Oh, I don't know how he got down here. Like his ass is supposed to be over there where the kids pee in the pool. Shouldn't be down here in the deep end.
I don't know how he got down here. Yeah, he probably swam.
He probably walked down there.
Or he probably just jumped in the pool over there. Like that's
he did. He just jumped in, went straight to the bottom. There was no anything. He just went straight on down. I just happened to be going by, and I'm like, shit. I got to go down there and get this little kid out of here.
Did you have to mouth him?
No, when I got him up in there was just water and stuff coming out of his nose. They started throwing up stuff. I didn't have to do any pumping. I was just there another couple minutes, and he probably would have been a goner.
Wow. Thank you for not pumping kids. First of all, we appreciate that. Did he throw up in the pool or was it on the side?
He threw up on the side.
Okay. And he did not throw up on your jeans or shoes, did he?
Oh, no. That would have been him going back into the deep end.
You're going to kick him back in. Pushed him back in the pool. Hey, you're on your own this time, kid.
First of all, you're not supposed to take time to take your shoes off. So I'm supposed to go in there immediately upon seeing, you're supposed to go right in. You're not supposed to. But this stuff was new. Man, I'm a senior and I'm a freshman in college. This is my new stuff I got with my last paycheck. I got to take this stuff off to college. You think I'm going in there with my new Air Jordans on? You think I'm diving in that water and screwing up my Air Jordans and my, $150 pair of jeans? I'm not doing that. I'm taking my time and taking that off. He took his time getting over there and jumping in the deep end. Took my wallet. Hey, and I lucky I kept my wallet in my jeans. At that pool that I worked at then, if I'd have left that wallet on the side by my jeans, I'd have come out of there and all that stuff. I'm lucky that stuff wasn't gone. I had a little tough area. Last time I was in Pennsylvania, I drove by that. That pool is still there.
Outdoor pool?
Oh, it's a monster outdoor pool. Man. I mean, this is one of those places where the pool opened up at 9 a.m. and families were there till 9 till dinner time. I mean, they did lunch. It was like daycare, and like if you had a family, like the oldest sister or the oldest sibling would have to take all the other kids. And that's where you spent the day. God. Bugging my ass, me screaming at you, blowing whistles to tell you, quit running, no running at the pool.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like Caddyshack. It was like that. It was that kind of pool.
You're getting paid just chump change to be there too.
Oh, dude. Yeah. Before I got the job at the Bethlehem Steel, just watching a switch. Telling people don't turn that switch on.
Yeah, that's a nice gig, right?
That was a great gig. That was the almost $20 an hour gig. If you hit that switch, the guy who's cleaning the blast furnaces in there is going to die. So my job was you can't hit that switch. That's what I did. I sat on the same chair you got from the swimming pool there. You stole at the pool at your last place.
Yeah.
I sat in one of those, and look, I sat there and looked at the switch and made sure when someone came through the door that do not touch that switch. No, I had a supervisor come in there and I had to throw the supervisor out. I'm like, hey, you didn't give me this job. And he would come in with his little hat on and said, you see this, the white hat here? He goes, I'm kind of your boss. I'm like, you're not the one who gave me this job though, telling me that you need to get out of here. I said, there's people in there cleaning. He goes, well, I know that. I understand that part of it. And I said, and you can't be in this room where that switch is. I said, I'm the only one in there. And that dude was almost trying to get me fired for me doing my job. I'm like, nope, you have to go. I said, go get your boss and then come back and tell me I'm in trouble. Or get the guy who gave me this job to tell me. I said, I'm making almost 20 an hour here. I'm a sophomore in college. I'm making 20 an hour. You think I'm going to lose this job because of you? Because you said you're the boss? You're not my boss. That's what I told him. You're not my boss.
That guy was trying to kill whoever was in that furnace.
No, he just was in there just trying to cause trouble for me. That's what he was doing.
That's great.
And he wouldn't get out of the room. And I couldn't have anybody in that room. So that was a lonely job. But by the hour, it was okay.
I'll say $20 an hour back then, too.
Oh, yeah, no shit.
Doesn't sound like a bad job right now for 20 an hour.
74?
And 74, what is that, like 5,000 an hour now, I think.
Yeah, dude, that was awesome. That was the best. That was the best job. That was the loneliest, best job I had because I had some shitty jobs in the still mills, chaining up still, being cold, being too hot, being too cold.
Our man Tom McKay on
when
the
it came off the mark and steel when it came off out of the foundry and having to walk out there with steel tip boots with a marker and just put a little number on it. And if you tripped and hey, listen, if you tripped and fell there like I trip and fall out here, no fall school would help you if you fell on one of those beams. You just disintegrate. You just go poof. That was actually a job.
Sounds like a tough way to go. Maybe the toughest way to go.
Yeah.
Our man Tom McKay's tuned in. He texted in on the Coda text line. You press your jeans. That's all I got from that story is that you press your jeans.
Yes, they were all pressed and ready to go for the day after I got off from the lifeguard deal.
He called you a homo for that.
Great.
Speaking of Tom McKay, we'll let you hear from Tom and the kid on a Throwback Thursday.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
By the way, I'm still pressing. I got a pair of jeans that are at the cleaners right now being pressed. I wash them, but I just have them pressed at the at a cleaners, yes. Every once in a while, I have my jeans pressed. Not all of them. Not like every pair of jeans I have. Some of them, I don't care if they're wrinkly or whatever. Some of them come out of the wash and they're just fine. But like jeans I wear with boots, I get them pressed.
Really?
I'm a smooth operator, man. Come on now.
I think you're a gay operator.
No, it's not. I'm certain clothing things I just do with my clothes. Like I said, I'll pay $200 for a pair of jeans, but for a pair of dress pants, I won't pay more than $35. I just don't do it.
Really?
But I pay a lot more for casual jeans than I would for a dress pair. No, it's like paying, I see people pay like crazy amounts of money like for sneakers and stuff. When I see kids that are having to have these special, Nike type of shoes, I can't even imagine that. It's a pair of sneakers.
Yeah.
That's because myself and Tom McKay grew up in the days of Converse, that the same Converse you did for basketball games, you wore the practice, the dance, and to school.
Right. Yeah. I went through a little bit of a sneakerhead phase where I spent decent money on shoes, and now I'm thinking the same way you're thinking. It's just like, dude, I'll spend $50 max on a pair of tennis shoes nowadays.
Yeah, all my shoes are Skechers now anyway.
Oh, you really are old if you're rocking the Skechers.
Hey,
that's a tough one right there, man. I hope and pray that I never.
You'll get to that time. You'll hope you get to that time where you can have some slip-ons.
No,
but I don't wear those out. I still wear. I look for ponies. Yeah, the shoes ponies. Yeah,
My Little Ponies.
No, My Little Ponies making comeback.
I don't know what those are.
Puma and ponies.
I know what Puma is. I don't know what ponies.
Ponies used to be a brand of cleats that they had out there, specialty cleats.
Are they actually making a comeback, or you're?
They're a piece of junk.
Oh man, yeah, I don't know those.
You turn your ankle about your second day of having those on. You're looking for an ankle injury.
Don't need that. I'm out on that. Somebody asked about a medal count right now. The U.S. has just a 1 gold medal lead over China. The Americans have 27. The Chinese have 26.
Cheaters.
Who?
Chinese.
Why is that?
They've been cheating. They've been doping again.
No disrespect. No disrespect.
No, I'm trying to.
Russians disrespect anyway, right?
Thank you, Coach. What's that?
We have no Russians in here this year anyway. No.
Are they banned?
They're banned. No, yeah, they got to come under some other flag that they don't get to have a song or anything else.
Oh yeah, you're right on that. Yeah, the U.S. Well, actually, I just did an updated medal count, and we're tied. So China won a gold medal in something this morning. So right now, the U.S. and China both have 27 gold medals. The overall medal count is heavily in favor of the Americans. We've got 95. China's in second with 69. Nice. But, with just a couple of days left in these Paris Olympic Games, you got two nations tied in the gold medal count.
We should win for breaking somehow.
Yeah, well, the good news is, look, we've got men's and women's basketball. Those should be guaranteed golds right there. Hopefully Noah Lyles can win another gold in the 200. We've got a few track events coming up today.
We did well in these distance events. We needed to get back on the map for that stuff. That was good for the United States.
Yeah, the women's 400 final is today. We'll see how we do there. The men's 110 hurdles final is also today. We'll see how we do there. Once again, our volleyball and water polo teams are in the semifinals. So I think when it's all said and done, the Americans will win gold. They'll win the gold medal count. They're obviously going to win the overall medal count.
Sure.
I think they're already locked up. But interesting. Just with a couple of days left, it's again, closing ceremonies are this Sunday. There's a tie for the most golds right now.
See Wags in there and Rodney.
You want to bring the guys on?
Yeah, I gotta ask Wags something.
Okay, real quick. I'm gonna give a shout out to Passes before we bring the fellas.
There you
on.
go.
Love Passes, man. If you don't know what Passes is, well, they're one of our newest partners here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. And Passes is a content creator company that the Texas One Fund has partnered with. 40 of the top UT athletes across football, men's and women's basketball, volleyball, Olympic sports, softball, and more. They are on Passes, and they're putting out content that you can't get anywhere else. You're going to get a glimpse into the life of your favorite Longhorn athletes simply by signing up at passes.com. They have revolutionized the way that you can connect with your favorite NIL athletes. Just go over there to passes.com to sign up. CJ Baxter's on Passes. He actually posted something yesterday after the injury news dropped. So if you want to see what CJ Baxter had to say, you can go find it in one place. That's passes.com.
Sweet.
All right, now we bring on the fellas. It's Wags. It's Double R. What was your question, Buck?
Wags, what's the deal? Is Russell Wilson going to get the starting nod in Pittsburgh?
I thought there was like a clause in the contract where he had to at least start, right? I mean, I'm kidding. There's no clause in the contract, but that usually is the rollout for Russell Wilson, right? Like he's got to be like this at the helm of the starting position.
I think he's listed as a starter, but they're acting like
I don't think it's an open quarterback. I don't think it's an open camp. I think it's his position.
It made it seem like it's an open competition, but it sounds like it's not really an open competition.
I think it's Russell Wilson's job
to lose,
and then I think we do see that move be made within the first 4 weeks, within the first quarter of the season. I think that happens.
Cool.
Yeah, Russ is listed as QB1 on the Steelers depth chart right now. The Steelers play in Houston tomorrow in their first preseason game, and Russell Wilson's not going to play. Justin Fields will start.
Okay.
But like Wag said, yeah, I don't think it's an open competition right now. Like it's Russell Wilson's job. Unless he gets hurt, he will be the week 1 starter in the regular season.
They're flirting with ideas of having Justin Fields as a kickoff returner.
I saw that was earlier. They're not going to do that.
I think that's just hearsay. That I think they're throwing shade, or just throwing off here. There's no way that you're going to put Justin Fields in as a kickoff returner, especially with the new rules implemented in kickoff return.
Sure.
There's absolutely no way.
Yeah, maybe a package or something for him in that offense, right? Even if
he's
not
going to be playing pretty early, I believe.
Yeah,
I mean, when's the earliest you think he gets rolled out there? I'm thinking within 4 weeks, within the first 4 weeks.
I would say within the 4 weeks. I would agree with you. I don't think it's later on. And it also depends on how many interceptions Russell Wilson throws or how many sprint outs that he can't hit on the run anymore.
Or just how ineffective he is, right? Like, he doesn't take risks going down the field or trying to stretch the ball vertically anymore.
And it's not like you got a bunch of wide receivers to throw to.
Right.
Not yet. Till why you get there.
I mean, there's Pickens is there. He's got some talent around him.
He's about to add Brandon Ayuk, dude. Like he'll have some guys to throw to.
You think he's going there? You think he'll end up there?
Yeah, that's the room. That is the rumor.
I'll tell you what's interesting, guys, with Pittsburgh is the first part of their schedule is a little softer, I guess. It's that second part of the season when they get into the gauntlet and start having to get into the division. And I think that's when they may start out with a sprint. I mean, Russell may be really good starting out, but once they get to that second part, that's where I really think this quarterback thing is going to at some point be a distraction. And if Ayuk comes over, then maybe he helps resolve that. But I'm curious to see how Mike Tomlin handles this. He's kind of losing,
and they've got the
feel a little bit,
right. And the thing about them, Rodney, is they got to make hay now while TJ Watt is in his prime of what he's been doing, because you're not going to have this defense continue to play like this 3 years down the line. While TJ Watt is as good as he is, your offense has got to get better. And either one of those guys, it doesn't matter. You can't play we're just going to have a winning season deal in Pittsburgh. That's going to start to wear thin on Pittsburgh fans.
You got generational talent on that defensive line, which is weird because the brother was a generational talent as well. So, you can't be wasting TJ Watt, Buck. I absolutely agree with you, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Tough but Rodney, you're right. So the latter part of the season for the Pittsburgh Steelers is rather daunting. Starting with November 17th, right? Ravens, Browns, Bengals, Browns. That's the division. That's just a division tour right there in the latter part of the season, right? Then you get into December. Then you got Eagles, Ravens, Chiefs, Bengals.
Oh,
that is how they finish up the season.
They'll be looking for 2 new quarterbacks by then.
That's exactly right. They're going to be calling all the guys they got rid of. Hey man, can you come back? Yeah,
hey, Mitch, you're not a bitch anymore, buddy. Come on back.
Heck yeah! All right, boys, listen, have a great one. Hook 'em.
There you go.
Hey, BK.
Still no P.
BK, if you want to hang out just for a second. So speaking of Justin Fields in Chicago, so did you see what the Chicago White Sox manager got for breaking that losing streak?
No,
they canned his ass this morning.
Did they really?
Yeah, they did. Pedro Grifol gone out. So
they waited.
Way to go, dude. Go win those games.
Wow, they fired him after a win.
Fired him after a win.
Well, congrats. This guy's like Peyton Manning and John Elway's riding off into the sunset.
That's it, man. You walk out a winner, man. That's what it's all about, man.
Hard to believe they were having such a good year. I can't believe.
I tell you, man, they were about to win 25 straight and get back into the race, and they cut the dude loose. Man, sports is a bitch. Sports
it really is. That's good. All right, guys. I'll let y'all get to it, man. I'll be listening. Y'all have a great show. All
right,
you too,
later, man.
Be good. There he goes, and here we go. We are getting tipped off here on this wonderful Thursday, August 8th. Hopefully everybody is doing well as we are, or as well as we are. Rodney, how are you, my good sir? You good?
I'm good, my man. It's another beautiful day.
It's Waterburger's birthday, apparently, by Steven Delgado. He puts that in the chat first and foremost as we get started off on this wonderful, chaotic morning of chaos theory. Longhorn Bears, Steven Delgado, Scott, Jake, what's up, everybody? Daryl G, all the old crew. Chris, what's going on, my dude? So on this Waterburger birthday, do we get free Waterburger?
It's National Waterburger Day, so you can get a.
I got a question. Is it National Waterburger Day or is it Texas Waterburger Day?
National Waterburger.
Okay.
They're saying national. Okay. And the only reason that I know this is I was watching the news earlier, Fox 7. And Tierra Newbaum, who has done some NASCAR stuff with me, I saw her at a Whataburger, and she was like taking orders, doing what they do for Zany TV. And I looked out, and I texted her. I said, "Hey, are you at the 620 location of Whataburger?" She said, "Yeah, it's like right down the road over here." So that's why I said I'm going to wear my cap for National Whataburger Day. As soon as I get done, I'm going to go get one of those shakes. I'm going to wear this cap and hope that I get a number 1 combo for free.
Is it free?
The shake is free.
I don't have any problem paying, but I would like to know if it's free, it'll entice me to go more. But
yeah, the birthday shake is free today. I don't think you get any free hamburgers or anything, but I'm going to try. I'm going to wear this. I'm going to tell them I used to work there. I got this for Christmas one year.
So, I used to work there 40 years ago. At the original A-frame store.
Yeah, it's like I knew Harmon Dodson. He was my grandfather. That's how well I know the history of Whataburger. Actually, when I go to Corpus for race dates, I go to the one down there on the shoreline.
That's the OG, right? That's the first. That's the first Whataburger. Corpus was the settlement of Whataburger. It wasn't Austin.
It was Corpus. It was in Corpus.
That's I know. I mean, I say that rhetorically. It's just crazy that you would think that that a staple like Waterburger would have come from Austin or a bigger city like the Houston or Dallas or something like that.
Yeah.
That's
and the cool thing is
corporate, I guess.
if you go to that original one down there now it's a double decker. You can like sit up on the second floor and kind of look out at the bay and all that. Really cool stuff. But the good old days right there at Waterburger. Mel Tillis used to do Waterburger commercials.
He had a stuttering problem, but he didn't stutter at all when he sang, man.
Isn't that crazy? Coca-Cola cowboy. That dude, I mean, you're just a Coca-Cola cowboy.
You got an Eastwood smile and Robert Redford hair. But you walked across my heart like it was Texas. How to say I just don't care. There it is. I'll sing it next time without you. But
she said, "Just leave me alone." Oh, sorry.
You have a lovely voice. Yeah, man. Remind me of my granddaddy, dude. Remind me of my granddad. That's I was raised by my grandparents. So you guys that don't know, and there was always a Mel Tillis track in the damn car. We had a 1990. We ended up getting a 1994 Lincoln Town car. It was his favorite car he's ever wanted. He finally got it before he died, and we always had Mel Tillis rolling in the damn car. Always.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah. Good stuff.
That just brought me back, man. Take me on this Throwback Thursday, taking me down memory lane, my dude. Thank you very much for that wonderful memory of my grandpa. That wasn't even teed up either, man. You didn't even know that we listened to Mel Tillis either. I mean, and being that we were from the East Coast, who's going to think that we actually listen to Mel Tillis? So,
I know, right?
Anyway. I'm not a huge Mel Tillis fan. I just know Mel Tillis from my granddad. But I think he had a daughter like Pam Tillis or
Pam Tillis. Maybe it was Memphis. Maybe it was Memphis. Do I need to go get? I've got my guitar sitting over there. I mean, we could. Are we
going on tour, my dude, or are we going to leave this thing behind us here and this wonderful edition of Chaos Theory and go on tour? Is that what we're going to do? Or are we going?
We could become the new Brooks and Dunn.
I was thinking more like Tennille and the Captain.
Captain and Tennille,
or Admiral and Tennille. I don't know.
We could become Sister Sludge. Instead of Sister Sledge.
It's all deadly. It's absolutely all deadly.
Correct.
Well, welcome everyone. It's already chaotic if you're just tuning into us. You can find me on Twitter, Not the Fake Wags. You can find my co-host, Double R and partner in crime on Twitter at the Rodney R, and then on Instagram at the _Rodney R. I'm on the gram at the Wagner Wire and all other social media platforms that way as well. If you are out and about, if you are mobile, hit us up on that Coda text line 512-222-9328. Smash that subscribe button if you haven't done so already, so that you can get a part and join this or be a part of this conversation. Join us. Absolutely. 74 years strong for Waterburger today. It is Thirsty Thursday. Who are we thirsting on today? Any thirst traps out there?
Man, I don't know, man. That's
Rodney,
I guess
you and I usually fall into the thirst trap. And it's good. It does me good to know that I'm following the right people, because usually when I see that Rodney Rodriguez is following them, I'm on the right track.
Well, yeah.
What do you want to get into first, my guy?
I do want to mention, thanks, Grant, for comparing me to Chad Hastings. I'm not sure. Oh, I think Chad Hastings wears a Waterburger cap also.
Gotcha. Does Chad wear a cap?
To cover up that bald head he's got? Yeah, I think so.
I mean, I'm not bald yet, but I'm receding. That's for sure.
Hey, dude, I'm right there with you, man. And when I get a haircut, it only makes it worse.
So see, when I get the haircut to keep the hair tighter, right? Because I feel like when my hair is getting so thin now, when it gets longer, it just flaps and blows in the wind. So if I keep it shorter, like this, and style it wildly, it kind of covers up the receding hair line a little bit. Yeah. So again, I'm trying to extend the play here as the quarterback and, get me a nice little waggle or find somebody on a sprint out here. But
looking like Quinn Ewers. Hang on a second here.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. What you got going on? What are you going to do? Some fart tricks, some fart noises? What we got over there?
Asking about stealing the tags. Yeah, the race car number 4. I've got all my old race car number of these Waterburger tags. So yes, I do take them. I do take them from time to time.
Do you ask permission before you take them, or you just take them?
Hell, I just take them, dude.
That's stealing, Rodney. Rodney, that's stealing.
I know it is, and I'm sorry to the chaos theory nation that maybe to the chaos theory that maybe that I have a lot of bad habits, and that's another one. So you guys are learning a lot of bad things from me. So kids in the car, do not do that. Kids in the car line, no, it's too late for that.
Be better. Hey, so we were talking before, and I know this wasn't on the the one sheet here, but we were talking about this, and it kind of intrigued my interest here. How many games do you? I mean, when we talked about flirting with the rollout of Justin Fields early, it might not. It's probably not going to happen. They say it's Wilson's quarterback, or it's Wilson's job to lose. But we're talking about maybe 3 to 4 games until Wilson relinquishes command and then Fields takes over, right? What is the over under? All right, Pittsburgh won 10 games last season, and we talked about that daunting finish of a schedule coming up for them coming in November, December, and then January, finishing up in January, the early part of January. What is the over under of how many games you think Pittsburgh will win? Do they get double digits? Are they back in the double-digit win column? Does Tomlin still remain the coach that does not have an undefeated or a losing season?
I think that's going to end this year, to be honest with you. I see this as an 8 or 9 win football team, and this is going to be a team like I was talking about right there. I think they're going to come out of the blocks. I really think they need to make the move and go with Fields. I mean, just the versatility and so forth. But like we have been talking about, I don't know if Russ is ready to be a mentor quite yet. But I think they're going to come out of the blocks extremely well. And it's just that second part of the schedule, that gauntlet that you ran through. I was looking at that the other day, and that's why I'm like,
is Russ even going to slide into that mentor role, though? Like, will he embrace that mentor role?
He's going to have to.
Or will he sour over it and be a selfish, because he seems like a team player, right? He
does,
or he seems to be like the quarterback you want in the locker room to lead, a young team, right?
Yeah.
But is he ready to embrace that mentor? He's got to know that the best years are behind him, and that the better quarterback is waiting in the in the wings to kind of take over and wait for Wilson to basically acquiesce and say, yeah, you know what, dude, this is. We're being dumb about this. We're being completely naive. We know that you're the better quarterback. Go ahead and do that. But he's not gonna relinquish command that easy. No. When does he embrace mentorship?
Not that I wish ill upon anyone. I never do. I mean, even people that I seriously dislike. I don't use the word hate because I may dislike some people. I don't that word anybody. But it if and again, not wishing ill on him. If he gets hurt, if he's injured and kind of falls into that role to where Fields takes the mantle right there, I think that's where he becomes a better mentor if he's not able to play. You know what I mean? One of those things where
it's got to be barring injury.
Yeah. Where I think as long as he can compete for the job, and the thing is, I mean, if they storm out of the box and he's the starting quarterback, I mean, it's going to be hard to relinquish him of that job. And if it comes to a point to where Mike Tomlin, and this is, I think, where it gets real interesting, Wags, is if it comes to where Tomlin actually pulls him, it's like he pulls him out of the game, inserts Justin Fields, and it works out. That's he ain't gonna mentor then. I don't.
Well, think. you gotta figure. Arthur Smith, he's going to be indecisive with the move, right? So it's probably going to linger, a couple of weeks after it should happen. So it's probably, they'll probably be starting to talk about it in week 2, right? And then week 3, could be the time where they make the move or make pull the trigger to put Fields in there. And then week 4, I don't think it goes past week 4. I think, Pittsburgh might be 2-2 after that. I mean, you could figure, which is really fun for week 1 of the NFL to see Arthur Smith go up against his old unit with the Atlanta Falcons. They go on the road down to Hotlanta to play the Falcons there. I don't think they get past the Falcons. I think the Falcons beat the Pittsburgh Steelers here in week 1, especially with Russell Wilson as the quarterback. Broncos, they could squeak past the Broncos there, being at 1-1, and then the Chargers. I don't know. Like, I want to say that they can beat the Chargers, but I really don't. I have no absolute idea of what Harbaugh is going to do with this offense. Is it going to be a run-heavy offense like Harbaugh is used to? Because they got one of the best arms and one of the most superior arm talents in the damn NFL. Are they not going to let Herbert unleash that thing and eat? Quentin Johnson is one of the fastest dudes on the field. And a abysmal, awful season as a rookie, for sure, 100%. I mean, didn't even show up, but Joshua Palmer, and then QJ. Somebody's got to step up in the absence of no
Eckler.
No, not. I mean, Eckler's gone too, but hell, the best route runner in the damn league. He's on Chicago now.
Number 13.
Number 13.
Yeah. Yes. Number 13.
The name is eluding me to God.
How is this? I had that dude on my fantasy football team for like 4 years. Number 13. Number 13 is who we're talking
That's what
about.
we're going with. Number 13. God, we're so damn good. Anyway, God, that's gonna bother me.
We are
that's absolutely. And then also, you don't have Wallace, or not Wallace, Williams, Mike Williams as well. He's also gone. Keenan Allen is
Keenan Allen. Jeez,
yes. So no Keenan Allen, no Mike Williams. They're both gone from the LA Chargers. So we'll see how that pans out for them. I still, with the speed that you have for the Chargers wide receivers, I still think you let them eat. But honestly, like if it's a Harbaugh offense, you got to know that it's at least going to be 50-50 with the run pass ratio. More probably so on the 60-40 run to pass, predicated, the pass being predicated off the run with Harbaugh back there. I don't know. Yeah, Steelers are a mess. I don't know what they'll be after the first 4 weeks, but I do foresee Justin Fields at the helm after week 4. And then, honestly, to answer my own question that I asked you, Rodney, I don't see them as a double win or a 10-win team here, so to speak. They doesn't get into the double win column or the double figure win column here, man. Doesn't happen.
Don't you know when they play Atlanta that Bijan and Pitts and some of those dudes are going to be like, let's unleash on Pittsburgh. Let's explode this offense. Let's use every aspect.
Well, they also have one. They got a much better quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Right now. I mean, Heineke and Ritter were nowhere of form of Kirk Cousins, my guy.
Well, but
like, you have to know that, right? Like that offense, I don't know how bad it was Arthur Smith, but the quarterback play wasn't getting him anywhere either.
Well, but I'm still Arthur Smith. Watch this. This is what you had at your arsenal right
Well,
here.
there you go with your emotions coming back to play.
No, that's just
dirty,
pissed off. That's pissed off. That's like, check this out, Arthur Smith. Watch this. That's like me giving the finger to the Big 12 every chance I get for whatever reason. Waterburger's watching this, and they're like, we don't like this guy. He's bitter. He's bitter. Unlike our pickles.
Speaking of Harbaugh, you want to talk about this story here?
Yeah, man. NCAA, man. There you go, man. Dropping the hammer right there. That's the NCAA that we are looking for. I got a text from a buddy yesterday. He's like, man, the NCAA let Harbaugh have it, man. Can you believe it? I'm like, doesn't he coach the Chargers? I said, didn't he go to the NFL? It's a big freaking deal right here.
They showed him. They really got him. They
showed him,
really
didn't
got
they?
him. If you ever come back here, let me tell you something. You don't ever you get your damn kids off my porch too. You ever come back here? We don't ever want you back in college landscape. No, you just go away.
That's right. And if you want to come back, whoever wants to hire your suitor, they have to go to court. We have to have a hearing. They have to tell us why. And here's the other part. Here's the other part. When they hire you,
tell us why.
Yeah. They have to tell us why. And when they hire you, your ass is out for 1 year. That dude's sitting back and he's like,
cool. Thanks, guys.
Right on. How's the steak? Smoking him a cigar. Yeah.
I don't know if I don't think he smokes cigars. He's a milk and steak guy, though. He drinks milk with his steak, which I found rather odd.
What?
Maybe that's a Midwest thing. Not sure.
Milk with steak?
Yeah, that's full, right? I mean, I can hardly get through the damn meal with just eating the steak alone and then having like a half a beer. You know what I mean? And now you're bringing on milk with that. That's filling out my belly. Usually, if I'm eating a sandwich, if I got a Sandy going, I'll have like a little glass of milk, like a half a glass of milk to kind of fill my stomach up and coat my stomach, so I'm not eating a whole bunch of chips or a second sandwich or something like that, right? Yeah, milk and steak, man. You're adding nothing but layers on the layers, my dude.
And that's a good way to clean your insides out, man. You get the runs after
or
that.
stuff. I don't think you're going to be cleaning anything up if you're, if you got too much going down there on the lower section of the intestines there. What else we got going on, my dude?
I drink milk 2 times, when I'm eating cereal and when I'm eating ice cream. That's it.
No, I usually drink a glass a day. I usually have a glass of milk a day. Yeah. We probably go through a gallon a week easily.
Oh, nice.
Easily. Yeah, we're big milk drinkers here. Big milk drinkers.
It's good. That's not a bad thing. Thing.
Our bones are strong. Good calcium here.
Yeah. Hey, Wags, before we dig into a little bit of fantasy football, how about here before we get to the bottom of the hour, we drop a little word about one of our great sponsors. Of course, it is Covert Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
That's right. Thank you, sir. Nobody beats Covert deal. Not now, not ever. It's our first weekend of NFL football, buddy.
Yeah, what do you want to
2 games?
Yeah, I saw on here you crossed me up when you wrote this morning the one sheet. You got preseason, the start of preseason MLB, and I'm like, what? Like, what is this dude? What is this dude drinking already? So I of course, I kind of wanted to see your state of being when you showed up to the office this morning, but yeah, no, you seem to be sober. I was just curious on what the hell you were talking about there.
I'm okay. Yeah, I'm just all over the place. I mean, it's like I wake up and I start looking at, and then I don't have my glasses on when I'm typing over here, and I voice text and all that. It's like, I once, my wife's name is Tracy, and I have about 15 Tracys in my phone, whether it be business or just other friends.
All spelled the same? Are they all spelled the same?
I've got 6 Tracys that spell it like my wife, and we were supposed to be at a happy hour a few years back, and I go in there and I'm like gonna send her a text. She's running late, and I say, hey, where's your sexy ass at? Doing a voice text, and I send it. Of course, wrong
sent it to the wrong person.
Wrong Tracy.
Oh, you're an idiot. You're my favorite idiot in the world.
Well, the thing is that Tracy
be related. We really could be related. Holy shit.
That Tracy responds and was like, I didn't know we were supposed to meet. And I'm like, disregard.
You are not my wife. Sorry, my wife's name's Tracy too, and I confused her all's number and name. So Tracy Lords? Tracy Lords, of course you would know who Tracy Lords is. See me, you damn savant.
Had her in my phone.
The last time I saw Tracy
I'd
Lords
do that
was
on purpose. If I knew
Tracy Lords was in that Zach and Miri Make a Porno. Remember that? Did you ever see that movie, Zach and Miri Make a Porno with
Yes, I have. I have seen
Seth
that.
Rogen. Rogen. Oh my God, who's the girl? Who is the girl in Zach and Miri Make a Porno?
Oh man. Oops. Sorry about the butt tech. No, I totally owned up to it. I was like, maybe next week to the other Tracy. But
yes. Good. Elizabeth Banks.
Elizabeth Banks. Yeah. From Press Your Luck. Elizabeth Banks. I
never saw Press Your Luck, but I saw Role Models, and Elizabeth Banks is hilarious in Role Models. Elizabeth Banks is pretty damn good in almost everything she's in. Wet Hot Summer. Have you guys seen Wet Hot Summer? I watched that last night. I couldn't sleep last night, so I had Wet Hot Summer on Netflix. Fantastic movie, as a matter of fact. I mean, just an ensemble. That whole ensemble is great. What do you want to get into first for NFL? You want to break down the Giants? I mean, they both start at 6. What are we thinking here?
Hey, I dare to ask Gabe here. Gabe, Lockhart, my man. So what is the nickname? It's like, I have her under her nickname. I'm like, is that good or bad? So I finally got smart with my Tracy, with my wife. I put Tracy with a heart. So I finally got smart.
I actually have my wife down in the phone as my wife. Like it's not Katie, it's my wife.
Yeah. I used to just have
it's the Halloween theme when she calls as well. Bum 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 bum. Just got to, like, that way I know, like, I don't even have to look at my phone. I just know, all right, that's my wife calling. Sometimes it puts a little daunting or a sombrous call or a vibe onto the damn, conversation or whatnot, but it usually sets the mood just right, my dude. Just right.
At least it's not like the Jaws theme or something.
Well, I mean, hell, Michael Myers, what's worse, Jaws or Michael Myers?
I know, right?
Remember
that one?
It's still gonna, put a damn sharp chill up your spine, or it does me at least.
Remember that one you could get back in the early 2000s? Maybe you don't, where it was like a one of them ringtones where it would say, "It's the wife." It's the wife, she would call, and it's like, it's the wife. Oh, man.
I do remember there was a sounder from, what was it, Road Trip? No, one Road Trip. It was Euro Trip. So when you got mail, instead of like the sounder of "you've got mail," it was "mail, motherfucker." Just I had that downloaded forever, man. That was my alert for a while until I had to be in a professional setting. So once I got out of the military, I had to switch it. Of course you got to be professional.
I still have it. I still have it. I don't use it anymore, but I still have it in my phone to where
nice.
Yeah.
Mail, motherfucker. Nice. Love it. That's a traditional throwback. All right, you want to get into a little bit of the preseason tonight, my dude?
Yeah, man. You think
you want to talk about Baxter first, and then get into the NFL?
I like what you said yesterday. I think it's good the way that we do that, where we kind of go to Texas towards the end of the show. That way we roll right in, because when Jeff and them come on, I mean, they're just full of. I mean, they've got like breaking stuff. Sark is supposed to speak at 11, so I'm curious to see what's going to be said with that. NFL preseason. I'm really interested tonight to see Drake May. I hope we get a good look at Drake May with this quarterback class, because
maybe we get a series out of him. I don't think we'll see too many snaps though.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would hope that this is the opportunity to where you get him in. I mean, get reps now. I mean, get this dude in and let him play, because I'm assuming, I don't know what's going to happen with Jacoby Brissett, but I'm assuming that, kind of like we're talking about with Fields over in Pittsburgh, that this is going to be your plan moving forward. So I think the more reps that you get him is going to be a good idea. I don't know how prepared he is. So that's the other part. And I'm curious to see, man, it's going to be really weird to watch a Patriots game and Bill Belichick's not around anywhere, preseason or regular.
There's rumor. We were talking about the Eagles yesterday. There's rumors, surfacing around, and people are flirting with the idea that Belichick could be penciled in as the Eagles coach in a knee-jerk reaction if Sirianni is out.
Yeah, that's
an absolute nightmare. I do not want Bill Belichick anywhere near the NFC East.
Oh.
No. I don't want another. I don't know how long Bill Belichick is eyeing up his return or the next stint that he's going to do. But if it's anywhere near a damn decade, I don't want it around. Like, sure, embrace us with your greatness, and you're the goat of wisdom in terms of calling plays in the NFL. But dude, the Giants are struggling enough. We absolutely do not need you as the play caller and signal caller, or not signal caller, but the damn head coach for the Philadelphia Eagles. It doesn't sit well with me at all. It shouldn't sit well with any of you Dallas fans at all either. Don't let this dude in the NFC East anywhere but the Eagles, Bill, anywhere.
Yeah. And check out this breaking news here from producer CB, Nick Foles, announcing he should. If he's going to retire, he better retire as an Eagle, because that's where his lasting effect is right there. So that dude hung around a lot, and may not have all the stats and may not have whatever, but he's got a Super Bowl championship.
He's got a ring. Hey, you know what, though? He's going to retire as an Eagle, rightfully so. But I love I always love the credit that he gives Andy Reid, and Andy Reid is well noted as a player's coach, always being there for his guys. But the fact that I'm not sure how many people know that Nick Foles was just done with it after an awful run with Jeff Fisher. And I'm not blaming it all on Jeff Fisher, but hell, you guys, speaking of Bill Belichick, you guys know that old adage that I go to all the time where Saban and Bill Belichick say that you can't undo bad coaching. You just, excuse me, and I'm paraphrasing, but and again, 7-7, 7-7, 7-7, that is to a T. Jeff Fisher, 500. I don't want to say that he's a bad mentor or anything like that, but when you have a quarterback that is just kind of ready to throw the career away or end his career early because of the lack of tutelage or lack of mentorship, and then gets reinvigorated or feels reinvigorated because of the love, interest, excitement that is brought back to the game from Andy Reid to Nick Foles. He kind of rekindled and reinvigorated his career when he was with the run at Kansas City, and it charged him up a little bit to get back out there and go after it. And without that, Nick wouldn't have wound up on Philadelphia and gotten the opportunity to lead the Eagles, or not lead, but to spell Carson Wentz and lead the Eagles to a Super Bowl, man. Big Dick Nick for a reason, my dude. Rightfully so. I hate to see him in the green, but I mean, my dude from Austin here, wearing the green as well as anyone else can. If I'm gonna like any other Philadelphia Eagle out there, it's probably Jason Kelce. But yeah, Nick Foles, hats off to you, my dude. Take the knee, take the bow. Absolutely.
That really was one of those times to where, as a Cowboy fan, when Foles goes there, to where it's like, man, it's really hard to want him to want Philadelphia to do well. I mean, it's really hard, and it was because of Big Nick. I mean, it was a
name, dude.
Yeah, and just
you
think about
plug it in your sock all you want, brother.
And it was like Carson Wentz. It's like, man, this amazing season, and then shit happens.
Carson Wentz was on fire that year.
Dude,
that was one hell of a season by Carson Wentz.
Yeah, MVP he would have been. And here's where this gets really interesting, where you mentioned Belichick, and with that conversation about Nick Sirianni and all that, depending on what happens right there, it's been pretty well spoken that I think Jerry Jones has a pretty good hard on right now for Bill Belichick as well. Bill Belichick working for Jerry Jones, I don't necessarily know how that's going to work. Bill Parcells, it didn't work. But
Jerry, if Jerry wants it to work, he's got to get out of the way.
That's a whole thing.
He's just got to get the hell out of the way and let Bill do his thing.
That's the whole thing. And where I talk about, depending on what happens with Philadelphia, when I talk about Dallas Cowboy distractions, if indeed, like we're hearing that this is a possibility with Philadelphia and with Bill, I mean, this is just something else for the Cowboys. And is there a knee-jerk response from Jerry and from Stephen Jones and Will McClay? Well, I think Will McClay is kind of the one where, hold on, boys, hold on, pull this back a little bit. Do they? We talk about, you look at this whole division. You look at the whole NFC East, hell, they're all well, except for Washington, who I think is still going to surprise people. The other three teams, hell, they all got lame duck coaches. Sirianni, the Giants, and the Cowboys. All three of them. I like
Dable. I like Dable.
I like Dable too. I like Dable too.
But yeah, it's not exactly working. We'll see how this is the last year you got, buddy. This is the last grace period that I'll give you, or that I think Giants fans will give you. Look, Dable was fantastic as the OC under for Buffalo, right? And you thought that it was going to work out well, or work to fruition, or come into fruition with the Giants. It looks like he tried to roll out the same type of offense that he had with Buffalo, and thinking that he had a Josh Allen beta. Seriously, with Daniel Jones. It just it hasn't come to fruition that way. there's some pieces now surrounding Jones that can allow him to ascend to that level or potentially ascend to that level of play. I just don't think that he has what Josh Allen has in the tank. I do think that Jones has some wheels. He's got some arm strength, but it's just not all connecting. It doesn't all compute like it does when Josh Allen's running the helm.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's kind of the same thing that we were talking about, where I really think a lot of the issue there in Philadelphia is the fact that Shane Steichen's not the OC there anymore, and I think that
Wait, are we talking about Philadelphia or New York? I'm sorry, I thought we were talking about New York.
Well, I'm comparing Philadelphia to New York, kind of
okay.
in the sense that the OC takes off and so forth. But yeah, New York. I mean, this really is the time for Daniel Jones. I mean, you are out of time. And I don't know how long the leash is here for the head coach in this situation, because you do, man, I like the additions right there. Of course you did lose Saquon Barkley, but like we've talked about, he's been hurt before. So I just think that the whole NFC East, there's just a lot of questions, and a lot of it's outside football, because there's a lot of pressure on these coaches other than Washington, because Washington is essentially a start over, just from the ground up. I mean, they're starting everything over. So I don't know, but yeah, curious to see the Giants tonight. They take on the Lions. If this was regular season, I'd say they're about to get stomped. But this is where you see player development. This is where
I don't think we'll see too much of Malik Neighbors either. We'll see a heavy dose of Drew Lock, which that's honestly what I want to see. I'm kind of all right with Drew Lock, honestly. If Jones goes down, I'm all right with Drew Lock. I mean, I don't think that he's a tier 1 quarterback, or a top 10 NFL or a top 5 NFL quarterback by any means. But he can bridge a gap. He absolutely can bridge a gap. Am I cool with him being there for 2 years until the rightful heir comes in to the New York quarterback room? No, but there's kind of no other way or no other rollout plan for this. We can't imagine that this Daniel Jones experiment is going to actually work. It hasn't worked in the past 3 years. I'm expecting failure, and when that happens, Drew Lock is the contingency plan. You're just going to have to. It's been purgatory football for 4 years. It's going to be 2 more awful years until you find the next franchise quarterback walking through those doors at MetLife Stadium.
Yeah, that's exactly the point. I mean, I think the Giants, if they stumble out of the gate and win,
line tonight's only 3.5. By the way, if you guys are trying to bet, line tonight is 3.5. I think Drew Lock's going to have a solid game, probably 200 yards, 2 touchdowns. We'll see though. Actually, he probably won't even play that long.
When they stumble out of the gate, if whatever, I think this is where you do need to figure out what you have with Drew Lock, because like you said, coming with this quarterback class, I mean, I love what you're saying for 2 years. I mean, because look at what Quinn, Quinn Ewers, Shedeur Sanders, does he want to play for them? I don't know.
Play for them.
I think that's what we're going to have when that dude comes out, Wags. I mean, I think we're going to have another one of those scenarios to where it's like, I'll only play for Dallas, the 49ers, Kansas City. It's like, you take your pick. I'll only play for the Ravens. Well, you know what?
Man, that's what Eli did.
Yep.
Eli demanded greatness. And that's
right.
what you get when you go there. You know what else you get with greatness? You get audiovisual consultations. Yeah, if you're demanding greatness, especially in the audio or visual automation realm, make sure you're giving AV Consultations a call. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. Over the past 35 years, they have been setting the standard in audiovisual automation in the Austin, Central Texas area. Just give them a call. 512-255-8678. 8678, or go to that gallery of projects they have on their website at avconsultations.com. That way you can get an idea of what you want in your house. You don't have to go with just the 2 TVs or the arcade units that I have, or the 3 televisions that Rodney has, the 4 TVs, the video wall that BK has. It's all deadly. You can get an idea of what you want by looking at the gallery of projects that they've done over the past 35 years. Just give them a call, 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
That's right. And 2 big games coming up, over $16 million in prizes that could be won at Circa Resort and Casino in Vegas. TSU heading out there August 22nd and 23rd. Some live shows will be going on out there. How about a little more information about these massive games that you can be a part of?
Biggest pro football contests in Vegas are back. Circa Survivor and Circa Million are now up to a record $16 million in guaranteed prizes. 2 ways to win and no rate. Circa Survivor contestants select 1 team each week with no point spread. Last the longest to win it all with $10 million guaranteed. In Circa Million, make 5 picks against the spread each week for your share of $6 million guaranteed through quarterly and full season payouts. Enter in Nevada. Play from anywhere. Visit circasports.com for details.
Yeah, absolutely. So it is on the docket tonight, 2 games, 6 o'clock our time. Both of them on NFL Network. You get Panthers at Patriots and Lions at the Giants as we start our first full weekend. Call it preseason, call it whatever you want to call it, of NFL football coming up. Games tomorrow, game Saturday, lots of good stuff. Football season is here, my man. Football season is here.
And just in time, not a moment too soon, as a matter of fact. Yeah, we do, like we just mentioned, we do have the Giants and Lions tonight. We also have the Patriots and the Panthers tonight as well. We talked a little bit. We flirted with the Lions and Giants here. I think the Giants actually win tonight over the Lions. Not that preseason matters anyways. It just matters to all you degenerates like myself and Rodney here if you're trying to get some scratch on the game. What are we liking tonight there, Rodney? The line here is 6.5 in favor of New England. Your thoughts, sir?
I go that direction. I go that direction right there. I think that depend. This is where it gets so hard when it comes to preseason, because how long are you going to see whoever? I think these games are even more difficult.
May gets a series. May gets a series if that.
That's what I was going to say. I mean,
it doesn't matter if they go 3 and out. He's only going to get 1 series.
Yeah. You know, it's so much easier when you look at like the other game, when you look at the Lions and the Giants. I mean, you know that you're not going to see a lot of what you're going to see during the regular season from the Lions. I mean, a lot of it's going to be the Lions. Maybe both units run a series, but then you're going out there and you're building depth. And honestly, for me, that's why I enjoy preseason, because you get to see these guys. The intensity is pretty damn heavy right there, because these are guys who are playing for their livelihood. You know, it's either this, or go to the UFL, or go drive for Uber, or go get a job, or go sell insurance, or whatever. So not that there's anything wrong with any of that stuff, but it's like this is your livelihood. So that's why I get into this stuff pretty good. The betting is hard.
And if you're not looking, if you don't feel confident about placing bets or scratch on the games tonight, just because you're going to be looking at some of the second and third units of there, here's some other prop bets that you can go with. Say you've already been out to the desert and you've already gone to Circa and you've registered there, and now you have the luxury of placing bets with Circa Sports at the confines of your own home, right? Well, you want to find a prop bet on there that has Jacoby Brissett, throwing for 200 yards, or Bailey Zappi throwing for over 200 yards, right? It's not going to be the main guys. It's not going to be, May, or it's not going to be Jones, or, it's not going to be Young, but it could be the backups there. So if you're looking to find something, fun to play, or, trying to find, something with more skin on in the game, so that you can be more invested into the preseason football. Not that you need it, but if you're looking for it, you can find some prop bets out there for you too. That's the stuff that I do in terms of preseason football. I don't really bet too much on, the money line or the spread here. Usually I go with propositional bets.
Yeah, because you just don't know what you're going to see. I mean, you really have no idea.
You can't even predict it. You can sit here. You'd like to think that the second team is going to roll out for at least a quarter, maybe, and then you'll get the third team in there for the rest of the match, or rest of the meet and greet here. But you absolutely never know. Coin toss winner prop bets, not so much in preseason. It doesn't really have that limelight, that marquee headline there, but still, yeah, Jake, I'm sure they're out there. You just got to find them. Look them up. It's on Circus Sports. Check it out.
I'd really think that just with the 2 games tonight, for example, like if you really wanted to go in there and try to bet the spread or try to bet over under and all that, you would do it more. You would absolutely do that more with probably the Panthers and the Patriots, because that's the one where those are both teams that need to figure things out. So that's going to be more of a football game to where the
Panthers
Lions
kind of figured out the fact that or not Panthers, but Patriots figured out the fact that they don't want Brandon Ayuk. So,
man, and that's still I thought that would have been resolved.
Excuse me, maybe it's not the fact that they didn't want Brandon Ayuk.
I think it's the other way
around.
around.
It's the other way around. I don't think Brandon Ayuk wanted to be a Patriot. So
yeah, that's got to be what it is. And I thought that maybe that would slot the Browns in there, and Pittsburgh, they're still sitting here trying to figure this thing out.
That's what I mean. I was thinking that Washington was going to come back into the mix, right? Like maybe maybe Washington, maybe Daniels throws a bone to Ayuk and being like, because they do have a really good relationship, stemming back from college. I thought maybe that was going to happen. To no avail. Again, we could still see something turn here. We could still see something turn, but Pittsburgh appears to be the favorite as the suitors.
It's funny how that whole discussion was happening. I think we probably talked about it. Was it about 3 weeks ago, Wags, where we really thought, okay, it could be Washington because they had all that communication and all of this, and that's gone quiet. And now it seems like it's Pittsburgh.
But you got to think if you're San Francisco and you're really focused on being a winner, Brandon Ayuk's got to be in your locker room. It absolutely has to be there. Where do you go for how do you rekindle this? I mean, of course, everybody's a pro, right? You sit there, you go in and be like, all right, let's let bygones be bygones. Sorry for all the animosity off the field. I'm here now. Money's set. Everything's good. Sorry for being, the prima donna or diva, but no one's going to look out. If I'm not going to look out for myself, no one else will. So. You address it, as a professional, put it out in the open and, address the elephant in the room early and, work to going after that championship. But if you're San Francisco, you absolutely want to have Brandon Ayuk in your locker room, right? You have
There's
to.
no doubt about that. There's and like
anybody that wants to win wants Brandon Ayuk in their locker room.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we mentioned, I mean, not that the window is closing for the 49ers, but it's kind of like that old rusty window you have at home that kind of starts slipping down a little bit. It doesn't close all the way. It just kind of starts creeping down, with the Lions.
For one season, Jake, I think he was there for 1 year when Daniels, Daniels might not even have been the starter. But I think he was there for 1 year. I do remember reading something like that on Barstool. I'll double touch on that to confirm it, but I do remember them being on campus for 1 year together.
Yeah, I think, and the other part of this, I think where the 49er thing with Ayuk has kind of gotten a little complicated is like we were talking about, to where the fact that the 49ers said, okay, we'll go ahead and entertain trade ideas, to where they hadn't actually mentioned that before. It had been thrown around that maybe something would happen, but it's kind of like when you're in a relationship with and that girlfriend or boyfriend says, well, maybe we ought to break up. Maybe we should, but nothing is figured decisively. So that's still there. So overcoming that, like you're saying, that's the hard part. That's the hard part.
That'll be the toughest part. But yeah, in 2019, apparently they were there on the same squad in 2019, Jake. I thought that would be a good get for Washington. Of course, it'd be a good get for anybody. What's up, Ike? How we doing, good sir? Good to see you in here. A little late this morning, Ike. Would you tie one off?
He probably did. He probably did because the Astros take the silver boot, beating the Rangers last night with another stunning performance from my man Yuki. God, I love that trade. Well, the other day I was bitching about
you
it.
You didn't like that trade.
It was like, man, that's the guy I wanted all along. Hey, good weekend. Texas teams gonna get good. They both go on the road. Rangers and Yankees, Astros and Red Sox. That's gonna be some good baseball this weekend.
Well, when that trade went down, you were ready to tear your damn house down, my dude.
All for it. I was like, this is the guy.
You are all full of shit. That's what you are. You're all full of shit.
I've been working.
You're never not working, my dude. Thank you for watching the show, and thank you for tuning in to Texas Sports Unfiltered, my brother. So apparently I am going to be the master of ceremonies here. They say master of ceremonies. I'm just going to probably be the drunkard of ceremonies. I am doing some shot calling and announcing as the commissioner for Ike's fantasy football tournament this year, or fantasy football league this year. So they're going to take me out and get me drunk and get me all lathered up and boozed up here. Can't wait. Make sure I have a ride handy, because I'm not going to be able to probably leave. What's that old song? I go to parties sometimes until 4. It's hard to see when you can't, or it's hard to leave when you can't find the door. They think I'm crazy, but they can't. But they just can't see.
So this is going to be like the old reincarnation of the remember the Pluckers things that we would do, where we go to the Pluckers and do the draft thing.
Oh my God!
I only got to do that twice, man, and I'm like, God, I wish we could do that. That was some of the funniest.
You know how
shit
I would just sit there. Well, one, I didn't know that the Batmans were alcoholic for the longest time. I had no idea. So I was just sitting there just pounding Batmans. I was like, man, this tastes. What kind of juice is this? And I was like, man, I think there's fucking vodka in this, man. And yeah, there is. I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ, I've been sucking them down all day. Jesus.
Those were great, man. And it was like, all that energy and everything that would happen. And then you'd get to like pick number 18 and shit where everything. And that's where it's like, somebody make a pick. Just somebody make a pick.
or you just got the list right here. Who's on the list? And then you got Chad. If Chad, I love you, but you cheat. You cheat all the damn time, or you did there. You would always be like, hey, get on Google, get on the internet, and try and use, an aid of reference to try and find this. Yeah, there's no way in the hell that your store or your Pluckers restaurant or your eatery is guessing 28 out of the 30 picks. It's just not happening, my dude.
Yeah.
You guys aren't that smart collectively. You're not. It doesn't even matter. You can't put all the brains in the damn restaurant together and still have that collective of a damn brain, or that intelligent of a brain. But yeah, Pluckers draft parties absolutely off the damn charts. I hope we get back in play for those coming up next year, man. Those are fantastic. But look, if you're looking for a fantasy football party, hit me up. I'll come out and do a party for you. Or hell, maybe even the other talents for Texas Sports Unfiltered. Also, we want to give a little bit of an announcement too. College football 25 is out there, right? And there are going to be nights where I'm going to invite the viewers and followers of Texas Sports Unfiltered to join me on my Twitch channel as I play College Football 25 online. Rodney's more than welcome. BK's more than welcome. Anybody's more than welcome, as long as you got a PlayStation 5 or Xbox to play the game on. You can come in, backseat game, tell me which plays you want to do. We can even bet on how many losses I might have during a season, or better yet, we can do an online league and invite everybody in there. That's what I'm talking about. It's all deadly. Gaming is a lot better when you're playing with friends. That's the old adage, and that's what they say, Rodney. It comes to fruition 9 times out of 10, my dude.
That's right.
All right, my guy. You want to get into it real quick before we turn it over to It's Only an Hour? Kind of danced around it all morning long, but we got to talk about it. Had some bad news coming out of the 40 acres yesterday. Chip was all over it, and was had his ear on the ground and kind of giving it to us as it was coming out. And then we got the worst part about it just as we were coming off the air, or around 2:00, I think, when we heard that he was actually CJ Baxter is going to be out for the year. It sucks. It absolutely sucks. But if you're looking at a silver lining of this, at least it happened now so that you can plan for it for the entire season. That's really the only thing that I can take away that's good out of this. It sucks to see a talent in such a fascinating, a fun young man, a intelligent young man go down and not be a part of this potentially special season for the Texas Longhorns. But as we discussed yesterday, Jaden Blue, absolutely capable of carrying the load. I thought the load was going to be more a 60-40 payload, shared payload, but If you're talking about Jaden Blue being able to put 70% on his back and tote the rock, he's completely capable of doing so. Now, who are we going to see in spell? Will it be, will it be Wisner? Well, apparently that seems to be the name that's been touted out there. Stay tuned to Texas Sports Unfiltered for more information that gets rolled out on that. But yeah, it absolutely sucks. We got the press conference coming up for CJ Baxter here in just a couple of minutes. But be thankful that we do have a running back like Jaden Blue to be able to just come in there and take the ball running and firing on all cylinders. Last season ended up being a lot more important than we realized with JB going down and then, having CJ Baxter go down every now and then with 2024 and then having Blue get the reps that he needed to fire off at 6.1 a clip. I think Jaden Blue is going to be absolutely fine.
Yeah, I think he's ready to go, and that is a good thing that he had the reps last year, and that really is. This is
it's funny how things pan out, right?
Absolutely,
things that you don't think are mattering at the time matter so much when you don't even realize.
Yeah.
It's funny how things pan out, man.
And I mean, for CJ Baxter, I mean, for that kid, I mean, you have to, 2 years in a row right here. I mean, last year was one thing in game one, but now even before first padded practice. So that really sucks.
I would assume TexasSports.com. I would assume. I don't know where the live rollout is going to be. Stay tuned to Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'm sure that we could be having, a third-party link on top of that. We'll get that news when it comes out there, Steven. But thank you. We appreciate your concern.
But I really think
we'll definitely have the rollback. We'll definitely have the playback.
Plenty of sound tomorrow. But the thing about this is, I mean, we have talked ad nauseum probably to some people that may be checking in from other parts of the SEC about this running back room. I mean, this is exactly why this running back room is built like this. I mean, like I said, I don't wish ill upon anybody, but if you're going to lose somebody, boom, here you go. You got the next bullet in the holster ready to go.
Right.
And he now becomes that guy. I mean, we talked about
I don't want it to feel like it's. I don't want our conversation to feel like it's not a loss because it is. When you lose it, when a player of this caliber and this talent goes down, it's a loss regardless. And one, the guy's a really good player to have in your locker room too, apparently. But when you have talent that can supplement like Jaden Blue, it doesn't feel that bad of a loss, right? Like it does emotionally and personally, it's an absolute loss. But from a team aspect, it sucks, but it's not that big of a drop back because of all the reps that Jaden Blue got last season. And if we, I'm not saying this because CJ Baxter went down. I'm not. But if you want to get my full opinion on it, you can't lie to the eye in the sky, man. Going back and looking at the film, I thought Jaden Blue looked better than CJ Baxter.
Yeah. And
and maybe that's just me trying to embrace this situation, with more wind in the sails here, Rodney. But I don't think we're in that dire straits. I think we're okay. I think we're going to be okay. Now it sucks not having those two being able to 1-2 and hammer it out as a machine. But I mean, look, now you get more reps for another young back.
Yeah.
Especially when you have a good 1-2 combination, Rodney, it doesn't feel that bad when one of the combinations goes down.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point right there. And I mean, honestly, I mean, you don't want to lose either one of them. But I mean, with blue, you've got the slash, you've got the more speed, you've got all of that. I mean, I think that Wisner can pop in there, and Wisner's a big guy. I mean, all three of these other guys are big guys, and then you got all these tight ends like Bucky was talking about. I mean, do you move some of these guys over? Helm, Nyblack. I mean, the other part of this is when you have this injury that happens, you don't have to go redo your offense. You just you're redoing personnel.
No knee-jerk reactions have to be made. It's plug and play, essentially.
That's it. And, we've mentioned this to where at some point, we talk about it with the quarterback room to where at some point, if Quinn goes down, Arch Manning has to be ready to go. Same scenario right here. Now we're in reality. CJ Baxter is not going to play this year. And Jaden Blue is more than ready. if you lost, let's say you lost CJ Baxter and Jaden Blue wasn't a part of this running back room, then I'd be a little more, oh shit. Now we've got.
I would have nothing but oh shit all over my face. Yes. But I mean, the fact that I have little concern, it's all confidence on Jaden Blue. It's not the fact that I'm not tore up or not beat up about losing, a talent and a great person like CJ Baxter. It's the fact that it sucks, but we're not hurting that bad because of the talent behind CJ Baxter or the talent that was shared in that backfield with CJ Baxter.
And that's the weird part, comparing it to last year when Baxter goes down. It's like,
but what did you just see? What did you just say there? What did you just say there? Last year, Baxter went down. Last year, Baxter went down. Yeah. Baxter went down a couple of times last year. All right.
Yes.
Jaden Blue was Jaden Blue's backfield for the better part of the second half, right? Like, sure, he was sharing he was sharing totes and sharing the payload, but he was like at one point it was still like him. It was just him after JB goes down and Baxter goes down. He's still the one that's standing there. Like resiliency, man, resiliency. And I don't want to say that CJ Baxter is prone to injury, but he went down a few times, right? And we kind of felt like we had this conversation off air, like, hey, if it just sucks that it came to fruition, right? If CJ Baxter goes down, at least we got Blue. We know Blue can carry the load. It sucks that actually happened, but we're here now, and we can address it with I would say minimal stress is possible because of all the totes and all the reps that Jaden Blue got last season.
Yeah. And not that I didn't think last year when CJ Baxter went down at the beginning of the year, that Jonathan Brooks, I knew that
not jinx the damn thing. All right. Don't even put that on us just by having a conversation. All of you guys had the conversation. Everybody had the conversation all season. Don't just put it on Double R and Wags. Damn it.
Yeah. No, I mean, last year, I'm like, I know Brooks is going to come in and he's going to do a tremendous job. I didn't think he was going to do as tremendous as he did. So that was somewhat of a surprise. I feel very confident that Jaden Blue's going to come in and do a really, really good job. 1,200, 1,300 yards, I think now is what we're going to see out of this guy, because you're not sharing the totes, but at the same time, you're going to have to get out of there. These other guys need to be ready to spell it. This is where I think you can actually go if you're Sark and if you're Tashard Choice. And this is where your challenge is to very, very inchy, very, I don't even know what I'm trying to say. Open up your offense a little bit more.
I don't know, but it was fun hearing you say it.
I was trying to make up another chaos theory word right
You
there.
Sound like Wags. You sound like me.
It's like, dang.
Where are you going with this? You're in Wagster's you're in Wagster's dictionary here, not Webster's. It's Wagster's dictionary.
Shit.
You got a thesaurus back there, huh?
Man, all I got back here is Farmer's Almanac.
Jeffrey, what's up, brother? How we doing?
Farmer's Almanac, Double R. You consulting with Buck about the Farmer's Almanac?
You damn right.
They can't read past A.
Yeah, but Bucky and I are the meteorologists on duty right here, and we're always wrong. I said duty.
No joke. My wife's grandmother, she's damn near in her 80s and still going stronger than a lot of folks in their 50s. She's a firm believer in the Farmer's Almanac. So I gotta get with. Always got to make sure I ask Gigi what the Farmer's Almanac is going to say before we start planting anything, and she knows about her. The Farmer's Almanac will not
steer you wrong.
That's it. Called for that freeze that we had when nobody had electricity. I mean, not to that extent. It was in there.
You know what I worry about, honestly, Rodney Wags. I think you probably appreciate this too, but I worry about, as the older generation or our grandparents, when they're in their 80s, when they die, are all these good recipes just going to go with them to the grave?
I think so.
That's sad, man.
We do have a recipe book.
It's right here.
Yeah, but usually, like, the stuff that my wife makes, she doesn't make it the same way each time, which it's a little annoying. Like, we have the recipes right here.
I know, dude.
And of course, I can't say that because I'm not the one making it. So if I made it, then I guess I could have some say in it. But
Well, that's what happens at the housewives. Because my wife, I was like, "Why don't you cook?" I was like, "I need a recipe," and she's like, "Why are you measuring that out?" I'm like, "Because that's what it says right there." She's like, "Get out of the way, just move."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm by the book. Sorry, I'm trying to do it by the book, but I want it to taste like grandma shit.
You guys will appreciate this. I'm not. I'm just checking out some clutter on my desk. I got this in the mail because I went on a Facebook marketplace, not marketplace, but it was a Facebook group I'm in. It's having a massive card sale, like a bunch of $1 cards. Picked up the Steve McMichael rookie card the other day.
Oh, look at you!
As a young, vibrant Mongo right there. So,
wow.
Look at you! Now, just out of nostalgia, you had to pick that up out of nostalgia? Or?
Yeah, I've been looking for one now because, dude, 85 Tops football, because of the black borders, they're so hard to find in even decent shape. And this one actually is pretty good. That's one of the better examples I've seen. It's got a little bit of like a pencil mark on the back, like just a little pencil dot. But other than that,
what would you say the highest value card you have right now? Are you willing to show that?
I don't know if I can reach it right now. It's in the cabinet. It's a 68 Nolan Ryan rookie, the Nolan Ryan Jerry Kuzman.
Damn.
I don't know what it goes for.
I was gonna say, like, do you use Beckett books? Like, how do we find value now? Do we still use the Beckett books?
Beckett still exists. Beckett still exists. You can still get the old hard copy. Just like some people use the Farmer's Almanac. Some people still use Beckett. Yeah. Beckett does have an online deal though, Wags.
Okay.
An online deal. But now eBay sold items is the best way to just check that. Yes, Jake Bayless, I do have a Luka rookie card somewhere over there, sitting right next to my Dirk Nowitzki rookie also. So, but yeah, probably that Nolan Ryan rookie.
You got Dirk and Luka rookie?
Yep.
That's hold on to that. That's a pass down to Charlotte right there.
Yeah, I've got the basketball shelf. It's Dirk, Luka, Kobe, which I just got back from PSA a few months ago, and my LeBron rookie, which is headed there at some point.
Crazy, that's absolutely nuts. All right, I imagine you guys are going to talk about supplementing CJ Baxter and what's going to go down there. Thankfully, Jeff, we did get to see a lot of Jaden Blue last season, and Jordan, you can attest to this too. It's not so much of the fact that I'm not worried of losing talent like CJ Baxter and a great player like CJ Baxter and a great person like CJ Baxter. It's the fact that I'm not worried because of all the reps and all of the totes that Blue got last season. I don't think, it sucks losing a player like this, but I don't think we're in dire straits because of all the reps that because of all the reps that Jaden Blue got last semester.
I'm going to wear the CJ Baxter injury as a scarlet letter. This is all my fault because the first game of college football 25 I played, I lined up in a full house backfield and I spammed the counter play with CJ Baxter, and this is the football gods getting even with me. So I'm going to take responsibility for this.
Here we go. Now you want to talk about how nuts we get on chaos theory. You guys are getting more chaotic than we are. Yeah, you're calling in the gods, the digital gods of PlayStation and Xbox, Jeff. That's what you're doing.
I betrayed them by spamming the counter play. It was a good play though. Counter lead out of the full house.
I'm with you. I also like middle attack out of the shotgun. It's really hard to beat.
Jordan would probably hate it because I was using Jordan Washington as an extra blocker. He was not involved in a route, so it was
no bueno. Jordan, what we got going on today, bud? How you doing?
Well, it's almost like the number 2 receiver in the country didn't even commit to Texas yesterday.
Another one out of Saxy, one of my favorite schools to say. Saxy.
With the Baxter news, and then obviously DJ Sanders saying, actually, you know what? I'm not going to commit at the time. I told everyone I'm going to commit to Texas A&M tonight. So that, again, makes it seem as if the number 2 receiver didn't even commit to Texas last night or yesterday. But it happened, and I don't know. We're going to talk about what's next for, I guess, the Baxter stuff and DJ Sanders. So
still going to be a good day, Jordan. It's going to be a good day.
It'll be fine.
Man, I woke up this morning, so it's a great day.
Yeah, we're going to be the sun's shining. The sun's shining. We're going to be all right. I promise.
That's right.
All right, gents. I'm going to bid you guys adieu. You guys have a great day. Y'all be good, man. We'll see you tomorrow for Friday.
Later, man.
Thank you, gents. All right, Chaos Theory out. It's only an hour. It's Jeff. It's Jordan. Jordan, how was the whole deal at Saxy yesterday?
It was good, and I can actually filibust for a sec. Your mic is not plugged in. I can tell it's the Mac audio. No, it was good. It was really smooth sailing. Honestly, probably the smoothest commitment ceremony's ever gone that I've been at. I called our main producer.
How are we now?
Good. It sounds great. Okay. Sounds great. But
I'm an idiot.
No, I called our producer just because I was going to get there an hour early to help us set up, and I called the main producer working on it. I'm like, hey, just giving you a reminder, I'm going to be there in case you need any help. Like, let me know. And he's like, yeah, well, they have like the principal, their media directions or media relations director there, and the dad has also been great. So we're probably not even going to need your help. And I show up at 11. They have everything set up. And then Collier, his dad, his family, they didn't even show up till like 11:30, something like that. But showed up, chopped it up with the Red Barons for a little bit. That's Saxy's head coach. Really cool dude. Actually, I like him a lot. He's been at Saxy 42 years. So he's a lot of stories to tell. So I always just I didn't sit down in his office. We were just chopping it up in the gym, but always just love getting to sit down with Texas high school football coaches who've been around for a minute.
So
hear their new thoughts.
He can tell you pretty much about everybody that's been through Garland ISD then, right?
Yeah, like he was talking to me. I think it was, I forgot how many seasons he'd been at Saxy before they opened Naaman Forest. But like he was talking about the opening of Naaman Forest. And I was like, he's like, man, like you remember that? I'm like, no, I'm 21. But
man,
yeah.
I'll tell you the next time you talk to Coach Barons, since he's been in Garland ISD a long time, I want you to ask him about Adorian McCullough and have him confirm that he's probably the fastest, maybe the fastest player to ever come through the Metroplex. I know there's been a lot of fast guys. I don't know that any of them have been as fast as Adorian McCullough.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. But I don't know. Maybe it was coaching 42 years. I might have misheard him. He's been at Saxy forever. I know that. Yeah. But yeah, I might guess I misheard him. But he said something 42 years, and he is 65. I do remember that. So that makes sense if it was coaching 42 years. But or he might have said he's been at Saxy since it opened. I don't know. It was a long day.
We got it. We're good. So everything went according to plan with Khalid Lockett's announcement yesterday.
Except he called Chris Jackson the first time and he didn't pick up. And when he was calling him, I was sitting next to Greg Powers, great guy, former 24/7 Sports employee, now of Dave Campbell's Texas Football.
One of my mentors in the business.
Yeah, shoot, me too. But we're sitting next to each other, and I'm like, what if Sark or Chris Jackson, whoever he's calling, just doesn't pick up? And he didn't pick up, and we start laughing. And I was like, well, what is he gonna do? Is he just gonna pick up the Texas hat? And then I think he was kind of trying to figure out what he was gonna do. And then Jackson called him, and he's like, oh, okay, he's calling, and they did that. I thought it was cool. Corian Gibson did something similar with the Dabo Sweeney. Oh, no, it's all good, Seth. I understand. But Corian Gibson did something similar with Dabo Sweeney. I remember at his commitment ceremony where he called Dabo, and Dabo said he'd be a Clemson Tiger. But, yeah, I love Khalid Lockett. Great kid. Always a really, really fun interview, especially afterward. I'm going to put out a story that has some quotes from speaking with him afterwards where he's like, we're getting Jamie French. We're getting Michael Terry, and he's just saying stuff like that. So a little Jonte Cook felt similar vibes to whenever we talked to Jonte back in the day. But yeah, so I guess we've talked about the good news. So
I'm trying to I'm watching. I've got the 2002 Texas OU game pulled up on YouTube right now. I can't share my screen, but I've got it timed up to where Adorian McCullough makes one of the most insane special teams plays I've ever seen to run down Antoine Savage on a kickoff return. But I digress. But we'll get back to Khalid Lockett because I do want to get into that a little bit more, just from the standpoint of what it means for Texas. Because like you said, it's almost like Texas didn't get a 5-star prospect to commit yesterday. we'll get to CJ Baxter stuff, but I want to get to DJ Sanders stuff because that to me is probably the one that, man, you can't sugarcoat that at all. And it's not, look, dude, there's somebody on our board that's like, hey, you need to fire Kenny Baker right now. I'm like, yes, that makes a ton of sense. Just fire your defensive line coach, 3 weeks before the season starts. That's just terrific. But and again, it's not Kenny Baker's fault. He doesn't have skins on the wall. It's just one of those deals, man, where you're just not winning those battles right now. And somebody made the comparison, and I agree, just because of the way you lost him. This felt like a lot like the DeMarvin Leal recruitment back in 2019 cycle. Jordan, I know you were not in the market yet, but very similar. It was really hard to come. Information was really hard to come by. As a matter of fact, one time I interviewed DeMarvin and didn't get even when you talked to him in person, you didn't get a ton. I showed up the same day as Jeff Banks was at Alabama at the time, and he and I showed up on campus the same day, and we were both on an information finding mission that day because everybody was kind of in the dark. And I remember at the time, Mike and EJ Holland were both thinking, they were hearing that DeMarvin Leal was going to Texas and everything was headed that way. And then started to kind of be less confident, but you still thought Texas, and then boom, it's A&M. And this kind of felt the same way, which, yeah, even Hank, who's been on top of the recruitment, has been like, sounds like Texas, but I'm not going to rule Texas A&M out just because you're still talking about a kid from Belleville. And usually that kind of Brazos Valley extended area, when A&M has a kid they want, they're usually going to get him. And they end up with DJ Sanders, and like DeMarvin Leal, Jordan, you can't go out and find a one-for-one replacement for this guy, because dudes that big that move that well, they don't grow on trees. And when you miss him, now you really gotta. Tell me what you think. I almost think it's time to just regroup and maybe try to eval some senior guys, or just say, hey, keep your powder dry and see what's in the portal.
They need at least one more high school D lineman. You can't just take one. So figure it out with Myron Charles. Figure out a way to flip DJ Sanders. I do not think they're going to get Kevin Wynn or be able to flip him.
No.
Zion Williams is pretty close to being a full sailed ship, it feels like. So that being said, if I'm Texas, I'm putting money together for not one but two elite D tackles to get out of the portal in December. Start now in August, 4 months from now, to prepare for the portal. That's what I would do. Again, need at least one more high school D lineman, but figure out a way to get 2 difference makers of that position out of the portal, because it's not the rate we're going. Would be surprised to see 2 true difference makers, at least for next season, come from the high school ranks. So,
well, I think you mentioned this a while back. He's got an extra year of eligibility as part of the portal salary cap. Just ask Vernon Broughton, hey, what would it take? What would it take for you?
No, not ask, beg Vernon Broughton. Beg Vernon Broughton. I'm serious, man. Like, so many people are like, this is ridiculous, because Bo Davis figured out a way, and he's doing it at LSU now. Like, the dynamics are so different now that Bo Davis is at LSU, and the situation is completely different. But let's not act like Bo Davis didn't poop his pants in recruiting majority of the time, because that's all everyone complained about. He was at Texas, right?
Yeah.
But there's no way to sugarcoat this. He was the number 1 player on Hank and I Stampede from a week or 2 ago. His 10 most wanted recruits for Texas. DJ Sanders is the number 1. Numero uno, right? So, again, you can't overstate it. It's a huge loss, a humongous loss. I will say, though, I don't think DJ Sanders is going to be flipping from A&M, but he still has an official visit he could use for Baylor. And I say that because I talked to someone at Baylor the other day who thinks they're going to get DJ Sanders on an official in the season, because someone from Baylor called me asking details of what I knew, because they knew he was committing or was supposed to be committing tonight. and that it was going to be Texas, or it was supposed to be. That's what Baylor thought as well. And then it was A&M. So Baylor was just curious because their plan was to get him on campus in the fall. That's still their plan.
Yeah.
Baylor has a connection through him or to him through their running back, Richard Reese, who burst onto the scene as a freshman, kind of had a little bit of a sophomore slump once they brought in these other transfer running backs at Baylor. But until DJ Sanders graduates, that's Belleville's most relevant product, you know, if we're not going to count Emmanuel Sanders from however long ago. So
that's been a minute, yeah.
So with Baylor, they're going to have an OB there. Again, I don't think DJ Sanders is going to flip from A&M, but if Baylor can get him to visit campus, then, you know, it gives me some hope that Texas could maybe figure that out again too. So
how much
at the end of the
go ahead.
Go ahead.
How
I'm
much
saying at the end of the
you go ahead and then I'll talk. You go ahead.
All right. I was saying with DJ Sanders, again, don't think he's flipping from Baylor or from A&M. But this is a really interesting recruitment. He doesn't talk much. He's a country kid. The only person that was really telling info anywhere in Belleville was his mom. And, I mean, the info she was giving was like announcement time. She wasn't giving much. So I say that to say if he shows up at Texas for a game this fall, we're probably not going to know until after that visit has concluded. Baylor, on the other hand, they don't really have much of a media market, but if they did, they're probably not finding out either. So they can kind of move in secrecy, continue to move in secrecy like they have. And some under the radar visits could take place this fall. But again, as of right now, not expecting him to decommit from the Aggies.
This is just one of those cycles where, you know, Bo Davis kind of sowed the seeds of what was going to happen in the cycle. He leaves. Kenny Baker comes into the job, and you know, it's just a difference in opinion. I mean, it's not right or wrong, and neither guy is good or bad for the way they did it. But with Kenny Baker coming into the job, Jordan, we talked about it time and again. He and Bo Davis just like a different kind of defensive tackle, and I think now, you know, I think PK, because I think you got to remember, and I'm not saying anything wrong, bad about Bo Davis. This is just how it played out. You got to remember that when PK was hired, Bo Davis was already hired. So you've got a veteran defensive line coach with plenty of skins on the wall. He's going to go recruit the guys he wants to recruit. And it's not like, you know, anybody really overrid him or told him, nah, you can't do that. Kenny Baker, not as experienced, still getting used to Texas and getting used to Power 4 recruiting. You know, he's going to need to lean on PK and those guys a little bit more. So you were trying to evaluate guys at a point where if you're evaluating guys, you're really far behind the 8 ball, and you need to establish relationships. And it's just, you're working uphill. So from a Kenny Baker standpoint, I wouldn't evaluate Kenny Baker on this cycle so much as I would wait till the 2026 cycle to see what happens. The other thing I would say, Jordan, is, you know, Kenny Baker needs to use the connections he does have in the Southeast and in Florida. I think you're going to have to find you know, a project type defensive tackle. I think you're going to have to find you a guy that just has size you can't coach, or just athleticism you can't coach, and put him in your weight program and your meal program and build him the right way. You're just, unless something weird happens and, you know, you just get one of the top guys that's interested again, you're not going to find an impact difference making defensive tackle. I mean, you would love to get a guy like Byron Murphy, kind of an undervalued guy that can come in and play right away. But I think everybody should know by now, like a guy like Byron Murphy, he's the exception. He's not the rule.
Yeah.
So it's not a great place to be, but, you know, they're just going to have to, if I were them, and I have no doubt about this. This is one thing I like about Sark and the way they do things. They're not going to panic and just make a move for the sake of making a move. They're going to regroup, go back to the drawing board, and kind of, and again, man, this is part of Brandon Harris's job as general manager too. You know, I think with the fiscal year changing, you'll have your, if you don't already have your, you know, the Texas One Fund should have kind of their NIL cap number for them. They can start figuring out now. All right, we'll figure out what, you know, Warren Nolan and what some of the top defensive tackles got out of the portal in this last cycle. We're going to have to earmark that much money to go get a top-end defensive tackle or two. Because there's a chance Vernon Broughton may have the kind of year where he's going to get drafted. He may not want to come back, regardless of what the number would be.
Yeah. No, you got to have a pool of money for Vernon Broughton and 2 pools of money for 2 elite D tackles out of the portal. So I don't know.
The development of Alex January also becomes huge. To me, like I'm really impressed with him, Jordan. A handful of times I've gotten to watch him, like physically he belongs. You just don't know how it's going to translate until, he puts his hand in the dirt and has to, do work in the trenches on Saturdays. But I like him as a prospect. Like he's got the upside. Melvin Hills, we talked about it yesterday. Kevin Flaherty and I talked about it yesterday. Oh, by the way, again, big shout out to Kevin for filling in for Jordan yesterday. If Melvin Hills kind of reminds me of, like, I think his ceiling to me is kind of like a Paul Boyette. Like you look at Melvin Hills, and I don't know that the measurables really like jump out at you like he's got any kind of freakish quality. But if he ends up being, just a good, solid contributor, like if Melvin Hills, I think his ceiling to me, and I could be wrong, maybe it's higher. I think it's kind of as like maybe your number 3 defensive tackle, like a spot starter, a guy that's just a good, solid rotational piece that you don't, kind of like what Hayden Connor is on the offensive line. Like not a high-end NFL prospect, but man, if he's got to play 30 snaps a game, we're not freaking out about it.
Yeah, that can't be your best guy on the line, can't be your second best, but if he's the worst starter, like that's a great scenario, like you said.
If he's with that running with that second group, if he can lead or maybe just be the number 4, be solidly in your second group, then you're fine. Yeah, but to win in the SEC, you need dudes that look and have the attributes like Vernon Broughton and Alfred Collins. That's kind of guys you win with in this league.
Yeah, and Melvin Hills is interesting. I don't want to dive too deep in on him right now, but less of kind of a power guy, more of a finesse guy. And with him, I forgot where he went as a freshman. I do not think he was at LCA, Lafayette Christian Academy, as a freshman. But he went somewhere as a freshman. I don't think he played varsity wherever he was as a freshman. His sophomore year, he was at LCA, I believe. Started a few games, but not every single one, and had a pretty decent sophomore year, showed a lot of flashes. Missed his entire junior year, I believe, and then, played his senior year. But this is a kid who had a lot less snaps in high school than other kids. So, you can take that as good, you can take that as bad. I think it can be good. Less mileage on the tire, obviously not a running back, but less mileage on the tires is always a plus. And then also, it kind of shows you he's just starting to tap into his potential. The junior year is always the most important year for recruiting. I mean, you even look at the top recruits, a lot of their junior year highlights are way better than their senior year highlights. So, I like Melvin. Didn't really like him as a number 2 take out of only 2 D linemen. If he was a number 3 guy, yay. If he was a number 4 guy, great. But yeah, they're going to have to figure it out with him. They're going to have to figure it out with Aaron Bryant, Alex January, Sadir Mitchell, all those guys. Because, if you're struggling to get them out of high school, you got to show you can develop the guys on your roster. And also, you just need to develop those guys on the roster. So, and with Dylan Battle, that was a Bo Davis guy out of Mansfield Timberview. I don't even think he's visited Texas since Texas hired Kenny Baker. I might be wrong there though, but yeah, I don't even know if I know he didn't OV. So,
Jake, to me, Sadir Mitchell's ceiling is he's an SEC starting nose tackle. I think that's his ceiling. I mean, Jordan, you tell anybody if I'm lying. Like you stand next to Sadir Mitchell on the practice field and you think about, guys like Jordan Davis and the big, massive nose tackles Kirby Smart has recruited. Like he's central casting for that role. But look, because because he was such a pivotal take, and you're low on numbers, and Sark has shown that he'll be patient with young guys, and he's not just going to run guys off unless they're kind of they're problem guys. They're just not good culture guys. He won't run guys off. They're going to be patient with Sadir Mitchell. I do think with Sadir Mitchell, and even Jere Bledsoe, when you hear Sark talk about those guys, his verbiage has changed to where it's no longer talking about the upside. It's more of, all right, wait and see. And I think that's the big thing for Kenny Baker is what can you get out of Sadir Mitchell and Jere Bledsoe. With all due respect to Aaron Bryant and the other guys we're talking about, those are the two guys. I mean, if those two guys maximize what they've got, they're frontline guys in the SEC. Those are the kind of guys you can win with. Bledsoe with his athleticism and versatility, and Sadir Mitchell with his freaking size. So I think it's worth. You can't just go recruit. It's very hard to find guys with Sadir Mitchell's size. I would be as patient as I possibly can and do everything, exhaust all options to try to get it out of Sadir Mitchell until it just becomes just a lost cause, or he figures it out and takes off, and you've got a hell of a player on your hands.
Yeah. Yep.
So we'll continue to talk about interior defensive line, but yeah, there's no way to sugarcoat the DJ Sanders thing. It's a loss, and you can't replace him, and you got to figure out what's next. Man, JUCO recruiting, Jordan, it used to be, man, you really don't want to go to JUCO unless you have to. Now, I don't even know what JUCO recruiting is for. Do you think they look at a JUCO option?
I mean, pardon my French, but I mean, fuck, at this point, you got to.
Just leave no stone unturned.
Duh, you need to. You should. If they don't, they're messing up. Like,
I mean,
they need D linemen.
Yeah.
Need D linemen.
You may scour the Mississippi JUCOs and the Kansas JUCOs, and you may be like, it may be like a satellite camp where you're like, dude, there may be one guy here that could play for us, and it may be a losing proposition. But man, dude, no joke. I'm looking internationally. If I'm Sark and Kenny Baker, I'm a basketball coach, and I need to find a 7-footer, which those guys, you can recruit them from overseas, wherever. I'm leaving no stone unturned. And hey, the JUCO idea at this point is crazy enough to work. I don't know. That's just me.
No, for real. Where is this?
What you looking at?
Okay, I found it. There was this random kid. If you remember last cycle, Texas offered this random kid from Mississippi. Yeah, it was. Wait. Hold on. No, I'm tripping. This is the wrong kid. Where is this kid? They offered a D lineman from Mississippi like a week before signing day.
In the 2024 class?
I believe so. I might. Is this on here? I think he had to go JUCO. There are a few schools. Like Texas was among like 5 other Power Fives. No, it wasn't Alex Foster. It was a different kid. Don't remember his name. Because the same day they offered him, we were like, oh, wait, this kid has like a -6 GPA and he has to go JUCO. Damn, where? I don't know. It might have been this kid, but that wouldn't have made any sense.
Which kid are you thinking it was?
Maybe this Caleb Moore cat from Oak Grove, but Oak Grove and Hattiesburg is one of the better prospect factories they have, and I don't think he went there. He ended up at Southern Miss. That kid did, but I don't know. Maybe it was a fake offer and they just removed it from his profile or something because I can't find him on here. This is weird.
You know, I'll say this too, man. The more you look at it now, losing Dontre Robinson, that hurt. You know, I don't know what he's going to end up doing at Florida, but at least he would have been a body. So I think Nathan makes a good point. You also have 105 scholarships coming next year, so you can have more patience with guys. I think more than ever, Jordan, if you're going to take developmental guys, you better be really freaking sure that they can be something down the road. And I have no doubt that Sark will do this because they're pretty upfront with guys when they recruit them. Just kind of let them know, hey, you're probably not going to see the field next year, maybe even the year after that, but we're bringing you in because we think down the road you're going to be a really good player. So that's something to think about too. But we'll take your questions on D-line and anything else you guys want to talk about. CB Alfio Randall was a JUCO guy. I don't know who got to Texas first. Did Alfio Randall get there first? I think Brian Bradford beat Alfio Randall to campus, and I think Brian Bradford technically was Mac's first JUCO guy. It was a punter. So, but yeah, Alfio Randall was up there. But Jordan,
okay, I think I found the kid who I was thinking of. I think I'm
going to pat myself on the back for that filibuster while you were staring at the screen.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't talking, but I really wanted to find it. It was this kid, I believe.
Jonathan Davis. The lead singer from Corn?
Sure. He's actually now at Southern Miss, but Texas offered him see, this shit pisses me off so much. I'm about to bitch about other people at our site. Whenever you create a profile and they already have offers, go through and add the dates they were offered. He did not get 8 offers in one day on January 23rd. All right. But Texas was the first one. I believe this is the correct order of the offers because I remember we were like, who is this random kid Texas offered? But yeah, this kid ended up at Mississippi State. He's now at Southern Miss in the portal. So I was on to something with the Southern Miss stuff, but that's who I was thinking of. So I was saying a guy like that they can find at the last minute where it's like, okay, you're over 300 pounds and come from Mississippi. You come on over. You know what I mean? Something like that. They desperately need something like that to fall in their lap. And yes, you can have more patience with guys, but I mean, at the end of the day, the best players are still going to play, and to beat the best teams, you got to have the best players, right?
Yeah.
And if you're taking 60 line takes, because you now have 105 scholarships, but only 2 of those guys are ever actually going to do anything, what's the point?
Like I said, developmental guys, you maybe take 1 or 2 if they've got just a really unique trait. Like I said, just ridiculous size or athleticism, whatever it is. But yeah, you don't need to load up on developmental takes. You got to be careful, man, because you can box yourself into a situation you don't want to be in of 105 scholarships if you've got just like 20 dudes that'll never play for you.
Yeah. No, what Sark should do to fix the D-line thing, get rid of Kenny Baker, go get a Matt Rule. Take 20 developmental takes. Let them figure it out.
Oh, you ran this in track. You threw the shot put this far. You got an offer, coach. I've never played football. Oh, whatever. I don't care. Love your shot.
Do you think I give a shit? My name is Matt Rule, and you can go 10-6-4, buddy. Learn to play football.
Matt Rule's got no time for your functional athleticism, sir. He wants raw athleticism.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for picking up on my Korn reference. Jordan, did you not know Korn was a band?
No, I've never heard of it. I'll be honest.
From the new metal genre back in the day. Antoine,
this is
Antoine's
facts.
Words, not mine.
Fact. Well, I'll say it. Antoine says, for those on audio only, 105 scholarships, and we'll see a bunch of Max Merrill types. You are correct. I forget Max Merrill is on the roster, and then we show up at practice, and it's like, oh yeah, Max Merrill's still on the roster.
Good for him though. He's going to get a degree from Texas. Good for him. And because of the Pancake Factory, he's going to get some cash too.
I thought they discontinued that.
Oh, did they? I don't know. Well, so maybe he doesn't even get that.
If I remember correctly, Max Merrill was a strike kid, so I don't think he even needs the cash. But you never know.
Your two-man recruiting class in 2021 was Max Merrill and Hayden Connor, and that's what that's going to be kind of my thing for Melvin Hills. If Melvin Hills can be the defensive line equivalent of Hayden Connor, then that'll be a good take.
So who's Alex January? Because he's not Max Merrill.
No, Alex January.
Alex January is Hayden Connor, and you want Melvin Hills to not be Max Merrill. You want Melvin Hills to be Maximilian Merrill.
Alex January, and Trevor Gooseby to me are kind of in the same boat where I'm like, dude, I really hope these guys are as good as I think they're going to be, because if they are, they're going to be NFL players.
Yep. I'm just going to start answering some of these questions we skipped.
Yeah, we need to talk running back too, and then the CJ Baxter stuff that we haven't touched yet. Ike and some other people had questions about Baxter, but
I saw this one.
Go ahead and read Jose's question for everybody listening on audio.
Yeah, really, really fun question. He goes, Jordan and Hefe, do y'all think that there's a chance that they move someone to running back from another position? If so, anyone on the roster that played running back in high school and had success?
By the way, did you see that piss missile Jordan Alvarez hit the other night at Globe Life?
Dude. I didn't. I was actually at Globe Life on Sunday, I think. They played the Red Sox and were down like 6-2, 7-2. I left in like the 7th inning.
Were you the other day that David Hamilton homered for the Red Sox?
I don't remember, to be honest. I showed up. I didn't know a single player from either team.
You got a former San Marcos High quarterback and Texas shortstop, David Hamilton.
Oh, no. Every time the thing popped up on the screen at Globe Life, I was like, oh, that's a San Marcos Rattler.
That's all. Jordan,
I know everyone around me was just like,
he doesn't know.
They're like,
he doesn't know FL about baseball, but yeah, he'll know where he played high school football.
Yeah.
I see, Jose, that's an interesting question about moving somebody to running back. I just don't know who it would be.
Arch.
Dude.
Roshan Manning.
There's nobody in this. I mean, I guess if you wanted to get crazy, and I don't even think he's got the build for it right now.
Say it.
Maybe Wardell Mack is a guy you could look there, but that's just me spitballing. Do you want me to say Anthony Hill? Because that's been a popular name on our board, is to put Anthony Hill at running back. David, you know what though? Here's a serious thing about it though, about CJ Baxter going down. So this to me puts a hell of a lot more emphasis on Sark being much better as a red zone play caller. You can't be 120th in the country in red zone touchdown rate and get to the playoff this year. You're just not going to survive in the SEC. But now you think about it, Jonathan Brooks is gone. CJ Baxter's gone. Jatavian Sanders is gone. Your best jump ball guy on the outside, A.D. Mitchell, he's gone. The backfield combo that you got that you really liked last year with Sweat and Murphy when you got down to the goal line, they're both gone. So basically, Sark has to kind of reinvent his whole thinking, to me anyway, on red zone from where it was last year. So I don't know, Jordan, if that is experimenting with the 6-0 line package, figuring out if there's another one of those offensive linemen that could maybe be a lead blocker for you. On top of that, I look at their tight end situation, and you're thankful that Gunnar Helm is there. So, you've got plenty of blocking tight ends, so you can figure out ways to play the big surface. The other one is David Benda played running back as a freshman. They moved him to running back, or was a freshman or sophomore, I forget. They moved David Benda to running back. I wonder if does David Benda, maybe the Leunga Lafau play any running back in high school?
I do not think so.
Okay. I would figure out one of those linebackers or one of your edge guys and maybe put them in the backfield as a lead blocker. I would maybe
Justice Finkley learn to play fullback.
I mean,
that's not a bad idea,
dude. At this point, Jordan, you're down to, you're getting close to where you're at the Argo principle. What's the best bad idea we have? Justice Finkley as a fullback. That's the best bad idea we've got.
Speaking of bad ideas, this is obviously never going to happen because Anthony Hill's too good at linebacker. But this is what it would look like if he ever was switched to running back.
Sweet Jesus. Look at Ant Hill taking the Wildcat.
Yeah.
Snap.
Versus the fucking unicorns, baby.
Good Lord.
At UMHB. And then It's muted, but he says, "Give me the ball. I'm gonna take that bitch to the crib every time." I swear, I play the audio, but it only plays in my AirDrop or my AirPods. So if you want to hear him cuss, it's in this video.
CB mentioned Juan Davis. Juan Davis played a little bit of everything at Everman, so at least he's got some background handling the football. Doza, I would not mess with Jelani McDonald right now because he's in the mix to be in your top safety group. Yeah. But I wouldn't mess with him at running back. I would look at Benda, possibly. I would look at what can you do with Juan Davis. One of those offensive linemen, like Jake Bayless mentions it. Yeah, Malik Agbo, he's going to be playing that tight end role, that jumbo tight end role. So you can get him out there. I wonder. Shoot, I'd start looking at which of my offensive linemen are really athletic that could handle maybe being a lead blocker type. But I think Sark's going to have to get really creative is the bottom line. But in terms of moving someone to running back, dude, I don't know. I've got the Sark press conference audio from today that Chip sent me. I'm going to listen to that as soon as we're done here. Maybe this Nick Sanders thing is something. Okay. I don't know, but you're down to the point where you don't really have any good options.
You hear that? I hear Colin Page running out of the smoke. Running out of the smoke at DKR.
Boy, no. At this point, maybe Kai Woods shouldn't have gone into the portal.
Yeah, for real. Maybe do a little reverse tampering. Like, Mr. Cho, we're gonna need him back. Sorry, but no. Look, this is a fun hypothetical. I don't think Texas is gonna have to move someone. If they do, that's probably because another running back got hurt. Yeah. But they have Blue, Wisner, Jared Gibson, Christian Clark, and that's I think 4 scholarship running backs that 90% of running back coaches in America would probably kill someone for. So was that I'm excited for Wisner. I'm obviously sad for Baxter. That really does suck for him. It really does, especially because what I've already talked about on this show about how his freshman year has already hurt his draft stock because he limps off the field after pretty much every run, and how that long term is going to be a big red flag for him. And now he's missing his whole sophomore year. So, again, not good. Very sad. Hope he can recover and come back even better. But the first person I thought of when, we found out it was final, he was done for the season, it wasn't Jaden Blue. It was Trey Wisner. Yes, Jaden Blue is going to get the lion's share of carries. But Trey Wisner he gets more opportunities than he's ever had now. Because Jaden Blue is still going to touch the ball at least 10 times a game with or without CJ Baxter, where Wisner was maybe 5 snaps a game to now, 10 touches per game, right?
Yeah.
So that's the biggest X factor, I think, of this whole situation. I do think outside of those 2 running backs, we could potentially see the 2 freshmen play. Of those 2, definitely think Jared Gibson is going to come on the field first before Christian Clark. Jared Gibson is an IMG kid. I was trying to find his birthday. We don't have it on his profile, but I'm almost positive Jared Gibson was redshirted because he did not look like a high school senior when I met him in person in Nashville about a year ago.
He got that Quinn red shirt.
Yeah. So that being said, if you are already 19 as a freshman and you just played in pretty much a college program for, I think he was at IMG his last 3 years, you're going to be more ready to play than a kid who comes from private school Arizona ball, which is where Christian Clark comes from. So I think, and also look at what Texas lost in Baxter in a between the tackles power running back. That's what Jared Gibson is. He's a lot closer to that than what Christian Clark is. So maybe would be surprised if Clark does or doesn't redshirt. I think that'd be a good bet over under how many game appearances he makes. Maybe special teams could be a factor in that, but I'm excited for the opportunities that are now going to come Wisner and Jared Gibson's way.
Yeah. So Wisner, I'm a Trey Wisner stan. I think both of us are on that bandwagon. I just love the way he runs pissed off and plays pissed off. Dude, give me 11 of those guys, and I'll go field a competitive football team. So I think it's interesting too. You think about Wisner. Wisner, Gibson, and Clark. You're down to three. You're at three guys that Tashard Choice recruited these guys, and more so Clark and Wisner are the kind of guy. Look, Gibson and Baxter were Tashard Choices. Those were his white whales. Those are the guys, the national guys that he went out and he decided that guy's going to be my number one running back. Wisner and Clark are kind of what Ricky Stewart is in the 2025 class. He's your number two back. And Tashard Choice has had a skill set that he's looked for in that number two back. He could have had offered a bunch of backs, could have had a number of them that would have committed. Be like, no, that's the guy I want. I want that guy. He wanted Trey Wisner. He wanted Christian Clark. The thing I'm most excited for is now we get to see Tashard Choice with the guys he's handpicked, get to see him develop them, and he's going to get more time to work with them because they're all he's got now. You think about what's missing out of that room, Jordan, from last year, not only Brooks, not only Baxter's on the shelf, Savion Red's gone. Keelan Robinson's gone. And Keelan Robinson, you look at his last 2 years, like it wasn't like he was just there. Like he made some really key plays for you. Those guys were both recruited. Wisner and Clark were recruited thinking, hey, they could maybe be in that Keelan Robinson type role, especially Wisner. You're not playing a specialty role anymore. You're going right to feature back because you're I don't know, Jaden Blue, to borrow the old Tom Herman line, you're Jaden Blue busting a shoelace away from being the number one guy.
Yeah. Yep. And if Jaden Blue gets hurt, then without doubt, I have some confidence they would move someone to running back.
At that point, yeah, you'd have to. I think you'd look at, at that point, you're probably looking at UT Parking brought up his name. Do you look at Ty Anthony Smith at running back?
That's the thing. I thought about that, but I think outside of Anthony Hill, Ty Anthony Smith is the most explosive linebacker they have. I think if you were to have the whole linebacker room run the 40 behind Anthony Hill, he'd have the best 10-yard split. So I don't know. The thing is, Ty Anthony Smith is still a little bit undersized for linebacker. Not going to play much this year. He did carry the ball some in high school, but it was mostly just wildcat quarterback and, slot T or whatever the hell the Jasper does when their QB's hurt. But with Ty Anthony, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like Gillette might almost be better, but Gillette doesn't have the change of direction or wiggle that other guys might have.
But and again, we're just totally spitballing here, thinking some of this might stick to the wall at some point. What about Gillette in that goal line short yardage role of just, hey, we just need you to run straight ahead and just blow up the first different color jersey you see.
Yeah. And at that point, bring Sadir Mitchell on the field and be like, hey, buddy, if you lock in, we can guarantee you one touch per game on the 1 yard line, once every 3 weeks. I don't know.
I forget until every time I look at the box score, Byron Murphy had a rushing touchdown in the Sugar Bowl in the national semifinal. Byron Murphy had a rushing touchdown.
Yeah.
The same building where Refrigerator Perry once stole Walter Payton's touchdown in the Super Bowl. Byron Murphy got him a 1 yard touchdown run against Washington.
Damn right. No, I am trying to think. It is hard, of thinking who would be the best guy. I think Benda maybe, but at the same time, you also kind of need him at linebacker.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I didn't even think about Gillette, but that's actually not a terrible option. If you want to convert somebody, not even fully convert somebody, but just have somebody to work your short yardage and goal line package, it'd be a way to get him in the game.
Yeah. I'm just trying to. I think Santana Wilson went both ways a little, but that's Arizona ball, and I think he was playing receiver. Wardell Mack was a high school QB.
I said Wardell Mack, but what's Wardell Mack, 175 pounds?
Yeah, he has a 6'10" wingspan though, and is 6'1". But
yeah, but those are hypotheticals we're throwing out. But at this point, I'm pumped for Trey Wisner, and I'm finishing up this story right now. Just me dumping some thoughts, and it's I think a lot of the onus is on the offensive line, and I'll probably have to get to that tomorrow, talk more about it. But I'm pumped for Wisner, but I think Jaden Blue, Jordan, I wouldn't be shocked if he had a year not all that different than what Jonathan Brooks had last year, because you look at Yeah, he had fewer carries, and I think it was 73, 74 fewer carries than CJ Baxter had last year. But you look at his rate of missed tackles forced, his rate of gains of 10 or more yards. He was better than Baxter in pretty much all those analytical categories if you start looking at Pro Football Focus. So, and we know, like, once he gets to the second level, he's got a chance to go the distance. He may be if he's not the fastest running back in the country, he's in that conversation. So I'm pumped for him. And I he wouldn't be the first. Like, I think the couple of running backs I think about at Texas, I go back to 2013. Malcolm Brown went from being almost a guy who might have been better off transferring based on his 2012 season to damn near having 1,000 yards in 2013 because Joe Bergeron couldn't hold on to the football and Jonathan Gray popped his Achilles in like game 7, and Malcolm Brown almost had 1,000 yards. It was really good, really tough for Texas down the stretch in that 13th season. And you think about Deontay Foreman, that 2,000-yard season he had, the only reason he got enough touches to do that is because Chris Warren busted his knee in the Oklahoma State game and missed the rest of the season, missed the last 8 games. Otherwise, we're not talking about Deontay Foreman having this historically great season. Definitely not talking about him having 51 carries against Kansas. But we've seen some really, really good Texas running back seasons come from some really unfortunate circumstances for guys. Maybe at the expense of your teammate, but you go and except Malcolm Brown had 900 yards. Basically, did all that pretty much in a handful of games.
I completely forget Joe Bergeron exists. Didn't he end up transferring to Sam, Houston State, right?
I
remember the game where Jonathan Gray, I believe.
I want to say Joe Bergeron ended up. I want to say, I don't know if he transferred to Sam first. I don't remember. Jalen Overstreet, I think maybe if you think about who transferred to Sam. I think Joe Bergeron ended up at A&M Commerce, I think.
Was it Jonathan Gray that got hurt and wore Joe Bergeron's jersey? Or was it Joe Bergeron that wore Jonathan Gray's jersey and he got hurt? I remember they did something like that.
Yeah, I think that was for the Tech game, the last game of the regular season.
Yeah,
right.
But I think this is an interesting question.
Yes, I meant to get to this. I want to get this. I mean,
and those listening, audio only, says, does Quinn's Heisman odds get better with the loss of Baxter?
I'm going to say a slight increase just because I think now I've focused a lot on red zone goal line, but I think you're between the 20s offense. Sark has the luxury of running. He hadn't run a ton of 10 personnel, Jordan. That's been a very seldom used package. If I'm Sark, I look at running more 10 personnel. And I think if you're running 10 personnel, getting the ball out of Quinn's hands quickly, letting your guys work on the perimeter, yeah, I think it can help his numbers. And I would say it does increase it slightly. But look, at the end of the day, Sark wants this offense to play with the physical edge and be able to run the football. He wants to do a lot of stuff off that. But at some point, I just think this passing game, the potential there is going to be too good that you're going to have to go back to that well, maybe more than you otherwise would want to.
Yeah. This is a good point. Antoine said with the injury, young DBs will have to play more on special teams. Because as good as Troy Wisner is on special teams, if you're getting that thin at running back, you do not want his ass running 80 yards down the field and hitting someone, especially the way he hits people. So
yeah. But this might be where Christian Clark gets to step up and do something on teams. But if I'm and they might already be core guys, I don't know, but Xavier Filsaime, guys like that. I mean, those guys are going to be special teams for you. Yeah. Hey, Darren
Back-to-back Heisman winner Darren Gillette maybe could tote it.
I think I've told you about this, man. So the year the Steelers won the Super Bowl the 05 Steelers, they won Super Bowl 40. Basically, it was Jerome Bettis' last year. And basically, they had turned him into like a goal line specialist. And there was a point in the season where he had something crazy. It was like he had like 11 carries and 9 rushing touchdowns. That's going to be Darian Gillette. People will look back in the Texas record books, but damn, Darian Gillette had 13 rushing touchdowns in 2024, and he did it on 19 carries. You'd figure like he'd have a bunch of yards. Like, oh, he only got 19 carries. Like, yeah, he was the goal line.
He was him. Does anyone mention Ryan Niblett? No, I don't think it's a good idea to give Ryan Niblett the ball between the tackles. He's just too small. God damn, I need to turn my ringer off. He's just too small. As fast as he is, he might die if Anthony Hill comes and meets him in the hole or something.
Yeah, I don't think there's any good wide receiver options to move to running back.
Jeff, some trivia. Do you remember who else committed the same day as Ryan Niblett did?
Oh, Niblett was the 2023 class, right?
Mm-hmm. It was at the spring game together. I remember I was in Phoenix, Arizona at a 7-on-7 tournament watching the Texas spring game in a hotel room with Brandon Collins, who is a former Texas Longhorn. So,
you were with Brandon Collins watching the spring game? What the hell was Brandon Collins doing?
At the time before he split, Juice used to have an affiliated 979 team where like all the top Brazos Valley players played for it, and he was a coach of that team. And Brandon Collins, I won't get into details, but we no longer have that 979 affiliated team, but Brandon Collins is still the head coach of it. So
okay,
there you go. I'll tell you after we get off air.
No, I don't. I want to say it was maybe somebody from Decaney, but I think I'm thinking about a different story involving Ryan.
Thinking of Jonah Wilson.
Yeah,
it was Ryan Niblett and Trey Wisner. They both committed at the spring game in would have been spring of 2022. So, but yep, we're gonna bring the guys in and stop doing stupid trivia. But
yeah,
how we doing? Got Eric looking a little different again today. Sorry. I will use and abuse that joke as long as I can, probably. But I don't know. How are we doing, Joe Keenan?
You're a Rangers fan. You saw that piss missile Jordan hit the other night.
Yeah, no, I saw it. Yeah, no, I saw it. It was not awesome. Speaking of defensive players playing offense, remember Henry Melton?
Yeah,
I mean he flipped the other way, but yeah, he was awesome. And then he played for the Bears defensive end for like a while, didn't he?
Yeah. Henry Melton, who decided to try to leapfrog somebody at the goal line in the Ohio State game instead of just lowering his shoulder. So, but hey, Aaron Harris doesn't get Troy Smith in the end zone for a safety if Henry Melton doesn't do that. So, think about that.
Henry Melton, dude.
You know, a name I was thinking during that conversation of guys who could move over. Warren Roberson is kind of put together like a running back, but he never played running back at Red Oak. He only ever played receiver if he ever played offense.
I want to keep developing him at corner if I'm starting. I think he's got a chance to play. I'm not gonna say he's gonna play a lot, but man, Gavin Holmes' frame concerns me holding up for the long run. Like he's built completely different than the other corners are.
Yeah. Shoot, get DJ Campbell to shed some weight. Who's tackling his big ass?
We're just gonna throw all the. I'm telling you, man, it's like Argo, dude. What's the best bad idea we've got? We're just gonna start throwing them out there.
DJ at left tackle. I have Kelvin Banks in the backfield like this.
Dude, my head hurts. I gotta
Kelvin
go.
Banks at fullback.
Keenan, Joe, have a great show. We'll be back to do it tomorrow. Everybody, enjoy the rest of your day.
Yes, sir. What do y'all got going on today?
We're going to talk a little bit about CJ Baxter replacements, Michigan, and then we're previewing some week 1 games and week 0, I guess, but mostly week 1 games.
Well, week 1 game for Texas high school football I was looking at was Belleville versus Salina at Waco Midway. But I'm no longer going because DJ Sanders had other plans.
He did. He did have other plans, didn't he?
Yeah. But I'm going to get out of here. I'll lead up to it. Yeah, it is. Trust me. Especially another L on the crystal ball. I only have like 4 or 5 of them, so each one hurts. But I will see y'all tomorrow. Y'all have a good show.
Peace out, Jordy.
Thanks, Jordy.
What up, y'all? We are false start. Eric Henry is at the press conference about CJ Baxter's injury. So we got our man Joe coming in, pinch hitting as he does very well. We got a lot to talk about today. We got the CJ Baxter injury to talk about, of course, but we got other stuff. We got to get into Michigan. Then we are going to preview some week 1 games because, brother, we are like 3 weeks away from college football, man. We are 3 weeks away, less than 3 weeks away from college football. So
yeah,
that's
like 17
fun.
days, something like that. Yeah.
How are you doing, brother? What's up with you?
I'm good, man. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sound great.
Okay. All right. Good. Yeah, I'm all right. I had a weird morning. I got a parking ticket, and then I went to go pay it, and the place wouldn't even open. So I was like, "Why?" And I was like, "Great." So
Classic, dude. They don't let you pay that online.
They had a little thing, and then they had a little thing where you could, and then it just like didn't work. I don't know.
Yeah, classic government website being super functional. Before we get into it, I'm going to do our little ad read with our good friends over at Passes. So, what is Passes, you might ask, Joe? Well, let me explain it to you. We are proud to announce our new partnership with Passes. Passes is a content creation company that the Texas One Fund has partnered with. It's the first ever NIL collective on the platform. 40 of the top University of Texas athletes across football, men's and women's basketball, baseball, softball, volleyball, and the Olympics, because we know those Longhorns are winning medals out there. Pretty cool. These athletes showcase exclusive fan offerings, behind-the-scene access, engaging Q&A sessions, memorabilia and merchandise, and captivating day-in-the-life content. Through these avenues, fans have the opportunity to connect with their favorite athletes on a more personal level than ever before, gaining insights into their lives as Texas Longhorns, both on and off the field. Passes is revolutionizing the way NIL athletes can engage with you, the listener, the fan. Head to passes.com to sign up and get closer to the game than ever before. Passes is also the best place to donate and support the Longhorns. You can subscribe and donate to the Texas One Fund to get access to tailgate parties, meet and greets, signed memorabilia, VIP experiences, and athlete spotlight access. Once again, passes.com, right under Joe. Passes.com is the website for more information. Go and sign up today. We have there you go. Hell yeah, Joe. We got a lot to talk about today, man. I think the number one thing we got to talk about is the injury to starting running back Cedric Baxter Jr., a.k.a. CJ Baxter. This is a huge blow, man. There's no way around it. This is a big loss. He was projected to be a starter. He was a Doak Walker candidate preseason. I mean, do with that information what you will. But the fact that he's getting that kind of respect in the SEC in their first year says something about the way he plays. Big running back, breaks tackles. He's also fast. You can run between the tackles. You can run off tackle. This is a big loss, man. What do you think about this loss, and how do you think it affects this offense?
I mean, it's tough to see. We'll say, though, if you're going to go through this type of injury, certainly better to do it now with a 19-year-old body as opposed to later in life. So I certainly hope he can kind of come back and be healthy next year. It definitely stinks, but in terms of production, this is why you invest so heavily in recruiting if you're a program like Texas. You really don't need to take one other guy to now do the job of two people. You now have 3 or 4 guys that take a little bit of the burden, a little bit of the carries over here, a little bit of the carries over here. And based on what Texas has in their running back room, I do think they have the capability to do that. Now, guys who don't have a lot of experience are definitely going to have to step up and, take on, at least step up in moments of pressure that they haven't really quite faced yet. Trey Wisner is one of those guys. Jaden Blue, I think, is somebody who's probably going to get a lot of that production that we talked about just because he's got the speed. And I personally like Christian Clark a lot. I've always been a big back aficionado kind of guy. I know Jordan and Jeff were talking about some of those guys a little bit before, but yeah, I think they'll be okay. But obviously it sucks if you're CJ Baxter and you miss a season due to an injury like this.
Yeah, and we'll get into the running back replacements in a second. You listed 3 of the 4 I was going to talk about. The other one would be Jarrett Gibson out of IMG Academy, 5'10", 210, freaky athlete, super strong, 4'5", 40, laser timed. So he's got some speed too. But I think what's painful is Jaden Blue is a great back. Speed back, sub 11. 100-meter dash in high school multiple times. He averaged 6 yards per carry last year, but a lot of that was on big carries, right? Breaking something for 60 yards. I think he did that against Tech. He had a long touchdown against Texas Tech. 65 carries, about 400 yards on the season, 3 touchdowns. This is his junior year. I've heard some comps. I think they're pretty high praise. I heard Dalvin Cook, and I'm like, all right, maybe tap the brakes. Dalvin Cook was one of the better college running backs we've seen. But Jaden Blue definitely has the potential to be like a really, really good back. He's super fast. He's an explosive home run threat. He's just going to have to be a guy that takes a lot of carries, even if, in between the tackles sometimes too, but I think you're going to use Trey Wisner a lot. I think Jordan made a good point in that Trey Wisner is mostly a special teams guy. He had limited action at running back last year, just 12 carries for 73 yards. But you're going to have to lose him in special teams now, because if you're thin at running back, you can't be throwing Trey Wisner out, having him run downfield and wreck guys, like Jordan said. That's a risky proposition. So Trey Wisner is one of those guys that you're going to have to probably pull off the front lines of special teams and use more as a running back. As far as the 2 younger backs, we have Jarrett Gibson, who's a 4-star out of IMG. Again, he's 5'10", 210, pretty fast, 4.5 40. Crazy leaping ability. He's a 41-inch vertical. So he's a freak athlete. I don't know how – it's not as important to have a vertical leap in football maybe as it is in basketball unless you're a wide receiver. But it is nice to know that he can probably hurdle somebody if he needs to. He's got the strength and speed to do that. And then Christian Clark, like you said, he's a big back, 6 foot, 210. He's probably your third down back, I would imagine. People in the comments, feel free to disagree or agree or whatever you want to say. But Christian Clark seems like a guy that's going to get a lot of those, maybe even goal line carries. Like, who are you going to run the ball with when you're 3rd and 2 at the goal line? What are you going to do? Christian Clark could be one of those guys that you run in there. I think Jarrett Gibson could too. So we'll see about that. I like the offensive line enough to the point that I think the running backs will be productive regardless. Just losing Cedric Baxter sucks, man. There's no way around that sucks. It sucks for him. It sucks for the team. It sucks for the momentum of the team. But next man up mentality. And that's, like you said, that's why you have depth. That's why you recruit multiple guys at the same position. That's why you have all of these guys who are 4 stars in your backfield and 5 stars, because this happens. This happens in camp. Tennessee had a major injury. Notre Dame had a major injury. Serious injuries to these guys, like out for the season. And Baxter being out for the season is really tough. But I do really like this backfield. Probably won't be quite as productive. They'll probably have to lean maybe 10% more on the passing game than they would have ideally wanted to, because Sark loves to run the ball. People think of Sark as this offensive guy who loves just throwing the ball around. He runs the ball a ton. Like, that is a major part of Sark's offenses, and the RPOs don't work if you can't run the ball, right? So I like this backfield. There's no way around that. It's tough to lose him, but I think that they can replace him on aggregate and have a pretty successful running game. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Sark has always kind of had this offense where, well, he does get a lot of credit for developing wide receivers, because those are the guys that have gotten, obviously, the ones that he worked with individually have now gone on to NFL opportunities, that sort of thing. If you go back and look at the offenses that he ran when he was at Alabama, like, had some pretty damn good running backs in those crews too, and utilized them very well. But yeah, I mean, we talked about all the other guys in that running back room. I think they have the capability to pick up the slack for sure. Losing the kick return production with Baxter hurts as well, but I mean, Texas has so many athletes. I think they can find somebody. Not to say that returning kicks is easy, but it is easier to find somebody that has the ability to do so when you already have so many guys who have such good reaction time and such good, so many translatable skills from other positions, I'll just say.
Yeah, I agree with I think you meant Jaden Blue returning kicks, so that's probably not going to happen as much because you would
Baxter
think
had some, didn't he?
Somebody in the chat dropped that. I can't remember. I don't think he did, but either way, right. It's one of those things where Jaden Blue is getting some looks at kick return, and I don't think you can take that risk now. I don't think you can play him in kick return, because if you lose him, you're really in trouble. And not in trouble as in these guys can't do it, but like Jaden Blue is your back now. Like that's your RB1, no question. It was kind of an RB1A, RB1B deal with Baxter and Blue. Now Blue is your guy. Moving on to the defending national champions, man. What is going on in Ann Arbor? I don't know. A lot of cheating, I guess. So Jim Harbaugh is given a show cause penalty, suspended for a year. I'm sure that's going to affect him a lot now that he's an NFL head coach. That's really going to hamper him coaching the Chargers. So Sharon Moore has to deal with this mess now, and the Connor Stallions thing has resurfaced as well. So my question to you is, how limp is the NCAA? Are they going to do anything about this, or are they going to lay down and do nothing like I'm expecting them to? I have no hate for Michigan at all. I actually kind of like Michigan, but I mean, yeah, this is recruiting stuff. I'm not as like crazy about recruiting like whatever, man. Like it's like everybody's paying players now. Like how much different is it really? But the Connor Stallions thing is pretty crazy. I mean, just like I said, master of disguising it and putting on Central Michigan gear and hanging out on the sideline at the Michigan State game is pretty crazy. So as far as lack of institutional control, do you see anything happening to Michigan, or do you think they're going to be fine?
I mean, I think they'll be fine. I mean, if nothing else, we got a great Halloween costume idea out of this whole Connor Stallions mess. So at least we have that. But I mean, as far as the NCAA enforcing anything that they theoretically push down upon Michigan, I mean, any punishment other than scholarship reductions or postseason bans, at least when it comes to athletic departments like Michigan, like a lot of the Power Four schools that just kind of print money, Ohio State, USC, Texas to a major degree, pretty meaningless, right? The problem there, though, is the people being punished in those scenarios are the players, and they didn't do anything wrong, right? So that's what kind of puts people in a tough spot. And the NCAA can't exactly like garnish a coach's wages either. So like they could try, right, but it probably wouldn't go well. And then you hit on it at the top. The guy who actually like committed the violations theoretically, and Harbaugh, or at least was in charge when the violations were taking place, isn't even there anymore. So like, what's the proper procedure here? To be honest, I don't entirely know. I mean, personally, the thing that's like maddening to me, and Harbaugh is far from the only person ever in the leadership position to do this, is just the blanket statement of like, I have nothing to apologize for. And like, Feinbaum called him a sociopath. I wouldn't go that far, but you just see a lot of leaders just kind of like blanket statement. I did nothing wrong. I have nothing to apologize for, moving on. And like, I get why you kind of have to say stuff like that legally, but also like there's evidence, dude. Like you didn't do everything right in this scenario, but I don't know. I think it's weird the way that the NCAA kind of can't enforce its own rules at this point. Like the main reason Charlie Baker got brought into his role with the NCAA as president after Mark Emmert retired was to get the government on the NCAA side and establish that authority, actually, like at this point. And like, I could talk for a long time about the hypocrisy of that notion therein. I won't, but regardless, that process of getting the NCAA, or getting the government on the NCAA side anyway, with regards to NIL, with regards to actually enforcing a lot of these rules, since they're starting to change state by state and all that, it's going to be an incredibly long, slow process, as it usually is when you have to send things to higher courts. But I mean, I guess that's the thing, right? If they try to put any major punishments down on Sharon Moore specifically and on Michigan's athletic department, they can just, like, they have the resources to just fight it legally forever.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly. The NCAA is not power. Like I was saying today at work, Greg Sankey has much more power than the NCAA commissioner does, right? Like he does. The commissioner of the SEC has more power. Commissioner of the Big Ten, I forget his name, he has more power. yeah, I mean, it's just kind of a joke. It's really, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. That's kind of where I'm at with it. Everybody's doing something illegally, probably hacking iClouds, like what, it's going on everywhere. This is pretty blatant, but I mean, this is also recruiting stuff that they're being punished for right now. The Connor Stallions stuff hasn't come down yet, but either way, I think Michigan wins that national title last year, regardless of cheating or not cheating. That's what it seems like. It's like how the Astros got busted for cheating in 2017 and then went on to 8 straight ALCS. As sick as that makes me, it's true. They're a great franchise. Like, what can I say? They were cheating, but they got caught, and then they stopped cheating, and now they're still killing it. So, like, what is the real issue? We're going to do it really quick. Oh, go for it. Go for it.
I was just going to say that's the thing too. When you look at like what the actual like infractions against like Harbaugh in this case are, it's not like things that really would have made that big a difference in terms of separating them from everybody else in terms of talent, execution, all that. Like they spent money on some things, like on like some meals and that sort of thing that they shouldn't have. And like at the end of the day, like it kind of sucks because like everybody should be technically having to follow the same rules, but like for these kind of infractions, like again, Michigan has the kind of money that they can just kind of buy their way out of it. If it was like, I don't know, Montana or Howard, like a smaller school, getting slapped with some of these penalties would actually make a pretty big difference in terms of how they have to operate and utilize the meager budget that they have. But with Michigan, it's drops in the bucket, literally.
Yeah, I know it really is. And the Michigan law school is really good too. So I'm sure they have a bunch of like badass lawyers there. So yeah, they'll have no problem fighting this in court. That will not be a problem for UMich, which is one of the best academic public schools in the country. So yeah, I think they're going to be fine. I think nothing is going to happen to them at all. Real quick, let me do an ad read for our friends at Audio Visual Consultations. Great time of year to be a sports fan. College football is right around the corner. You do not want to spend all your time figuring out where you're going to watch the game. You either go to the game or you watch it at home. Those are the moves. You don't want to figure out what bar you're going to go to. You don't want to figure out a DD. You don't want to figure out where there's room. No. Host at your house. Get an awesome Audio Visual Consultations hookup. Don't spend your time driving around the city on game day, like I just said, Get yourself a hookup. They've been doing it since 1988, and they can hook you up like they've hooked up thousands of Central Texans over the years. Home theater, man cave, woman cave setup, outdoor hookup, whatever. AV Consultations has you covered. Give them a call at 512-255-8678. And then our friends over at Covert Bee Cave, if you're looking for a new car, pre-owned car, truck, any of that, look no further than Covert Bee Cave. Newest set of dealerships in the Covert Auto Group. Covert Bee Cave has the biggest selection of vehicles in all of Central Texas. Their service is second to none. They're going to treat you like family every time, and the pricing just can't be beat. Please visit covertbeecave.com for the latest specials and inventory, or stop by and see them today. Mr. Joe, we have some games to talk about, don't we?
We do.
So week 0 is kind of not that great. You got Florida State, Georgia Tech in Dublin. That's kind of cool, I guess. But, it's only a 12-point spread, but you would think Florida State would win that game. I know they're losing a lot from last year, but they just seem like a much more talented roster than Georgia Tech. I don't know if you have thoughts on that game, but I have about 6 other games I want to talk about. But if you have any thoughts on that game, let me know.
I know Florida State, I think, is going to run away with it. And I think a lot of bartenders in Dublin are about to learn what a lemon drop is.
That's so true. I wonder if they're literally telling them, like, these are the drinks Americans like, so make these drinks. Like, I really do wonder if that's, like, going on there.
From my time in Dublin and from just having...
Love Dublin.
I do too. And from just having Beautiful. Irish family members, it's like... you're gonna drink what we have. Actually, like if they just
that's kind of how it is, right?
Yeah,
it's not about customer service over there.
all of Europe is like that, and sometimes it's for the better, sometimes it's not. Anyway, yeah, it's sometimes, but yeah, Florida State parties hard. they're in a good place if they want to do that. So.
Yeah, they're not going to be strangers to the drinking culture of Ireland, that's for sure. I guess I should note that, Jeff Choate's team, Nevada, taking on ACC Power SMU. Jeff Choate, former staffer at the University of Texas, took over. Forget who the former head coach at Nevada was. You might know that. You were a G5 guy. Who?
Ken Wilson, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So Jeff Choate takes over there. Keenan Crawford went with him, I believe, too. Good luck to Jeff. He was a great. I think he was linebackers coach at Texas. He was great. Look at the linebacker production over the last few years. The guy knows what he's doing. Wish him the best. But let's get into some big boy games in week 1. Starting with an 11 a.m. kickoff, Clemson, Georgia, at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. Georgia is the big swinging D, as we all know. They're coming in. They're preseason number 1. Everybody knows they're number 1. They know they're number 1. Clemson is on a bit of a downturn. This game was probably a lot more interesting 5 years ago, right? Clemson is sort of giving late era Texas Mac Brown vibes in that he wasn't adjusting maybe to what he needed to adjust to. They have not done anything in the portal, barely anything in the portal. And they have Cade Klubnik, who's shown flashes of being fantastic and shown flashes of being like, whoa, what the hell was that decision kind of deal. Westlake native, Austin native, one of the best high school quarterbacks we've ever seen statistically. I mean, unbelievable senior season where they won the state championship. So I think Georgia probably runs away with this. It is a 13.5-point spread in the favor of the Dogs. What do you think?
That's a pretty apt comparison with the Mac Brown era. I didn't know where you were going with that at first. But, I think what Dabo has done the last couple of years in terms of not really being able to adjust to the portal era and upgrading his roster at some of the key positions as quickly as some of these other teams can, it's starting to bite him for sure. I think with this game in particular, I'm very curious to see what the first half of this game looks like, because I think by the time the second half rolls around, Georgia will have, got those like first hit jitters out and actually like do what they do, which is control the ground game really well and just control the tempo in every way, really, against most competition they faced in the last 2 years. But I'm curious to see where Clemson's starters are, because as you mentioned, they have one or two guys that I think are, still at that level, but it's nowhere near as complete a roster as they had, back in like the Deshaun Watson days and that sort of thing. So.
Yeah. And they've had these Trevor Lawrences come through and they've had these fantastic defenses and they've had these and I don't think it can be understated that losing Brent Venables is a big deal for that defense, right? I know he left a couple of years ago, but I think that's reflected because say what you want about Venables as a head coach, you cannot argue with the pedigree of him as a defensive coordinator. That dude is nails as a defensive coordinator. And that's why I think OU is going to have a great defense this year. He is also recruiting very well there on the defensive side. On the offensive side, not as well. But I think that Georgia blows them out. I think Cade Klubnik's going to really struggle with that defensive front, and I just think he's going to have a really tough game. I like Klubnik, and I think I was super high on him coming out of high school. I thought he was going to be the next Trevor Lawrence, maybe. Not Trevor Lawrence, but you know what I mean, one of the next great Clemson quarterbacks. Mm-hmm. And I think he's really struggled. I think there's been a lot of issues with his maybe not development, but it just hasn't worked as well as I thought it would work there. And that may not be his problem, may not be his fault. But, yeah, this is a huge mismatch, man. I'm surprised the line's only 13.5. I think that's probably out of respect for the past of Clemson because this year they don't look like a team that's going to be within 2 touchdowns of the projected national champion. They're in a weak conference. The ACC's super weak. So they could maybe make noise in the conference still. I don't see them doing much in this game, though. I think this is probably a pretty easy game for the Dogs.
I don't disagree. I mean, I think it's just going to be one of those things where, based on how Clemson kind of comes out, it hopefully for them anyway would set the tone for what they need to do the rest of the year, right? I think everybody kind of has one or two of those games, unless you are Georgia, Ohio State. Some people would say Oregon, where like it's like, well, this is going to be a learning experience, and I think that's just what you have to treat this as.
Yeah, I just Georgia's just so loaded at every spot. I mean, you look at that SEC, all SEC team preseason, and there's a Georgia dude at like almost every position. Carson Beck, Etienne at running back. I always forget whether Trevor or Travis, which one's at college, which one's in the pros. But Etienne at running back. They have the receiver situation's a little weird, but they have two dudes on the offensive line and Tate Ratledge and Ernest Green, who are elite offensive linemen. They have Michael Williams at linebacker. They have Malachi Starks? Malachi Starks at safety. Like, this team is loaded, and I just don't see Clemson having a roster that's on par with that at really any position. I don't know that they're better at any position than Georgia is.
Exactly. I think they're outgunned to a pretty significant extent.
All right, next big game. This is in Vegas. Southern Cal takes on Louisiana State, a.k.a. LSU. USC had one of the worst defenses in the country last year. I mean, just horrendous defense last year. Just terrible. Gave up. I think they were 121st in yards given up last year in the FBS. When you go 8-5 with Caleb Williams as your quarterback for most of the season, I don't know what to tell you, because if he had a halfway decent defense, that team could have won the Pac-12 probably, or at least competed for it. And they're bringing in UCLA's defensive coordinator, D'Anton Lynn, and they're also bringing in Eric Henderson from the LA Rams. So maybe that helps. But this whole Benny Wiley, conditioning has proven in the past that those teams don't particularly perform well in the fourth quarter. And LSU's LSU, man. I know Garrett Nussmeier is a new name, but they have Kyron Lacey, who I like a lot. They have Harold Perkins. They have a new defensive coordinator as well from Missouri, who hopefully he plays Harold Perkins at edge and not inside linebacker. I realize that he might look better at inside linebacker for an NFL team, but as one of our guests said, who's an LSU grad, she said it's not their job to get him in the NFL. It's their job to win football games. And so I think it's really important that they play him at edge, because I think that gives you a huge advantage, because there are not many people in the country that can easily block Harold Perkins when he's coming off and rushing the passer. So this is a 6.5 point spread. I think LSU kind of runs away with this one too. I mean, working with new DCs doesn't guarantee much. You know what I mean? And LSU or USC lost its two best defensive players to the draft this year. So I don't know what your thoughts on this game are.
That line is shocking to me. That 6.5 point line. I think USC are going to get smacked personally. And the fact that this is such a marquee Vegas matchup is crazy. Lincoln Riley was on record saying he didn't want to play this game. He tried to get USC to pull out, didn't go the way he wanted it to. So this reeks of blowout, to be honest with you, or at least blowing this line out of the water. I'm curious to see, like you mentioned, what D'Anton Lynn does with this defense. They need some huge improvements there. Over the years, thinking about how long it took USC to move on from Alex Grinch is also crazy to me. I mean, we're also talking when we talk about Alex Grinch, we're talking about the defensive coordinator when he was at Washington State, lost to Portland State, which was, that's, you know what I mean? Same dude. I do not see LSU really having much of a problem dealing with this USC team. It's not that USC has no promise with some of the younger guys they have coming through the system, like Miller Moss, quarterback, for example, but they're not anywhere near ready to take on an LSU team that is still pretty deep despite losing the Heisman Trophy winner.
Yeah, and look at this offensive line, man. Will Campbell is 1A, 1B with Kelvin Banks is probably the best tackle in college football. USC does not have a guy that's going to beat Will Campbell, at least consistently, like at all. Josh Williams, I like at running back. I like Caleb Jackson, the sophomore, as a running back as well. Nussmeier is going to take some time to adjust, but I don't think this game is going to be particularly tough for him to adjust to. He's going to get a lot of push from the offensive line. They're going to have no trouble running the ball. And this defense, man, I don't see anybody. I don't see USC like torching this defense. Even though this defense struggled last year, I like the new DC hire. I like some of their guys on the defensive line, like Jalen Lee. I mean, I guess they're playing Harold Perkins at weak side linebacker, but he'll pass rush as well, I would imagine. And good luck stopping that dude when he's on a tear. I don't think it'll be quite as bad as when USC played Alabama a few years ago. I don't think it's gonna be 52-6, but I could easily see a 42-24 game, a 42-17 game. Like, that wouldn't surprise me at all. I just think this team's way more talented than USC. I think they're way more ready for this game. And the fact that Lincoln tried to pull out of this game does not speak confidence to your team, does it? That's not what you want to hear about your head coach, that he was like, yeah, we're not ready for this game. We're not ready for this at all. That's a terrible sign to send to your team. He's not wrong at all. That's what's scary to the players. The players must be like, our coach doesn't even think we can win this game. And it's so crazy that Southern Cal is in this position, because Texas was in this position for a long time. It was like, oh man, Texas is playing blah, blah, blah. I don't know, any team. TCU for a while. It's just weird to see USC just continuing to struggle, even with Lincoln Riley as their head coach. I mean, I think Lincoln Riley's ceiling is, as a head coach, is, if he has a good DC, national title, because that's the kind of offense he runs. He really is a quarterback whisperer. But, like, if you couldn't do it with Caleb Williams, I don't know how you're going to do it with – who's their quarterback this year? Is it Miller Moss this year?
He is definitely one of the ones in contention. It's probably going to be him, in my opinion.
Not Caleb. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it's probably going to be him, in my opinion, but they also had Jaden Maeva, who was Mountain West Freshman of the Year last year at UNLV. So, yeah,
I mean, again, how much does it matter when you're going to get out-physicaled on every play? How much does it matter when they have Harold Perkins on the other end, rushing the edge, and they have, Jacoby and Guillory, who's a redshirt senior at nose tackle? Like, I just don't see any of these guys being stopped by a USC offensive line that, is probably not as physical as an LSU defense front. I just think this, like you said, reeks of blowout to me. I think this is going to be kind of a beatdown. Moving on, we have a very interesting game going on in College Station. Notre Dame visits the Aggies in let's see, this is Elko's first year.
Yep.
Is it Elko's first year? Yeah, it's the first year. Elko's first year. Notre Dame has a good squad this year, right? They are Notre Dame. Yep. They will probably Notre Dame it up and lose 4 games. But Riley Leonard's a good quarterback. That dude's good. And they have a good defensive front. Their front seven's very good this year, Notre Dame's. And they have good receivers. But new offensive coordinators on both sides. And I think this is going to be a defensive battle. I think this is going to look like a lot of the A&M games over the last few years. I think it'll be a 21-17 type of game where it comes down to converting third downs and not turning the ball over. I think it's going to be one of those kind of just rock fights. Like it's going to look like that Bud Crawford fight from Saturday, where it's just all defense basically until the last couple of rounds. I don't know what your thoughts on Notre Dame A&M are. I have Texas A&M winning this game. I think A&M will win this game. Actually, I think they'll pull the upset, and I just think A&M has a lot of talent still. I love Torian York at linebacker. I think that dude's one of the best in the SEC. So yeah, what are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, first of all, for Riley Leonard, your first game at your new school is going up against your old head coach from Duke, right? So yeah. That's an interesting position to be in, unenviable.
Definitely.
But I like Notre Dame in this particular game. I agree that I don't think they are, I don't think they're title contenders necessarily. I think they're fairly solid. I think they can come away with this one and get a solid road win. That would actually be really good points in Marcus Freeman's, at least win him some more favor after, kind of stubbing his toe the last couple of years here. But I like Leonard a lot. On defense, this secondary for Notre Dame is actually super impressive when you think about it. I mean, Benjamin Morrison is one of the best quarterbacks in the country, if not the top. Just a couple guys in that conversation. But Xavier Watts at safety is really, really solid too. And then, I mean, moving into like the defensive line and the front seven as well. I mean, Notre Dame always has like a really good track record of producing these like zero technique, like nose tackle type guys who can be really effective. Howard Cross is yet another one of those guys for the Irish. So I think he's someone to keep in mind. But, for that reason, I think both teams have some halfway decent talent, but I think Notre Dame edges them out. I think that line is fair based on just the fact that both these teams the last like decade have, aside from like, the Johnny Manziel years at A&M, have been overall pretty big disappointments. So I think having these two match up in week one is pretty fitting.
Yeah, Howard Cross has gotten like nods for defensive lineman of the year, Outland Trophy. Like I've seen him on plenty of Outland Trophy lists. Dude is legit. He's a graduate. He's basically a fifth-year guy. And having a dude we saw last year with Texas how important it is to have those zero technique, those nose tackle dudes, those Tavondre Sweat types, and how difficult it is to run the ball against a team like that. And I think Connor Wegman's really good. Like I think he's a really good quarterback. But they lost Evan Stewart. They're going to have probably some trouble throwing the ball around to an extent. But if they can't run the ball against Notre Dame, it's going to be a really tough night because, like you said, that Notre Dame secondary is legit. They are lockdown corners, and Xavier Watts at safety is a baller. I still think A&M pulls it off because I think they have maybe one of the best home field advantages, and I think Elka's injected new life into this program. I think a big problem with A&M wasn't that they didn't have the talent. I think that they didn't have the motivation. And I think that they had a bunch of mercenaries on their team. And I think there was no buy-in with the culture. And I think Jimbo didn't care. And I think he was just kind of apathetic about the whole thing. And that showed on the field. They lost to Appalachian State. Regardless of how bad whoever was, they had no business losing to Appalachian State at home. No business with the talent they had on that roster. Shocking. One of the most shocking upsets I've ever seen. I'm serious about that. I was blown away when that happened, and I get it. A&M make fun of A&M, but like they had no business losing that game. That was shocking to me when it happened.
That did produce one of my favorite stories of all last football season, though, was the App State alum who went to that game in full App State gear, and when App State beat them, bought tickets to all of A&M's remaining home games and showed up in full App State gear, sat like third row, just like I think after that game there was like a shot of him like he somehow snuck a cigar into the stadium, was like smoking a cigar in the stadium. I was like, this dude is having a moment.
That is rad. I love that. Yeah, that's one of the most fun things about college football is just like the weird crap like that. It's so funny.
Mm-hmm.
Moving on to the battle of the state of our good friend Eric Henry. We got Miami versus Florida. Not that Eric has ties to either of those schools, but he is from the state of Florida.
Yeah.
It's at Hard Rock. Miami is a 2.5-point favorite in that game. I think Florida's in trouble, man. I think Florida's in trouble. I really like Damian Martinez at Miami, new running back. They have a lot to prove. Florida does. I mean, both teams kind of have a lot to prove this year, to be honest. But Florida is – the seat could not be hotter for Billy. And this schedule is doing him no favors because this is like probably their third easiest game of the season, fourth easiest game of the season. And they're dogs in it. It's going to take a massive turnaround for this Florida team to have a winning record this year. It's going to take a massive turnaround. I still think Miami wins this game. I don't know that they cover. I feel like it'll be a very close game. Who's under more pressure to win this game, you think?
Jake is reading my mind. That was the first thing, something I was going to say. Yeah, I mean, I think Napier's under more pressure, right? I think obviously, I think Florida just has like a little more aggressive fan base. They're more willing to kind of make these moves when things are not going right, and obviously there's more factors factoring into why fans are not happy with Billy Napier. But obviously, like, Cristobal has not had a great start at Miami either. Every time I've watched him coach, I feel like there's been at least one or two moments where me, as someone who is nowhere near qualified to be a Division I FBS head football coach, is like, what are you doing? Right. You know, that's kind of been the story of his Miami tenure. Hi, dog. But yeah, I like Miami's backfield a lot. That's all I was going to say. You mentioned Damian Martinez, bringing in Cameron Ward from Washington State. I mean, they hit the lottery in terms of that combo. They've never really been short on talent. It's just a matter of how well they've managed it. And in my opinion, Cristobal has not been good at that since he got there. But I personally think Napier is under more pressure.
I would agree. I think Napier's under more pressure just because of the expectations of the fan base. Like, you know, Florida has not been great recently, but they've at least like been to BCS games. Like, Miami has not been themselves in a long time. They've had successful-ish seasons. You know, they beat A&M at A&M a couple. Was that 2 years ago or last year? I can't remember if it was 2 years ago or last year. But I think Miami wins this game. I think Miami's probably. Well, I don't know. Florida's got a good defensive line, so that might be the difference maker. But I'd still go with Miami, and I'd probably take them to cover as well if I had to guess. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm picking Miami. I think it will be a fairly close game. I'd be shocked if they won by more than 2 touchdowns. But again, I like Miami's backfield so much, it's hard for me to bet against them, at least based on early projections.
Yeah, moving on. We got 2 more games to talk about. This is an interesting one. So Penn State travels to West Virginia for their first game of the season. I wrote this. Penn State is in a contract year. You know, like when you're an NBA player and I think they need to show out this year. I think they need to beat Michigan and or Ohio State. I forget which ones they play, if they play both of them or one of them. But either way, James Franklin is one of those guys who's a high floor, low ceiling guy, in my opinion. I just don't know that you can win a national championship with him. He's kind of like Mark Richt in that way. And like 10-3 might be your best bet with him. Fringe playoff contender, maybe right outside that top 12 in that area, probably. West Virginia has a lot of talent though on offense. They return a lot of production on the offensive end. Garrett Green's a great quarterback. They do have a bunch of transfers on defense though. And it's not like basketball where your guys just kind of meld a lot more quickly. I feel like, especially on defensive transfers, it's going to take a little bit. I call it microwave defense. It's going to take some time to adjust. So I think Penn State probably covers in this game, but I really like Garrett Green, dude. I think he's like a game breaker. And if West Virginia is going to pull this off, it's going to be behind his arm.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to need to push the pace for sure. I think Penn State's kind of got them beat up front. West Virginia, that's just never really where their strength has been. They produced a few NFL guys here and there, but just because James Franklin's philosophy has, been more balanced. He's produced some really good running backs at Penn State. That's going to be an X factor, in my opinion, just controlling the clock. But I don't know. I like the fact that Penn State is actually going to West Virginia. I feel like West Virginia doesn't get too many premier non-conference opponents typically. But yeah, I don't know. West Virginia is one of those teams to me where I look at, Neil Brown and what he's been able to do. And I'm just like, it's in a world where you need to be really kind of trying to do everything you can to get into that top 12 and get those big paychecks. I'm just not really seeing it. And I'm not hugely impressed with James Franklin when compared to the rest of the Big Ten either, but obviously it's not apples to oranges. But I think Penn State is the better team as far as this matchup goes.
I think so too. I just think it'll be a crazy environment. Like West Virginia, it's hard to play at Milan Pushker. That's a big environment. But Penn State plays at home with 110,000 people, so I think they'll probably be prepared enough for that game. Real quick note from Longhorn Bear: Chicago White Sox didn't fire their manager after 21 straight losses. They fire him after they finally win. Tough looks for the White Sox. I really thought when the Rangers swept them in 4 games, I was like, hey, we got a little joke back. No. All right, last game I want to talk about. We can spend the rest of the show on this because we only got a few minutes left anyway. We talked about it already. You came on the show. We discussed Texas and Colorado State. Let's redrudge that conversation up, and let's talk about Troy Horton a little bit because this spread is insane. Spread is 5 touchdowns. See if that's moved, but that's what it was last time I checked. Talk a little bit about Braden Fowler-Nicolosi and Torrey Horton and who's the slot receiver. I forget the slot receiver's name too, but they've got a little bit of talent on offense maybe that Texas fans might not be aware of.
Right. Well, I mean, first of all, with Torrey Horton, I mean, this dude is on a lot of NFL radars for a reason, and that's not just because of the overall size, right? He's like 6'3", 185 pounds, legit deep threat, can play really well on the outside. Like, I think you're really going to see him be like a day 2 at the latest, maybe even first round. He's that good. But yeah, Braden Fowler-Nicolosi is just one of those guys who he's still kind of growing into the role. He just got the starting job last season as a redshirt freshman. Obviously did fairly well, but I think there's 2 things that kind of hurt him in terms of his skill set. He's not particularly mobile. He can throw on the run, but I think when you watch a lot of these, better quarterbacks, it's like, can he take off and get 10 to 15 yards when you need him to? My opinion on that is not likely, just because he just really doesn't have that explosiveness, that acceleration, or at least that like quick burst. But I mean, he can throw it far. The accuracy is another pain point though. I mean, I think he had like 22 touchdowns to 16 interceptions last year. So he's just got to make better decisions with the ball. That hurt them a little bit. And it sounds like it's still something that they're working on. So, I mean, if Texas can kind of force him into situations where he's going to take those shots, because frankly, I think connecting on those is one of their only ways that they have like an outside remote chance of like staying in this game. But because that skill may or may not be developed to the point where it needs to be come week 1, Texas can take advantage of that with the kind of secondary that they have.
Yeah, not only that, but like even if he does take off, like Anthony Hill's chasing him down.
Yeah,
the speed on this Texas defense is for real. Especially Anthony Hill. I mean, that guy is so fast and so athletic. And this defensive backfield, I would say they're more of a pass defensive backfield, which is obviously what you want, but they're maybe not as much of a come up and stop the run kind of corners or safeties. Like Makub is definitely a cover safety, but it'll be a great test for these these corners to go up against like a pretty solid receiving core. And who's the other receiver that you mentioned last show? Last time we talked about this game, they have another receiver outside of Torrey Horton. What's his name?
Yeah, the Washington State transfer. Oh my gosh, yeah. I feel bad because I can't find him in my notes, but he played at Washington State and had a really good had some good moments there, but then he transferred last season and to another team, to another program, and they just did not use him at all. And I'm blanking on who that program was.
Was it Donovan Ollie? No.
Yes, his last.
It was.
It sounds right. It sounds right.
Yeah, he transferred to Cincy and then to Colorado State.
Yes, this is the guy who I'm thinking of. He is a deep threat kind of guy. He's been underutilized in some other systems, and I made the joke about Scott Satterfield not really being a great at knowing what he has personnel wise, but hopefully now that he's in a system and with somebody like Jay Norvell, who at least by his own declaration is kind of a wide receiver whisperer. Hopefully he can kind of get some more help on the development side and be a bigger factor in this kind of offense that, again, is going to take some deep shots this year, regardless of who the opponent is.
What does the Colorado State defense look like?
So their secondary, I think, has two of their better players in Jack Howell and Henry Blackburn at safety, kind of the free safety, strong safety combo. Howell's the strong safety, Blackburn's the free safety. It's just super old school type of players. Like, they love to come up and play in the box and just hit people as hard as they can. Actually, if it's not the best example, but you'll remember Blackburn is the one who put the hit on Travis Hunter that knocked him out for a few games. So, but I mean, again, like, they're intense. Like, they like to play like linebackers. I think at the end of the day, though, that kind of hurts them in that the same way that Colorado State is going to have to play the deep ball a lot to win. I think inevitably they're going to give up one or two of those where they just don't have the speed or the type of coverage skills that you need to match up with some of the better receivers you'll find in, the SEC and the Big 12. So they're fine at the other spots. But I think those two are the best on the defensive side of the ball. And Howell, I believe, is a team captain for a reason. I mean, he hates the Colorado Buffaloes. I mean, he made that pretty clear at media days. But I think if Texas can, again, utilize that run game just to kind of establish control and then maybe take a couple deep shots, go over those guys' head, then they'll be fine.
I don't think he's the only one that hates the Colorado Buffaloes these days, man. They're inviting quite a bit of hate. Did you see that clip of Shadur escaping the pocket? For the listener, Shadur escapes the pocket and he throws a dart downfield, and then there's a cut to a receiver catching the ball. It's very obvious that was cut and it was a different play. And it's just making Colorado look so ridiculous again. I thought maybe they'd be humbled after 4-8, but no, they're not at all.
I mean, North Dakota State is going to try to change that for sure. I mean,
I predicted a couple months ago that North Dakota State would either win or they'll definitely cover. I want to see what that line is really quick. North Dakota State and Colorado line. Let's see what it is. I bet it's like, oh my gosh, it's 8.5. We have an 8.5 point line. We gotta bring Zay in on this. This is fun. Zay, what is up, brother? Dude, so Colorado plays North Dakota State week 1, 8.5 point line on that game. That's it.
Yeah, it's interesting.
And I think North Dakota State could cover, dude. I mean it. I think they could win. North Dakota State is like run it down your throat, like physical team. Colorado's more of a finesse team. I don't know, dude. I think this is a bad matchup for the Buffs. And like, I hate to talk about Colorado on Texas Sports Unfiltered, but it's just very funny to talk about how they might lose this game.
Yeah, I mean, I see it, when it comes to Deion Sanders and his Colorado Buffalo, those guys sometimes, are we really working in between the trenches? Is it really going down on campus, the things that most coaches should be preaching? I don't know if Deion Sanders is doing that. And his team should be better than they were last year. I mean, he's got more transfers and, recruits in, but now you're in the Big 12. It seems like there's so much parity with all those teams in there. You don't know who's going to win it from, Utah to Oklahoma State. I've been hearing Iowa State rumors. Like there's a lot of teams that are going to fight for that Big 12 championship to try to punch their ticket in the college football playoff. And I don't think Colorado is one of them.
No.
I like
think they're going
Travis
to lose
Hunter.
most of their games. Yeah. What'd you say? Sorry.
Love Travis Hunter. I like a guy that could, play offense and defense. One of my favorite players growing up was Charles Woodson and Champ Bailey, and both of those guys back in their collegiate days playing for the Wolverines, and Champ Bailey playing for Georgia. They play a little bit of offense too. So I hope Travis Hunter doesn't get burnt out, but yeah, we know Deion. It seems like it's about his kids and Travis Hunter being this kid, and then Colorado is second, which that's fine and dandy, but all right.
What happens when those kids leave, though?
Yeah.
And that whole thing where he was dunking on the former player was just crazy, dude. That was crazy work, dude, where he was like tweeting at that player, like his stats, and he's like, that's why you're at Akron now, or whatever, wherever he went, some like smaller school. And it's like, have a little dignity, my friend. Like, come on, dude. Like, have a little decorum, my friend.
You talking about Shadur?
No. I thought Deion himself tweeted at that player.
Oh, they both were doing it. Yeah, for sure.
That's some petty crap, dude. That's some petty stuff right there.
Yeah, you don't want to see it from your coach or quarterback, but we just give them a pass because it's Deion and it's
prime time, dude.
So yeah, they get kind of a double standard that you don't put on most coaches and starting quarterbacks, which I've been saying on these airways for a long time, Keenan and Joe, like that might cost Shadur Sanders when he gets to the next level.
Oh yeah, being coddled is not good for you, man.
No,
where's your co-host, Jay?
He should be coming. I don't know when. Oh, there he is.
There he is. What up, Chip?
Appreciate you, fellas. Sorry I'm late.
No, you're good. I have to run to the office.
I apologize.
But Joe, thank you for co-hosting Montfrere. Much appreciated as always. I'll have that piece for you on Washington State today too, so no worries.
Appreciate it, fellas.
No problem.
Thanks, fellas.
Peace out, gents.
Appreciate you. Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice, and we're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay. Oh my gosh, what a week, Zay. If you're watching us on the Texas Sports Unfiltered YouTube channel, please take note of these incredible sponsors around our faces. And if you're listening to us on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app, feel free to join in the show with your questions, comments on the CODA Circuit of the Americas text line at 512-222-9328. Put that in your phone, just like that alarm every weekday at 1 o'clock Central Time to remind you to join your boys, Chip and Zay, right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Zay, it's been a crazy week. My dear daughter, Maggie Brown, God bless her soul, was in dance rehearsal for her musical at McCallum, the Performing Arts High School of Austin, Texas, and her partner took the wrong step, and her left foot stepped on his foot, rolled. Now she has a broken left ankle, and she's distraught. So yesterday I was with her at the hospital, and just came in. The reason I was late is because I just had gotten her. Now she's gonna need a knee scooter. So I brought her a knee scooter because she'll be she can't put any weight on that ankle, obviously, for 2 months. So apologies for missing out on yesterday's show. Obviously, a ton to talk about in that time frame. CJ Baxter, we now know, out for the season. And how do the Longhorns respond? We will get into that here in just a second. We got Lance Taylor, of course, our SEC insider and prognosticator at lanceslock.com. He'll join us at 1:30 30. And then our man, Chris Hummer, who was out of pocket on his normal Tuesday 1:30 spot, will join us at 2. Zay, how are you doing, my man?
I'm all right. Wishes go out to your daughter, man. I know that's tough. She's in her senior year, and, she's kind of the LeBron of the McCallum Fine Arts program, with how good she is and what she does, the Patrick Mahomes, if you will. So I know they're going to miss her, and, hearts go out to her. But, I'm all right, man. I'm all right. Yesterday was some good, definitely some bad, but show must go on. You got to keep on rolling, giving the people what they want. And I'm alive. I'm healthy. Can't complain much about that. You're muted. You're on mute, my friend.
Sorry. I was just making sure to get our invites out. I don't want to be loud with the typing. Don't want to be loud with the typing. So, CB. Zay, when we break this down, and I wrote about this in the Insider at horns247.com that came out this morning. And when you have a running backs coach like Tashard Choice, you are recruiting at the top of the game. And so people don't really know who Trey Wisner is yet. But the people in DeSoto know, and the people who recruited Trey Wisner know, and Steve Sarkisian talked about it today, that Trey Wisner is an elite level running back. And if Texas thinks you're worthy enough of a full scholarship offer, Tashard Choice has not missed. And so you've got Jaden Blue, who he's my RB1. He has been since the end of last season. No offense to CJ Baxter. CJ Baxter does everything right. He is growing into a top running back in college football. He's not there yet. He ran in a gap scheme in high school. He was just getting comfortable with the zone running scheme. And, in that gap scheme, you're running through one hole, like usually with a lead blocker. In the zone scheme, you're following the flow of the offensive line. You could, you find the first crease, you go. It's different. And so CJ Baxter was developing 4.8 yards per carry, 5 touchdowns. Those numbers don't mean anything to anybody, but in the Texas program, you're growing, you're developing. And Jaden Blue, no one was talking about him his freshman year. He was behind Bijan Robinson and Roschon Johnson and Jonathan Brooks. Last year's behind Jonathan Brooks, and then he gets his opportunity, and you see the flashes. You see 6.1 yards per carry. You see his ability to catch the football and his speed. You also saw a couple of fumbles, including a huge fumble in the Sugar Bowl after a nice catch and run down to the Washington 21-yard line, and then the ball gets knocked out. But you move Jaden Blue into RB1, you move Trey Wisner into RB2, and if anything, I would take the over on Jaden Blue in 1,000 yards. If you can get that, you bet the crap out of that, because his carries are going to go up substantially, and Trey Wisner's going to be okay. I think people are going to be pleasantly surprised with Trey Wisner. In fact, he reminds me a lot of Jonathan Brooks. He's a 6 foot, 200-pound running back who's not afraid of contact. He's got a good stiff arm. He's got wiggle. He's got good contact balance. He's a guy who will do just fine. I think, Zay, you and I have talked about this. I asked Jaden Blue in the spring, you looking at this as a contract year? Yeah. If everything goes according to plan, I'm out after this year. He said, we'll see how the year goes, but that's the plan. That dude is so motivated, and he's making plays, and he's letting people know about it. He's got that confidence. That's what you need, especially right now with CJ Baxter, who everyone loves, great teammate. And like I said, developing into a top end back. By the time he leaves Texas, let's put it this way. You got Quinshon Judkins, you got Travion Henderson, you got dudes out there in the running back category who could be heading to the draft. Jaden Blue could end up being the top pick. For the third straight year, the Longhorns could have the top running back selected in the NFL draft. That's how good I think Jaden Blue is. So you're still loaded at the running back position. And in fact, I was talking to a coach last night, a former Big 12 coach, who said you can do more with Jaden Blue than you can with CJ Baxter because of his speed. You can come out in a 3-wide set, 1 tight end, 1 back. Defense thinks or you could come out in 12 personnel, 2 tight ends, 1 back, and flex into 5 wides with Jaden Blue outside, because the coach said you can run post routes with him. He's fast enough to get downfield. You don't just run in wheels and rails and screens with Jaden Blue. You can run a 9 route because of his speed and his hands. So it's terrible for CJ Baxter. It's terrible. It's just like my daughter. It's devastating. She's like, "Are you kidding me? Like, this is, my junior year. I'm applying for colleges this year.
How about you as a senior? She's just a junior?
I know.
Oh, man.
She's done so much already that
that's incredible. Okay.
But CJ is terrible. He was getting ready to be the man. And so it's terrible for CJ Baxter, but if you're a Texas fan, you're knocking on wood. This is why you have the depth that you have. It's why you have Tashard Choice as your running backs coach. It's why you identify a guy like Trey Wisner and bring him in when other people might be sleeping on him because he was on a loaded DeSoto team. But you saw the same things maybe that you saw in Jonathan Brooks, that just unbelievable determination. Fozzie Whitaker, I was talking to Fozzie Whitaker last night about it, and he said the guy just has that never say die ability. When he's running the football, you think he's about to go down and he breaks it. Like he's in and out of 3 tackles. You think he's going down, and all of a sudden he squirts out and takes it to the house. Wisner's that kind of guy. He does not go down on first contact, and that's the NFL loves that. So I think Wisner's going to be a star by the end of this year. I think people are going to be like kind of the same thing they're talking about with Jaden Blue. I just think he needs an opportunity. Obviously, you want to see how he handles the moment. You want to see how he handles the ball. I mean, that same coach I was talking to said, I wonder if Jaden Blue had ball security issues in practice. And that's why maybe they were slow to move him ahead of CJ Baxter last year, because the coach said he's clearly more explosive. You can do more with him. Like for Steve Sarkisian, having a running back, think about those routes that Bijan Robinson was running in his final year. He's going downfield. He caught that incredible one-handed catch, 15 yards, a crossing route over the middle. Like Bijan's hands are so good and his speed's so good that you could run different routes. You're not just running the wheel route, the rail, the screen. You're really taxing the defense. Now when they see Jaden Blue flex out, they're like, oh crap. We got 5 guys who could run a deep route right here. And what are we going to do? So, and that's where you love having a 3rd-year quarterback who's going to be able to make that quick decision and get the ball to the right guy, because the defense isn't going to know what to do with that. And Zay, I'll stop on this. It was interesting because someone asked Steve Sarkisian today, are you tempted to just let Quinn throw it all over the place? And Sark laughed and said, I mean, it's tempting, but we always strive for balance and we love to run the football. But it's like I wrote in the Insider today, I heard Tuesday's practice when CJ went down was one big pass play after another. It was Quinn and Arch connecting to, Jonte Cook, Ryan Wingo, DeAndre Moore, Silas Bolden. This offense is going to be hard to stop. I think that Texas offense against the Michigan defense is going to be one of the best matchups of the year. I have a feeling those are going to end up being two of the best units on their side of the ball in the country. And so that's why that game is such intrigue. I had a coach tell me that game's going to come down to, he said that's going to be a battle. And whoever wins that wins the game.
Yeah, I mean, kind of what you saw last year with Trevondre Sweat and Byron Murphy. You can probably say the same thing about Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant in the interior line for Michigan. And now that you don't have CJ Baxter, talking about Trey Wisner and this offensive line, I mean.
Hey, hold on 1 second. Are you near your microphone? You sound like you're in a well.
Yeah, I got my mic.
Get that microphone closer to you because that sounded great.
Better?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we're cooking here.
Yeah.
But yeah, you think about just the interior line for Michigan, how good that defense is. You still want to have some balance and run the football because that secondary for the Wolverines is hella good too. So, yeah, throwing it all over the place, that sounds nice. But once teams start seeing that film you put up there for this 2024 squad, they're going to try to negate that as much as they can and force you to run the football. And is this very experienced offensive line, are they ready to take that responsibility on, all right, we lost one of our best backs. Well, we got to make these other guys look good. And yeah, we assume that it's going to be Trey Wisner, but as you said, Tashard Choice and Sark, they recruit heavily on this running back spot for a reason. Like Jared Gibson, that dude came in with a already college football body. Christian Clark, same with him too. So those guys might get the nod, and you just never know. What we saw with Savion Red, a couple of years ago, and how they moved him from the wide receiver position to the running back spot. Is there somebody on that very deep wide receiver list that you could possibly move to that running back position? I know Ryan Niblett played running back at times back in his high school. So we'll see how that goes and what Sark and those guys try to figure out week to week. But yeah, I still think this team should be really good. I still think that this team is a national championship caliber team. And yeah, you feel for CJ Baxter, man. The guy, he's dealt with injuries ever since he's gotten to the 40 acres. And this injury, knocking him out until 2025, it hurts. It really hurts. But again, when you have all these leaders, what Sark say SEC Media Day, 20-something leaders in that locker room, then you're confident that next man up is a realistic thing. That's not just a sports cliche that you hear. You could actually say that at the University of Texas because you've recruited so well in high school and you've done a really good job in the transfer portal. So yeah, Jaden Blue, I think he's going to eclipse 1,000 yards pretty easily. And you just got to hope, a lot of these other guys stay healthy. I mean, that's a part of the luck that you need to win that national championship. You saw last year with Michigan, they didn't have too many injuries, so they danced their way to the national championship. I wouldn't say it's easy, but they did it without all those injuries and having to deal with too much adversity. And now with the Horns getting hit with that adversity, we got to see how they respond.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the Texas running back room, one of the absolute strengths of the team. You could say it was the strongest. I mean, people are going to, okay, what's the strongest position group for Texas? Quarterback room, receiver room, running back room, offensive line. running back was in the discussion with CJ Baxter healthy. I'm saying it's still in the discussion with Trey Wisner as RB2. And obviously you need one of those freshmen, Jarek Gibson, Christian Clark, to grow up quickly. You can get by without a third back. You can survive with two. And we'll see how Sark wants to draw it up. But this is still one of the best running back rooms in college football. Even without CJ Baxter. That's how much I believe in Jaden Blue, Trey Wisner, and Tashard Choice. So Texas fans, knock on wood, you don't need any more injuries. You don't need any more character building. But
what'd you hear? How did it happen? Was it a bad cut, bad hit? What happened?
Yeah, I'm still not exactly clear. I think it was in, I don't want to say because I've figured someone would ask Sark that today. I asked him about Trey Wisner. But yeah, I will get to the bottom of that because it's just so unfortunate. It's the lateral collateral ligament and the posterior cruciate ligament. And so it's
like the side, outside part of your knee and like the back part of your knee.
Yeah.
Thigh bone that's connected to the fibula and all that shit. That's crazy.
Well,
sounds
real quick,
gross, man.
Our man CB, the greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio, pointing out today that my man Nick Foles is retiring today. You'll probably hear me talk about this a little bit later in the show, but I love Nick Foles. Love who he is, love what he stands for, love his family. Love that he went to Westlake and was always the forgotten guy. And all the guy did was win, like everywhere. And he's so humble. Sometimes I think he was too humble for the NFL, for God's sake. And he wasn't that guy out front with the swag and the commercials. Of course, his one season took off like a rocket with the Philadelphia Eagles. And he wanted to play for the Philadelphia Eagles. Like, he was devastated when Chip Kelly traded him for Sam Bradford. And then Nick ends up back with the Eagles thanks to Doug Peterson. And of course, Carson Wentz goes down and Nick Foles steps in, and the rest is history. But love you, Nick Foles. So proud of you. I mean, he's got his father's so successful in the restaurant business, and Nick is invested in all those restaurants. Nick will make more from the restaurant business than he ever will from the NFL. But what a performance. And I'm just sad he never got a chance to really be the guy with a team that, I mean, all the Eagles had to do was give him a 2-year deal after him winning the Super Bowl, and he would have stayed in Philly. So Philadelphia, I said, careful, you may never win another Super Bowl, Philadelphia. The Nick Foles curse. Eagles made it back to the Super Bowl, but they didn't win it.
No, they did not. And yeah, that's my guy too. Not proud that he went to Westlake, but glad that he's Austin Knight. I remember those days facing them in football and basketball. The dude could hoop. The dude was an incredible athlete that had my dad waking up in the cold sweat preparing for him. Because I've said it before on these airwaves, the dude had like a Dirk-like game at 6'5", 6'6". Like, he played like Dirk. Fadeaways and great touch, and 3-level score, stretched all the way out to that 3-point line. So it was like, man, how is this guy, as good as he is at football, all the responsibility that you have to play quarterback, when is he working on his basketball game? Because the way that he plays, you have to have extreme skill and be in the gym all the time, man. That's just the type of athlete he was. And going on to Michigan State, didn't work out there. Came down south, went to Arizona, and really showed out in the Pac-12 and did some incredible things to give himself a chance at the NFL. And yeah, I'm with you. I felt like he didn't get his fair shot like he could have, but he did make the most of the opportunities that he did get. And the Super Bowl, that's the biggest one. And if you outplay Tom Brady, you special. I don't care if it was just one game. You outplay Tom, you special.
He outplayed Tom Brady when Tom Brady set the Super Bowl record for passing yards with 500 plus passing yards. Foles outplayed him, had to drive the ball down the field, converted 4th down to Zach Ertz, made the plays when he had to. That guy did not shrink. Of course, they called him Big Blank Nick Foles. Anyway.
What, Big Willie Nick Foles, what they call
Big Willie. I mean, did you see during the Super Bowl parade, all the inflatable penises out there?
No, I don't remember that. I just remember Jason Kelsey's ridiculous costume.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's say the French pole vaulter had nothing on Nick Foles, okay? For those of you who are watching the Olympics. All right, let's bring in Lance Taylor. Next Round Live and Lance's lock.com for his Thursday appearance. Little carpool sports talk with our man LT. Nick Foles retired today, my man.
Yeah, well, before that, the pole vaulter, I think I told you guys that story in high school. I had to give up pole vaulting because of that issue. The upper body strength, the explosion, none of that was a problem. My lift, it was just my junk. It kept hitting the pole, and you can only do so much. So, I feel his pain. But boy, there's not a better way to lose an Olympic medal than that.
Oh yeah, he's set for life. Life's good to lose a gold medal, but be good for life. Yeah. He's good in a lot of categories. That's my man.
Nick Foles, and I know Chip. I've heard you talk about how good he was, high school football, and then goes to Arizona, and he had a solid career at Arizona. I never with watching him play, and he played for my Rams for a little bit. He was a good quarterback, more like a solid kind of cagey veteran you would want as your number 2. But that run with the Philadelphia Eagles, and I'll never forget this because I remember watching at my house the Eagles beat the Rams in the Coliseum, and Carson Wentz leaps into the end zone. It was a non-contact injury that ended his season. And I remember thinking at that point, and I will stand by this for the rest of my life, I thought at that one point, Carson Wentz was the best player in the NFL. And he was going to win the MVP that year. And then it's announced after the game that Wentz is done for the year and Foles is taking over. There was no expectation. They weren't going to win a playoff game. And for him to go on that run, and then after the amazing Stephon Diggs walk-off against the Saints, and knowing that Philadelphia had to go back into that environment where the Vikings have never won a Super Bowl in the NFC Championship game, and for them to walk Minnesota off their own field and then beat the Patriots and Tom Brady in the Super Bowl, that was just one of the more amazing little mini journeys we've ever seen in all of sports. So without that, I don't think we'd even be talking about Nick Foles retiring. He probably would have retired earlier, but he's always going to have a place in NFL history based on that run.
Yeah. And he's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, 8 touchdown passes in a game. He did that for Chip Kelly, and he still traded him for Sam Bradford. I always said, what the hell does Nick Foles got to do to win a a job, and he would have stayed with the Eagles after he won the Super Bowl if they'd have just given him a 2-year deal for like $14 million. And they didn't. And I'll never get it because the guy, his teammates loved him, but he was so humble. He was so low key. But yeah, I agree. That was one of the, I say it is the greatest Super Bowl MVP performance of all time because he outplayed Tom Brady when Brady broke the Super Bowl record, 500 plus passing yards, had to lead a last second fourth, game-winning drive, converted fourth down to Zach Ertz, and had Philly special.
Yeah, he got a touchdown.
Got a touchdown.
Is he the only quarterback in NFL Super Bowl history to catch a touchdown?
Maybe.
I would think.
But and I bet the crap out of it too, Lance. People got sick of me. That whole week of that Super Bowl, I said, Nick Foles is going to be the MVP of the Super Bowl. The Eagles are going to win. Book it. And people were like, stop talking. I bet it, and I won big.
Lance'sLock.com. I got some preseason stuff to tell you guys about. Excited about that. But well documented, they can't win a Super Bowl. I am awful when it comes to Super Bowls, and I did have the New England Patriots in that Super Bowl. And if you would have gotten in my ear and begged me, I wouldn't have listened. But I would have loved to have had Nick Foles, probably, 10-1 to win the MVP in that. And then obviously the Eagles, you could have gotten them on a nice money line plus winning outright. I can't pick these Super Bowls. I never saw it coming. So congratulations to you, Jeff.
Well, let's talk about Lance'sLock.com, baby.
Okay, your Detroit Lions play in New York tonight. I think it is on some ABC affiliates. Where I am in the beautiful city of Birmingham, I don't think I get this. NFL Network, Carolina, New England. We've got both sides available right now. Here's the cool thing. We've got a brand new website. Finally it was 2.5 months in the making. We finally rolled that out last week. Lance'sLock.com. If you scroll down, you'll see our NFL preseason package. One all-inclusive price. If we don't win this preseason, then you get the first month of the NFL absolutely free at Lance'sLock.com. But right now, 4 plays in Major League Baseball available, the 2 sides tonight in the preseason. We've got new content going on our YouTube channel too. I will give you, so I wanted to ask you guys this, get your opinion on this, and I'm going to tell you, I'm coming full circle here. There are 67 Power 4 teams. If you throw Notre Dame in the mix, 68. Of those 68, how many do you think on paper right now, if I'm setting the number in Vegas, I'm pretty good at setting these numbers. I'm even better at setting the numbers than I am and telling you the outcome. But if I told you of those 68, how many are going to be favored in 10 plus games, at least right now? Now, injuries, the way they're playing, the way other teams are playing in September, October, it will dictate a lot of this. I'm just talking about if I sat down with professional lines makers in Las Vegas right now, of those 68 teams, how many will be favored in 10 plus games out of the 12 game schedule?
8,
6,
20.
Wow. In the Power 4 and Notre Dame.
Yep. Notre Dame is one of those, but you can go. I would love if your listeners and viewers like and subscribe and go to win@lanceslock.com, the new YouTube channel, because we're going to be doing a lot of content. We'll be doing interactive stuff, week of games, a lot of fun stuff, but we're just leaking some content right now. But I did about a 23-minute podcast early this morning on the 10 teams that are the 20 teams that I believe will be favored in 10 plus games.
Wow.
So those are some things.
Hey, Lance, is this the most wide open college football's ever been? I feel like it's Georgia and then a decent little drop and then everyone else.
Yeah, I would agree. CJ Baxter, awful news. I know you guys probably spent a ton of time on that. Teams, there's only like five to 7 teams I wouldn't be blown away if they won a national championship. I think that's about right, though. Now, again, I was talking Power 4 teams.
Oh, we got him froze. Is he froze? Is he frozen?
Yeah, I think he's froze.
Like Han Solo?
There's probably 20, maybe to 25 teams that will vie for those 11 spots.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, like I look in the Big 12, and you guys used to cover the Big 12, and now you guys are in the big boy league in the SEC. But, in the Big 12, there are 3 teams that will be favored in 10-plus games. And to me, there are 4 teams that I believe can win this league. We were talking to Brett McMurphy at SEC Media Days, and he said he believes 7 to 8 teams can win the league. I don't think it goes that deep. I think it is going to be a deep league. I think it's going to be very unpredictable. But I started looking at West Virginia, Penn State week 1. And I go back West Virginia, the coach that was on the hottest seat, and his odds were even shorter than Billy Napier's are this year.
Neil Brown
last year was plus 250 to get fired. And he goes out and wins 9 games. And he's got Garrett Green coming back at quarterback. So you wonder if they can build on that momentum. Like if West Virginia was to beat Penn State week 1, I think all of a sudden we would be like, well, damn, West Virginia could win the Big 12. Now, I'm not saying they're going to beat Penn State, but I'm just saying if they were able to beat Penn State week 1, I think you've got to put them in the category of Oklahoma State, Utah, Kansas State, and Kansas.
I agree. I think Oklahoma State, Iowa State, the Big 12 has the most wide-ranging number of teams I think that can win the league. I think there's 6 or 7. No one's talking about Iowa State. They got everybody back and Rocco back.
Yeah.
I mean, if they beat Iowa.
And I hate sleeping on Matt Campbell because you guys know this. That was arguably the worst Power 5 job in football for a long time. And Dan Campbell takes that over. Matt Campbell. I don't want to get to your Dan Campbell and Detroit Lions. Matt Campbell takes that over with his dirty hat. And it was an incredible story. And it looks like he's lost a little steam over the last couple of years, winning like 5 games. And people are like, damn, he's not doing the job he was doing. Winning 5 games at Ames is still a big deal. But I am willing to say that he will have another one of these 9-10 win seasons, and he'll make a run at the Big 12 championship just because the guy knows how to coach. I just don't know how strong their collective in Ames can be.
Yeah, and he goes and finds those little athletes that are unrecruited and develops the hell out of them. There's those coaches, Gary Patterson, Art Briles. They were amazing at finding, I think Johnny Nansen, the new linebackers coach and former Arizona defensive coordinator, is that way. He knows how to go into the Polynesian community and find those guys.
Yeah, Whittingham's been great at that.
Yeah.
I think, looking at the Kansas schools, Bill Snyder was obviously really great at the JUCO ranks. I think Lance Leipold is one of those guys that can evaluate talent. This guy might be a 3-star, but by the time we get done 2 or 3 years, if we can keep him, we can develop him into what looks like a 5-star. So I think I think that is an art. I don't think everybody can do that, obviously. And when you've got one of those jobs like in Iowa State, you've got to be able to do that to be able to actually play week in, week out with these other schools that have these massive collectives.
Yeah, you're right. He went 7-6 last year, and that's a great year in Ames. He had that 4-8 season in 2022, but he has never won 10 games. He's won 8 games twice, 9 games in 2020, played in the Big 12 championship with Brock Purdy at quarterback. Texas had a 10-point lead on Iowa State that year in the 3rd quarter and went for a fake punt, and it blew up, and all the momentum swung to Iowa State, and they ended up winning that game.
Yeah, shout out to Tom Herman.
Tom Herman.
I had somebody come up to me last night. I host a trivia every Wednesday night. He's like, hey, I'm with a bunch of Ole Miss people. What do you think the number of wins that could get Lane Kiffin fired this year? And I'm like, none. Like, if he has some kind of crazy off the field situation, the only way he would lose his job, he's coming off 11 wins, the most in program history. But, my point was, I started to think about this. Like, if they don't get to a college football playoff this year with that schedule, when are they ever going to get there with the expansion to 12? But then you start to take this a little bit deeper. Like, we now look at Matt Campbell winning 7 games in Ames as kind of a disappointment. Well, Kalen DeBoer, he comes in and takes over this program from Nick Saban, and it's a difficult schedule. If he was to go 10-2 and get to a college football playoff, that's kind of the expectation. If he goes 9-3 and misses, people are going to be like, damn, this is not even close to what we had with Saban. And then let's say that he gets to the playoff the next 3 years but doesn't win a national championship. People are going to want to change. He could, in 4 years, average 10 or 11 wins, go to 3 college football playoffs, maybe even win an SEC championship with no national championships. That is the bar right now in Tuscaloosa. And it's not necessarily a fair bar. And Sharon Moore taking over for Jim Harbaugh. They finally win that national championship. He could go 8-4 this year, and people will be like, okay, let's wait this out. Then if he goes 9-3 next year, then coming back in that third year, he might be on a hot seat. It's just where we are in college football. And although we've expanded the champion or the playoff to 12, you still can only have one team win the national championship.
Yeah. Well, what do you think about what's going on in Ann Arbor? Can they just leave this hardball shit alone, lads? Like, what's the point?
Yeah.
What's the point? It's kind of embarrassing.
Zay, we just need the NCAA, tell them to go kick rocks. We're done with them. They have no power anymore. I mean, Harbaugh in so many ways just gave a middle finger. I mean, nothing's going to happen. I mean, it's kind of the Pete Carroll situation. And the difference there was at that point, the NCAA had a lot of power still in the mid-2000s. They just don't have that power anymore. So I think even when you read this, like if you can make it, if you can digest a couple of paragraphs on this, and Harbaugh would be ineligible till 2028, would be suspended for a year. First of all, he's never coming back to college football. I don't think anybody cares. And I do think ultimately the NCAA is going to have no power. And I think all these vacated wins and these penalties, whether they're still hovering out there, they're going to be out the window and it's not going to matter.
Yeah.
Lance, you lived it. You went to Alabama. I'm fascinated by that Alabama 2020 team because Tua moves on and in comes Mac Jones at quarterback and they got better. So what were the expectations for Alabama, as you recall, going into that 2020 season?
Well, the thing I remember the most about it, guys, is, at this time in 2020, we didn't know if we were going to have football. Kevin Warren basically said the Big Ten is not going to play. And thank God for Greg Sankey. He was one of the first to stand up and say, hey, look, let's hit the brakes a little bit. Let's try to get a little bit more information and let's make a decision as we get closer. I was panicked. I'm sure you guys were too. I mean, this is my livelihood. Without football, I sell to, we've got a company. I mean, it would have been like a complete implosion. The expectation still for Alabama, they knew they were going to have a ton of stud receivers. They knew the defense was going to be really good. The expectation was still to win a championship. I said this, though, like 3 weeks before the season started. I believe Bryce Young was going to be the starting quarterback. You remember, he was a true freshman. Right. He had verbally committed to USC, decides to come to Alabama, heard rave reviews on him. And I was like, man, look, I've seen Mac. He had started the Auburn game, the final game of the regular season the year before. He threw 2 pick sixes, but he played pretty well outside of that. If you can play well with 2 pick sixes. So I thought Mac would be good, but I didn't think he was going to be good enough to beat Bryce. And when you look back at it, Mac was incredible in 2020. I will put that team, the 2019 LSU and the 2020 Alabama, and maybe
2005,
Texas,
he should be back, right? Like
What's
last
that?
time.
Who?
Say what?
You heard me?
Yeah.
So what did you say? I lost you.
Yeah, I lost everyone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I could hear Lance. You couldn't.
Okay. So anyway, I was just comparing some of the great teams, and I think 2020 Alabama can line up against any of those teams. I did not foresee Mac Jones being that good. It helped with his wide receivers, but man, he threw a pretty ball that year. That obviously translated to him getting drafted early on by the New England Patriots and started, his rookie season was actually good his rookie season. They won 11 games. They went to the postseason. But I don't think anybody saw Mac Jones being that good at all. And then obviously the next year, what's crazy is Bryce Young, with all of these national championships Nick Saban won, he never won one. And so I think, for a guy that won a Heisman, there was a lot of meat left on the bone for Bryce Young, and his career is still undefined. We'll see what happens year 2 in Carolina. I still will stick with it. I think Bryce Young is the best pure quarterback I've ever seen at Alabama.
Wow. I mean, that team had Najee Harris at running back. He ran for 1,466 yards. He caught 43 passes. And you had Devontae Smith catching
Jerry Jeudy, Henry Ruggs, Jalen Waddle. I think maybe I told you guys this. I remember watching on ESPN Sunday, Tim Hasselbeck was talking about Mac Jones in the Patriots offense. And he's like, you see receiver split here, 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 and he's like, oh my God, that is Jerry Jeudy, that is Jalen Waddle, that is Henry Ruggs, and that is Devontae Smith. Like, and they just kind of stopped all these NFL guys in the middle of like, who in the hell has this many elite first round wide receivers on the field at the same time? It's just not even fair.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm curious because Texas has not ever, ever in 3 seasons under Sark, they've averaged 35 points pretty much across the board all 3 seasons. This looks like a year with the talented quarterback, with the offensive line, with the receivers, with the running back. I think Jaden Blue's still a potential first round pick at running back, that they could go up and in that points production. But good God, that Alabama 2020 team averaged 48 points per game. It was insane.
And here's what we tend to forget. That was a 10-game SEC schedule. There was no out of conference to stat pad. That was against 10 SEC opponents that they completely dominated. Their closest game was against Florida in the SEC championship. And that was a hell of a Florida team with Dan Mullen. People forget Kyle Trask, how good he was, and how, like, you watch Travis Kelce now in the NFL and people can't cover him. That was Kyle Pitts at Florida. You could not cover Kyle Pitts. And I think now with Pitts and Drake London, with Kirk Cousins, you'll see Kyle Pitts. He'll have that kind of effect in Atlanta.
Yeah, I've been saying Atlanta, they should win the South this year. They utilize Bijan the right way. That should be Atlanta's to win. But
hey, I wanted to ask you guys about CJ Baxter because, I did a little video when the news broke, unfortunately, for Texas yesterday, and I talked about Jaden Blue a little bit. But I love Jonathan Brooks, and I think Jonathan Brooks can ultimately have a better NFL career than he did at Texas. I think some people believe that about Bijan, too, in Atlanta. But with CJ Baxter going out, so now from last year's team, and just correct me if I'm wrong, we know how good Murphy and Sweat were up front on the defensive line. But you lose your top 2 rushers. You lose production-wise your top 4 receivers, right?
Yes. Your top 5 pass catchers, because JT Sanders and Jonathan Brooks were in there with Worthy, A.D. Mitchell, and Jordan Whittington.
I brought this up on the show, though. So, like, for Kirby Smart and Nick Saban and Pete Carroll back in the day, when you lose production like that, you were used to just your team reloading, and you just knew they would be a top 5 thing. Steve Sarkisian can call plays. I don't think there's any doubt about it. But let's not forget that was his first 10-win season. So is he going to be able, and I know he's recruited well, to lose production like that and automatically have production be able to come in that maybe is inexperienced or transferred in that will be able to make that impact?
I think so. Because everything I'm seeing and hearing, Silas Bolden, Ryan Wingo, Jonte Cook, like they are going to be fine at receiver, and tight end won't be as productive, but that's okay because you're probably going to want, I'm not going to say more 4 receiver sets because Sark's always going to have his 2 tight ends so he can use one for motion to, try to help the quarterback read if the defense is in zone or man. But I think they're going to be fine. I think their production could go up this year. I expect it to go up.
You know what, Chip? I think it needs to if Texas ultimately wants to get to where they want, and that is playing in Atlanta against probably a Georgia and having an opportunity to win an SEC championship.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, their offensive line, they brought back so much experience. That right side, right tackle, Cam Williams, he's the only one that wasn't the starter last year with Christian Jones going to the NFL. But, yeah, they should be able to put up points. I've been saying 40 this year at least. They might not be what that 2020 Alabama team was, but this team with Quinn Ewers in year 3, they should be able to put up 40 a game. And I know that's saying a lot in the SEC, but they got the talent to do it.
Lance, I remember going down to LSU the year that Joe Burrow was there before Joe Brady got there. And they pulled out like a 17-3 win over Mississippi State. Joe Burrow looked like just okay, 58% completion rate. You bring in Joe Brady, and it turns into, Tecmo Bowl. It was phenomenal what happened, that transformation. Joe Burrow had never shown that ability, but he got with the right guys. He had great personnel, and they broke all the records. They broke Texas's scoring records. He threw for 60 touchdowns that year.
Yeah, the two most incredible seasons I've ever seen. We kind of expected it, maybe not to the level that Tebow played, but you had heard so much hype. But the two most amazing seasons I've ever seen, Cam Newton in 2010 with Auburn and then 19 with Burrow. Because I remember going into that 19 season, Burrow, as you said, completed 58% of his passes. I think it was like 26 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, something like that. It was good numbers, but not great. And I remember one of my co-hosts saying, Burrow's a really good quarterback. And I was like, we've got a big enough sample size. He's not a really good quarterback. He is a solid quarterback. Well, everything just clicked right. And it really, to me, and I think we've talked about this.
Started with the Texas game.
Yeah, right after the Texas game. And really that final drive for LSU. And I think that propelled them. They had all this confidence. And then you look at the receivers. When you've got Jamar Chase and you've got Justin Jefferson and you throw in Clyde Edwards-Helaire. People forget how good he was in college. They had so much skill there. And
Randy Moss's son playing tight end.
Yeah, Thaddeus Moss. I'll never forget. And I really think this is a turning point because Alabama was favored in that game in Bryant-Denny. And we had a big group. We took a bus over and we walked in a little bit late. A couple of my buddies got busted bringing in their flask. We walk in late though. And I'm sitting in the end zone that Tua's running into and he fumbles. I don't know if you guys remember that. I think it was Alabama's first or second possession. And then LSU goes right down and scores. And then Alabama was kind of playing from behind. And it ended up being a shootout. Devontae Smith, he scored late to make it a one-possession game. So it looked a little closer than it was. Tua was hurt that entire game. So he wasn't playing at 100%. But just watching that LSU team and watching their speed, and to be able to come into Alabama's house with all that talent that Alabama had and to beat them, you just knew it was a special season for LSU.
Yeah, it truly was. Well, Lance, again, tell the folks what's going on at lanceslock.com.
So we've got a preseason package. We have crushed preseason and are now going on 11 years of lanceslock.com. 2 games up tonight, 2 sides. We've got 4 Major League Baseball games. But if you just want preseason football to kind of sample us, all you got to do is go to the new website, lanceslock.com, scroll down. There's an NFL preseason package. It's $50. That's all it is. You get every preseason game we give out for $50. If we don't get it, if we don't win, have a winning percentage at the end of preseason, our first game, the Hall of Fame game, got wiped because weather knocked that game out. So if it doesn't go 55 minutes of action, side and total, it's thrown out. So we had no record on that. So it starts tonight. But if we don't have a winning record, then we give you the first NFL month free on the house at lanceslock.com. But you can get all sports every day, $100. That's all it is. In 8 of the 10 years previous, we've had winning years. We're already winning in baseball. We will continue to win. Go to our YouTube channel to win at lanceslock.com, and you can see the 20 teams on paper that will be favored in 10-plus games. And guess what? Texas A&M might be one of them.
Oh, shit.
Hey, if they beat Notre Dame, watch out.
Well, hey, that's 3. I don't know if you've noticed this. Notre Dame's having some injury problems in camp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lance, great stuff, my man. Are you going to Circa?
You talking about the casino?
Yeah.
You mean
for the Circa Millions and the Circa Survivor?
Yeah. So I did it back-to-back years, and it wasn't at Circa. We did it at the Westgate, which was the big one back in the day. I've done it 2 years. I put too much pressure on myself. I started out of the gate one year really hot. So the way it works is the entry fee used to be $1,500. I think it's back down to $1,000. You win $1 million if you win the contest. You're going to have to handicap right at 72%, which is crazy. But what it would do for like my business, just to be like known as that handicapper. So I actually had a conversation with another handicapper that I know yesterday. He wants me to go out with him. He's definitely doing it. I just don't think I'm going to do it this year. I mean, I'd like to, but it used to be more of an excuse to get out to Las Vegas. Because when I used to have a partner on my website, which I don't now, we would write it off as a business expense. And I could sell him on if we do happen to be the one that wins. It's going to be great for the business. But I don't think I'm going to do it. But it is a cool contest.
Yeah, now it's up to $6 million.
Is it? But is it? I think it's $6 million total, right? like the winner gets maybe more than $1 million now, but then they break it off and you get certain amounts. It kind of levels down, right?
You know what? We're going to play the commercial here in just a second. I'll text you. But
okay.
I believe you're getting at least $6 million on if you win the Circa Survivor. Well, and then if you do the Circa Millions and you can accurately hit them
okay.
So 5 games against the spread, you win.
That was the kind I was in. We did you picked 5 every week. And I think your deadline was like Friday afternoon. And we had to hire a runner. I don't know how they do it now, but we literally had to meet this girl that was a runner. And so we paid her a percentage. So we would text her the picks. By Friday at noon, she had to get them in. So like her living was made doing this for a bunch of people out of state.
Wow.
The survivor pool, you guys know how this probably works. It's where you pick one team. Like if you pick the Texans, you can't pick them again.
Right.
It goes throughout the season. That's a lot of fun, but that's pretty much like a lottery ticket.
Yeah. Fun lottery ticket.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm all about it.
Hey, Lance, you're the man. Let's do it again next week.
Okay, boys. Y'all be good. Always fun.
Appreciate you, Lance.
Right. Lance Taylor, good chatter right there. Let's hear from our friends at Circa so that you know exactly what you're doing, because you need to come out to Vegas with me and Zay August 21st to the 24th, because you have to register for the Circa Survivor and Circa Millions in Las Vegas at the Circa Resort and Casino. Listen up.
The biggest pro football contests in Vegas are back. Circa Survivor and Circa Million are now up to a record $16 million in guaranteed prizes. 2 ways to win and no rake. Circa Survivor contestants select one team each week with no point spread. Last the longest to win it all with $10 million guaranteed. In Circa Million, make 5 picks against the spread each week for your share of $6 million guaranteed through quarterly and full season payouts. Enter in Nevada. Play from anywhere. Visit circasports.com for details.
10 million you win if you win the Circa Survivor. Let's bring in our man. This is like a treat. This is like Christmas, college football Christmas on Thursday, August 8th, 23 days away from Texas, Colorado State. Talking to the one and only Chris Hummer, national college football writer for 24/7 Sports. And Hummer, I apologize. I don't think we asked you about your incredible investigative journalism story into Texas A&M University. You filed for open records on emails. I bet you found all kinds of gold digging around in those emails over the last, heck, you could dig around on Mark Stoops. You could dig around on Schloss. Tell the fine folks what you found digging around in those emails.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't call it fine investigative journalism, Chip. It's a little kind, but it was.
Come on,
you're too humble. It was sending in some requests, and yeah, at A&M it's always spicy. Chip, we know how you feel about John Sharp. I wasn't digging for John Sharp emails, but I was seeing how the president of the university, who is an interim president, and Mark Walsh, was responding to things along with Trev Alberts, who's their new athletic director. And there's some spicy emails in there. I know outwardly A&M did not express this, but they were writing potential statements about Schlossnagle leaving the school before Game 3 of the College World Series even happened. They were doing it hours before the first pitch of that game. You had regents calling out the university president for being in over their head. You had the university president telling a donor that Jim Schlossnagle showed a lack of ethics. You had an administrator in the department calling the people who left jackwagons. It was an interesting piece. If y'all haven't had a chance to check it out, I'd go encourage Texas fans or really college baseball fans to look at it. It kind of gives you a behind the scenes look at what that was like, because we all know it was a tornado of opinions with that one.
Yeah, I'm going to retweet that. right now. What was your initial reaction when you heard about CJ Baxter going down for the year?
So I saw it. I was at a personnel symposium in Nashville with a lot of personnel members across the country, and I heard it from one of them first, and they were like, "That's not good for Texas," and that was my first thought. Obviously, Texas is built to withstand this with the depth they have across the roster, but running back was already always going to be a little bit of a question moving on from Jonathan Brooks, and I think CJ Baxter is a guy that a lot of people have been high on. I know, Chip, you're the same way. You've heard a lot of hype about Jaden Blue this offseason, and I think there's still a lot of optimism there. Trey Windsor is somebody that you take in the 2023 class along with CJ Baxter, so you have depth in a situation like this, and him coming from DeSoto, where he was one of the better all-purpose backs in the class, really helps Texas, but it's definitely a blow, man. Like, Texas has one of the best offensive lines in college football. You want one of the best running back rooms in college football to take advantage of that, and that took a hit.
Yeah. Hummer, like to get your thoughts on the Michigan situation. It seems like it's irrelevant for the penalties that have been placed on Jim Harbaugh, but whatever. I guess that's just where we're at right now.
Yeah, I mean, what did y'all see Jim Harbaugh's statement the other day? Or like his press conference quote about it.
Yeah.
It was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. He was like, for those who haven't seen it, it was like something to the effect of like, my mom and dad taught me a lot to lie. I was raised not to lie. My program was built on lying. So I'm here to say I will not apologize for anything that happened. And I was like, this is the most Jim Harbaugh thing in the world. And those show clause for Jim Harbaugh of 4 years is absolutely irrelevant. Like, he did what he wanted to in college football. Michigan is the only job he's going to take in college football, and he's not going back to the NCAA football anytime soon, at least. So a 4-year show clause makes no difference because he's going to be the Los Angeles Charger head coach for the next 4 years. So, I mean, I guess it's a stain on potentially his history at Michigan, but like, nobody in Ann Arbor is going to care. He won a national championship for the program. So like, it's a completely irrelevant punishment in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, he also got fined $5,000, I believe. So I'm sure that will make $18 million a year.
Hummer, I feel like I ask you this every week about Michigan's quarterback. It's hard to read what that situation's all about, but anyone thinking that because they're not sure who their quarterback's going to be, that Michigan defense is legit. I think the Quinn Ewers and this offense against the Michigan defense is one of the marquee matchups of the college football season. Am I crazy?
Yeah, I think so. And I think it's going to be a really telling one too, both for Texas and what their new receivers look like, what the new running back room looks like, what Quinn Ewers looks like. I think all of that is going to be up to the test. And for Michigan, I think like it's an opportunity to show that I know a lot of people are counting you out in this transition and with all the players you lost, but that's still a spicy defense. I wrote about Deshaun Barham today, one of their transfers who came in from Maryland. And he's another guy that is just leaping off the page for Michigan, both in the spring and early in this fall camp. They got dudes all over the place. And like I was talking to somebody from Michigan earlier this offseason. They lost 2 linebackers to the NFL, right? Like 2 drafted players in the NFL. And they were arguing their linebacker room this year might not be better. And I think it has the potential to be better, but they said it was faster and more athletic because of the 2 guys they have in Barham and Ernest Hausman, who came over from Nebraska, just bring a level of athleticism they missed. They've got one of the best front fours in college football on that defense and one of the best cornerbacks in Will Johnson. So like, it's going to be a pretty nasty group and a really, really interesting test for Texas.
Yeah, I saw a video of Alex Orgy like lifting weights and picking up popcorn like with his feet or something. It was nuts. It was absolutely nuts. The dude's an athletic freak. Has he emerged as the QB1 for the Wolverines? Because I heard it was kind of a battle at one point this spring camp.
I mean, it's still a battle, but I think Orgy's. I've been hearing all offseason that Orgy's going to have a role, and I think his offensive coordinator Kirk Campbell. We believe we even talked about this last week. I said like he is going to have a role, but it just depends on if it'll be QB1 or not. But I think right now, if I had to put money down, I would put all of my money on Alex Orgy to start week 1. I think that's where Michigan's ceiling is the highest potentially. I think they can get most creative with Alex Orgy. Obviously, there's going to be some limitations for what he can be as a passer, but there's really a lot of like potential things they could do offensively to kind of mitigate those things with how athletic he is. So at least early on, like I think Orgy is going to be that guy. I mean, I don't know if any Texas fans are interested in Michigan practice reports, but I'd highly recommend you go over to Michigan Insider, read our guy Sam Webb over there at 24/7 Sports. Does an awesome job. That's an advantage of the 24/7 Sports subscription, by the way. You can read
everyone.
Whatever, I'm always selling, Zay. I'm always selling.
I get it. I get it. Y'all are the best, man.
Yeah, you got to be an annual member to get the VIP access to all the team sites on the preeminent 24/7 Sports Network. But yeah, you're right, Hummer, because that is a fun thing to do this time of year is read up on the opponents, read up on Michigan, read up on Georgia, read up on A&M. A&M is always entertaining, as we all know.
That A&M defensive line, I don't know. I know we've talked about it a little bit. It's going to be pretty freaking disgusting this year.
Their defense,
I think that Notre Dame A&M game week 1 could be very interesting for A&M. I'm
telling you, I like A&M in that game, and if they beat Notre Dame, watch out. That's one of those confidence tank fillers that suddenly you start believing you can beat anyone on your schedule. Watch out. Elko is bland as a bowl of cream of wheat, but the guy can coach defense, and I can't wait to see what Colin Klein's doing with Connor. I've always said Wegman. Is it Wiegman?
I say Wegman, but I could be wrong.
Wegman.
I could be wrong too. But I mean, I'm sure Texas fans hate hearing this, but like, A&M's really interesting this year. Like, I would say the 3 or 4 most difficult games are all at home: LSU, Missouri, Texas, and Notre Dame. You win 3 of those 4, A&M's probably winning 10 or 11 games. Like, and they have. I know Texas fans would probably disagree with it. They really do have one of the best home environments in college football, and man, that Thanksgiving weekend game against Texas is going to be really special this year.
It's going to be bonkers. We were talking about the similarities maybe between 05 for Texas and this year, and how VY went down to A&M in 05, and A&M made it really tough on him, and it was kind of a clunker game, and he had a turnover and probably lost the Heisman Trophy because Reggie Bush was a joystick against Fresno on a Thursday night that week. And Heisman voters are lazy, and they not lazy, but maybe they're looking for a tiebreaker late in the process. And sure enough, there it was. So A&M can stick a stick in your spokes pretty quickly. Hummer, what when you as you're kind of looking around at fall camp, I'm losing steam on Ohio State. I'm maybe gaining steam a little bit on Oregon, but why should I believe in Ohio State? Why should I believe in Oregon?
Well, I think you should believe in Ohio State because they're the most talented team in the country, perhaps outside of Georgia, and I would argue probably including Georgia. The question mark, I mean, there's 2 big question marks for Ohio State. One is Will Howard capable of elevating that roster. He's probably going to be the first team. He's probably going to be the starter. Nobody's taken that job from him, and he's been the most consistent one this fall. Go read our guys at Bucknuts if you're interested in reading about Ohio State. But that roster is loaded everywhere else except for potentially offensive line, where there are some questions at tackle, especially. But like Ohio State's questions at tackle are like better questions than like 90% of rosters in college football. So it's like that kind of problem. Like, yeah, Like when you go up against Georgia or Penn State, maybe your offensive tackles are a bit of a liability, but they're going to be good enough the rest of the year for sure. So I am taking Ohio State seriously for that reason. They're disgustingly loaded at numerous positions. And for Oregon, I mean, like, Phil Knight wants to win a natty, man. They're spending to win a natty, and they had an excellent transfer portal haul. They have what I think has really changed for Oregon. And Mario Cristobal had a little bit of this when he was there, and he was building that, but for a couple of different reasons, never could push it over the hump. But Oregon looks like a SEC football team along the line of scrimmage. They have 3 defensive linemen, so they play a 3-4, I guess, like most of the time, although most people work out of nickel, so it doesn't really matter. But they have 3 down linemen every play who are 285 plus, capable of creating pressure, are big enough to anchor in the run game, and really are dynamic players. And then they have depth on their roster as well to substitute and out for those guys. They're going to have one of the best offensive lines in college football. And we haven't even gotten to somebody like Dylan Gabriel, who could be the NCAA's all-time leading passing leader by the end of this season. So I'm very bullish on Oregon. I do worry about how they'll handle the cold weather come November, like going to a place like Madison, or maybe I think they go to Penn State late in the year too, or something like that. So like there's some difficult games on the schedule, but I think Oregon's one of the 4 most talented teams in the country, along with Texas, Georgia, and Ohio State.
The whole Chip Kelly thing just is weird to me. I know Chip Kelly was Ryan Day's coach at New Hampshire, and I just feel like Chip Kelly's stuff has been passed by. And is Ryan Day going to say to Chip Kelly, you're running this? I don't know.
I think
it seems odd.
I mean, I think Chip Kelly and Ryan Day are as close as any 2 coaches in college athletics, honestly. I think if Ryan Day was going to trust anybody to take the reins of that, it would be Chip Kelly. You mentioned it, like Chip was Ryan Day's mentor coming up. Like Chip was on that Delaware staff with Ryan Day way back in the day. Like they're as thick as thieves. So I think that'll be fine. I just wonder if Ryan Day has done enough this offseason at critical positions. And I think they've been more aggressive in the past, but I think one thing that's always held Ryan Day back is an unwillingness to upset the apple cart with his roster and really make a splash. And I do feel like Ohio State handled their quarterback room that way this offseason. Perhaps they felt differently, but I really did feel like the most dynamic quarterback in the portal was Cam Ward. But Ohio State chose to slow play their quarterback room to prevent players from transferring. And then they were kind of stuck. Not stuck is probably the wrong word, but Will Howard was the guy they had to take late. Whereas early on, options like Riley Leonard were on the table and a couple other guys. So I do wonder if the caution there will cost Ryan Day, but I think by giving Chip Kelly the reins and just focusing on being a head coach and focusing on situational football, like Ryan Day is giving himself and Ohio State the best possible chance to be successful.
Yeah. Is Drew Aller, can he be that guy that Penn State fans been waiting on so long? Or is it just that whole mystique about James Franklin not being able to win the big games that gonna, put a damper on their expectations like it does every year?
I mean, I shouldn't mention just talking to fans as evidence or citation for something, but I do want to mention our guy Jesse Myers over at 24/7 Sports. He's Josh Pate's producer, is one of the biggest Penn State fans I know, and a very rational one at that. And he told me yesterday that 11-1 should be the floor for this team, for what that's worth. He thinks they should go 11-1 based on the talent. And I'm not here to make that kind of proclamation, but I do think Drew Aller is capable of doing that. If I've seen him throw live a couple times, the ball pops off his hand in a really unique and special way. The mechanics he has are nearly flawless. He threw 25 touchdowns to 2 interceptions last year. What he needs is better offensive line play in front of him, because despite having a top 10 pick last year at left tackle, Penn State's offensive line continues to maybe not live up to what you'd expect it to be. And their early returns there are pretty positive at Penn State. And he needs receivers to step up. And that's a much bigger question. Obviously, they brought in Julian Fleming from Ohio State, former 5-star recruit, one of the top ever recruits at the wide receiver position. He's been hurt a lot, but they lost Keandre Lambert-Smith, who's at Auburn now, to the portal, and they really need some guys to emerge there. If that happens, Ohio State has one of the best running back rooms in college football. They have one of the best tight end rooms in college football. I think Drew Aller can be really successful. But it's going to come down to those wide receivers, and it's also going to come down to the secondary, which has been reworked. But like, I'm also pretty bullish on Penn State. I think they should be in the playoff this year. If they're not, I think Penn State fans would be very justifiably disappointed in James Franklin.
Hummer, what other headlines are grabbing your attention right now in college football?
Well, I mean, I know it's not national. I want to go back to Texas, but like, I couldn't help but raise my eyebrow when I saw our guy Jeff Howe write that Ryan Wingo's looked like the best true freshman wide receiver at Texas since Roy Williams. I've heard really good things about Ryan Wingo all offseason. But like that, for somebody like Jeff, who's been watching Texas forever, that's really high praise. I also think, speaking of 5-star receivers named Ryan, who are true freshmen, there's a true freshman wide receiver at Alabama named Ryan Williams, who's just 17. He reclassified. He should be going into his senior year of high school, who was really, really drawing a lot of attention to himself during fall camp this year. He is somebody that's been compared to Devontae Smith, skinnier guy, kind of glides, catches everything that goes in front of him. So those two guys really stick out. But yeah, some of the injuries have been tough. Notre Dame lost its starting left tackle. That was brutal for Notre Dame. They were going to be thin there. Illinois today lost their likely starting tight end, who was an SES All-American last year. That's not good for a critical year for Brett Bielema.
What's going on with your guy Riley Leonard? Because he's had two ankle surgeries. It's like I don't know what happened on the first try, but where is he? Because that's a big deal if he's not playing quarterback for Notre Dame against A&M.
Well, he's gonna be playing quarterback. Like, he is practicing, and the word out of there has been mostly positive on Riley. But I think Riley Leonard is one of the quarterbacks. Like, I love Riley Leonard. We all know I love Riley Leonard. We talked about him last year a lot.
And
but he is one of those quarterbacks who needs to be in a system and get reps in a system to thrive in a system. He just hasn't had a lot of that early this year. And given the state of the offensive line in front of him, and given the state of the Aggie defense, I think it's going to be very difficult on Riley Leonard early. Notre Dame has a schedule where it should be able to make a run, but the stars aren't really aligning, at least early on, in that regard, with some of these injuries that the Irish have had to deal with. So I'll be very curious. I think Notre Dame would really prefer Riley Leonard had a much different offseason than he has so far. You can't help health, you know what I mean? But like, those were important reps that he's missed.
Yeah. You know, Hummer, watching the Olympics and stuff, seeing all these different athletes playing all these different sports. Chip and I have watched volleyball a little bit. I heard that old Nico, quarterback for Tennessee, was an all-world volleyball player too. I didn't know he was that type of athlete, and he's also 6'6", and obviously volunteer faithful. They have a ton of optimism for him, and a lot of people have them winning over 10 games this year. Is he really that guy? Could he really be that special this season?
Yeah, I mean, I think there were definitely some people that thought Nico could have been above Arch Manning in the 2023 class. He's a really freakish dude. Like, as you said, his volleyball background, he's like 6'6" with an 81-inch wingspan and 10-inch hands. Like, he's a massive dude. Like, he's massive. He can I mean, you don't really need to jump as a quarterback, right? But like, the ability to leap gives you an idea of a quarterback's explosiveness. And Nico is somebody that, if necessary, is perfectly capable of taking off. I think a lot of it for him will be processing and development. He's still somebody developing in that way, but he could not be in a more friendly system for a quarterback to have success in, especially for somebody with the type of arm talent he has. Like, he's got a cannon. So yeah, he is that talented. Will he be that successful in year one as a starter? I don't know. I thought I thought Joe Milton was going to be really successful at Michigan because he had a lot of the similar athletic traits. Maybe not quite as dynamic of an athlete, a little more stiff, but the returns on Nico are super positive, and I think by the end of the year, a lot more people will be able to pronounce his last name. I still struggle with it, but he's going to be one of those guys like Tua that like everybody's going to have to have their pronunciation guide out because it's going to be a very notable college football player for the next couple seasons.
I am Leva. Sure. All right. Hummer, what's your prediction for Texas? And does it change with the CJ Baxter injury?
I haven't like gone game by game and thought about what I would do for Texas schedule wise, but I think anything worse than 10-2 would be a pretty severe disappointment for Texas, except even with the CJ Baxter injury. I mean, it sounds bad, but at the end of the day, running backs are the most replaceable position on a field. That's just the reality of it. Texas had arguably the best running back in college football last year and came one completed pass away from making the national championship game after Jonathan Brooks went down midseason. So you can withstand a running back injury. I think Texas' ceiling will more largely be determined by the wide receiver group, the type of leap Quinn Ewers can make if Quinn Ewers stays healthy, what the secondary looks like, and how Texas holds up a defensive tackle. That's a lot of like question marks, but I'd rather have Texas's question marks than other people. I would probably pick Texas to go. I would pick Texas to probably go 11-1. I don't know if they lose the Georgia game or like the A&M game or the Oklahoma game or whatever, but it's going to be hard to run the table in the SEC. But I do think Texas is talented enough to challenge for an SEC title this year.
Yeah, I agree with you. I told Zay at the beginning of the show, I think Texas is still A-OK at the running back position. If you're going to give more carries to Jaden Blue, obviously he's got to take care of the football, but he's so explosive, 6.1 yards per carry. He can do more things in the passing game than CJ can. And then, Trey Wisner, I think, was, if you can be underrated on a DeSoto team that was a wrecking machine. He reminds me of Jonathan Brooks, Hummer. I mean, he's got good contact balance. He's tough. He's got a good stiff arm, but he can make you miss. I think Trey Wisner, we're going to be talking about Trey Wisner like we're talking about Jaden Blue right now at the end of this season. So, and I think CJ Baxter was developing. He was not a finished product at all. Like last year was not a wow year from CJ Baxter. He was getting better and will get better.
I mean, neither one of us have mentioned Jarrett Gibson, who was also I think he was like the number 3 back in the class. And there's no position where you have more of an opportunity to step on the field right away as a true freshman than running back. So Texas still has more talent in that room than 90% of college football, even without CJ Baxter being out. So it's definitely a blow, but it's not as if Texas, and I mean, that sounds bad. I don't want to like qualify injuries in that way, but like, it's not as if Texas lost Kelvin Banks. Like if you lost Kelvin Banks, that would be a much more severe issue for the long-term prognostication of the team, even though it's brutal. Injuries should be abolished, in my opinion. If we can get rid of injuries in football, the sport would be a lot better. It sucks.
Amen, Hummer. Amen.
But Texas, I think Texas is capable of withstanding the loss.
Yeah.
Hey, Hummer, man, I've been getting word on the street that Texas State, if everything goes right, they might fight for that G5 spot in the CFP. How you feel about that? The Bobcats.
I mean, we've only really seen GJ Kenny succeed, right? Like I think he made the FCS semifinals his year at Texas, or his year at Incarnate Word. Last year, Texas State won more games than I think they ever have as an FBS team. I'm sorry, like if that's wrong, somebody check me on that. But I mean, he was remarkably successful. Their offense went from like 120th nationally in yards per play to like something like 27th. So this is a team that can be really, really good. I'll be curious what their quarterback play looks like. They made an interesting decision to cut ties with TJ Fenley, who was one of the kind of more surprising, pleasant surprises of last season. And Jordan McLeod, who's coming over from James Madison, is probably going to be their starter this year. But yeah, I think Texas State is capable of making some noise, especially as South Alabama and Troy, two of the probably 3 or 4 best teams in the Sun Belt the last couple of years, go through major transition from a coaching staff perspective. The conference is open for a team like Texas State to really make some noise.
Major Applewhite, it's South Alabama, baby. But he's only got 4 starters back on offense and only 3 back on defense. No wonder Kane Womack said, "Hey man, I'll go be the defensive coordinator at Alabama."
Yeah, also Kane's probably making twice what he was before, but
isn't that something?
Yeah, it's college football in 2024 is crazy. But yeah, gonna be tough sledding for Major Applewhite, I would imagine. But continuity is important, and it's interesting to hear the name Major Applewhite in 2024. I'm sure Texas fans are like, man, but still an FBS head coach and a really quality one at that.
Yeah, he got screwed at Houston, and he's had to grind his way back. After 2 winning seasons, he got fired for Dana Holgorsen, and now he's back in the coach's office again. So, yeah, Major Applewhite, head coach, South Alabama. Hummer, you're the man. Anything else we can help you promote right now?
Nah, man, just go check out 24/7 Sports, y'all. This time of year is the best time of the year to be over there. You got guys like Chip and Jeff dropping insider practice reports, stuff I like to read. And every single team site in our network is doing the same thing. I'm just trying to keep up with everybody else. So I hope everybody checks out our network. And I always enjoy coming on every week. I'm sorry it couldn't be Tuesday, but I'm glad we can chop it up on Thursday.
Oh, man. Thanks for making time for us.
Yeah, appreciate you, Hummer.
Appreciate you, Hummer. Let's do it again next week, Tuesday.
Yeah, looking forward to it, y'all.
All right, brother. There he is. Chris Hummer, 24/7 Sports, college football, national college football analyst. Great stuff. Love talking ball with Hummer. All right, Zay, let's get some mentions in here like passes.com. What a cool new way for you to interact with some of your favorite athletes, including 40 of the top athletes at the University of Texas. Quinn Ewers, Ryan Wingo. The list goes on and on. Rory Harmon, Maddie Skinner, you name it. Sam Hurley, the pole vaulter. And good God, the women love Sam Hurley. Maybe he has some of the same issues that French pole vaulter does. But anyway, get over to passes.com and interact. This is a new way to interact. They're not just posting stuff, they're interacting with you. And you can do as much of that as you want. And you've also got Texas One Fund on passes.com. They have an account and they're giving you, it's a great way to donate to Texas One Fund and get something in return. You can get access to tailgate parties, meet and greets through Texas One Fund, signed memorabilia, VIP experiences, and athlete spotlight access. Again, passes.com is the website for more information. Sign up today. And of course, look, y'all have heard me talk about audiovisual consultations and always saying when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, you want to watch USA basketball against Serbia in bigger than life high def, well, then you need to call Tom McKay at 255-8678 and get your big screen, surround sound, surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting. Let's go. Tom and his crew bring everything to you, and he's going to bring you the best price on big screens. You're busy. You don't have time to be lugging that stuff around, punching holes in your drywall. Just write down this number, 255-8678. In fact, Tom and his crew put the the big screens in at Cover 3, the Cover 3 restaurants up at Old Settlers in Round Rock on Anderson Lane, right in the heart of Austin. And, of course, Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. Get over there. Check out the Olympics. Check out preseason football tonight. Got my Lions going. You kidding me? Get a great meal. I love the Buffalo chicken sliders, the Parmesan fries, the brick chicken and mac and cheese, the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. But the $7 social hour menu with the bacon deviled eggs and the firecracker shrimp. Oh, man, I'm getting hungry right now. Just get to Cover 3. And the Brain Vault mouth guard. I mean, it is time. Football season, basketball season, all the seasons coming up. Get your appointment now. You're going to get fitted for the mouth guard. Developed right here in Austin by Dr. Greg Eckert, Austin's dentist, Dr. Ueckert. And it's the mouth guard that's proven patented to reduce the effects of concussion. It's the only mouth guard out there, period. Go to brainvault.com to set up a fitting. And if you're the team manager, the coach, they'll do group fittings. They'll come to you for group fittings. Brainvault.com. And don't forget about, date night for some of the best seafood in Austin, Texas at Salt Traders Coastal Cookin', the seafood restaurant of Jack Gilmore, restaurant legend, who also gives you Jack Allen's Kitchen. But if you love raw oysters, this is your go-to. Happy hour every day from 3:30 to 6:30 and 3:30 to close on Mondays during happy hour, $1 raw oysters. Best selection of raw oysters. Take your date. Those are aphrodisiacs, right? Come on. Salt Traders Coastal Cookin', right there at Zilker, right off Rolling Wood and Mopac, and up north in Round Rock at Old Settlers. Zay, USA basketball getting their
They in trouble.
And their ass beat by Jokic and the boys. LeBron's got a bandage over his eye. We got USA basketball. Durant is not 8 of 8 like he was the first time. Let's put it that way. But first time right now, USA basketball down, I think 15.
Yeah, Steve Kerr. I mean, no excuse for this team losing, but you want to have the right matchups out there. Their starting lineup is a little odd to me. Steph Curry's been trashed this whole Olympics. He's having the Jamal Murray-like Olympics, but since Steve Kerr's so loyal to Steph Curry, we got to start him, right? Like, are we going like hierarchy here, or are we trying to win a gold medal? Because if that was me, I would start Anthony Edwards over Steph Curry, who wasn't playing well. Sorry, Steph, we get it. You're going to be in the Hall of Fame in the future, but you're not playing well. If you want to win the gold, you got to own up to that, and we're going to bring your ass off the bench. It is what it is. Or Kevin Durant, you're back now. You're 100%. Why aren't we starting him over somebody like Joel Embiid? I get it. Joel Embiid's a center, but just all that guard play, all of that scoring, you want to start Joel Embiid, who's been up and down this whole USA Olympics run? All right, well, you're playing a team that you've played 3 times, and it's hard to beat a team 3 times in any capacity, and now you're down by double digits. So it's a long game. We'll see what happens, but yeah, after seeing how Steph's been playing, after seeing Joel Embiid's been playing, I probably would have started Anthony Edwards or Anthony Davis for the both of them, or Kevin Durant for Steph Curry. Like, Steph could come off the bench. If KD could do it, why can't Steph do it? If AD could do it, why can't Steph do it? You know what I'm saying? It's just,
I want to see it.
That's his boy, Steve Kerr and Steph Curry.
I want to see Steve Kerr push all the right buttons here at halftime. All right, we'll get back to that. Let's get into the commentary. Chip shot today, a little 2-parter. We talked about the CJ Baxter situation at the beginning of the show, but for those who are maybe just tuning in, of course, if you missed any part of the show, you should go back and listen to the podcast, because it's that time of year, folks. Well, of course, you should listen to it every single day just for your own entertainment and laughing purposes, but I'm not panicked over the CJ Baxter season-ending injury. I hate it for him. Because he is a great kid. He's a great teammate. He wants to be great. He's doing everything right. He is progressing. And that's the thing. I'm still a little intrigued by Steve Sarkisian's decision to start CJ Baxter last year because he's still a work in progress as a guy who played in a gap scheme in high school and still adjusting to the zone and gap scheme of Steve Sarkisian. Last year was not a memorable year for CJ Baxter, but it was a great learning year for CJ Baxter. And he fought through injury. He had a rib injury against Rice in the opener, came out of that game early, and then suffered the foot injury against Alabama in week 2. Missed the Wyoming game. But CJ Baxter is a work in progress. Jaden Blue's in a contract year. Now, Jaden Blue's got to do everything right, but he's got the tools, he's got the explosiveness and the versatility. He can catch the football. He is a rock solid, really star RB1. So you got your 1,000-yard rusher. If Jaden Blue, knock on wood, has a healthy year, he could blow it out of the park. He could blow your mind. If Texas has the kind of offensive year that they're hoping for, he could be in New York with Quinn Ewers. That's how good Jaden Blue is. And Trey Wisner, I said it earlier, reminds me of Jonathan Brooks. Contact balance, stiff arm, great concentration, incredible work ethic. Will not be outworked by anyone. So that means he's going to read and study the defensive fronts and know exactly what he needs to know. I think Trey Wisner is we're going to talk about him with star quality at the end of the 24 season. Those two are fine as a 1-2 punch. Again, I hate it for CJ Baxter. I just think that if your 1-2 punch is Jaden Blue and Trey Wisner, and as Chris Hummer mentioned, Jarrett Gibson, who Tashard Choice has compared to Roshan Johnson, and Christian Clark, who Tashard Choice has compared to Bijan Robinson. If those two come on, then away we go. But I'm not panicked over the CJ Baxter injury. I hate it for him. The other thing, of course, is my man Nick Foles retiring today. I have tried in my years on the radio to provide enough love for Nick Foles to spread across the universe to make up for his lack of love from everyone else. And I'll never forget Nick. He came in studio with us, with Sean and myself, when we were over on 11th Street working, on a station that doesn't even do sports anymore, on the AM dial. And Nick came in. He was at Arizona, and he was telling us about his days at Michigan State University with Kirk Cousins and Brian Hoyer. Those 3 quarterbacks were on the same team at Michigan State. And he was not the favorite. It seemed like Nick Foles was never the favorite. And so even when he transferred, so he said he was riding his bike across the Michigan State campus in a snowstorm and said, I got to get out of here. So he transfers to Arizona. Mike Stoops was the head coach then. Mike Stoops picked a quarterback named Matt Scott to be the starter over Nick Foles. Matt Scott got hurt at Oregon State in a freezing cold rainstorm, and Nick Foles threw for 3 touchdowns and led a come-from-behind victory over Oregon State. And Mike Stoops was like, maybe I ought to play this Nick Foles guy. Nick Foles went on to set the Pac-12 passing completion percentage record career and helped breathe some life and give Mike Stoops a couple more years at Arizona. And of course, Nick's NFL journey was an odyssey. He goes to Philadelphia. He kills it for Chip Kelly. Throws 8 touchdown passes in a game. Only he and Peyton Manning have ever done it. They're in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Chip Kelly trades him to the Rams for Sam Bradford, of all people. And then Jeff Fisher nearly runs Nick Foles out of the league because Jeff Fisher is the quarterback killer. And Nick Foles was getting ready to hang it up because Fisher was so just awful to work for. And Andy Reid is like, hey, come on over. Nick, Doug Peterson, who was, with Foles previously, was like, hey, come over to Kansas City. And Nick's like, I don't know. I think I'm done. But he goes to Kansas City. He's the backup. And then Peterson gets the Eagles job. And Nick Foles going back to Philly. And he is the real life Rocky Balboa, because you heard Lance Taylor. No one, when Carson Wentz went down, no one had expectations for the Philadelphia Eagles except Nick Foles. And Nick Foles went on one of the great runs in postseason history, beat the Saints, beat the Vikings, and then beat Tom Brady in the New England Patriots when the Patriots absolutely thought they were going to win the game because Tom Brady threw for 500 yards in that game. It was Tom Brady's best Super Bowl statistically, and Nick Foles beat him. Nick Foles was throwing dimes down the field, touchdowns, finding Zach Ertz. He called the Philly special touchdown and then executed it perfectly. Touchdown. Love me some Nick Foles. I'll ask him to come on the show. It will take a month. And he'll, I don't know. Come on, Nick. Like, he never wanted to draw attention to himself over his teammates. He's a godly man, but God love him. He had some really weird situations in the NFL. Somehow he went from Jacksonville to Chicago with Matt Nagy, who was terrible. I think that's when Nick finally spoke up and said, you're going to lose this team. And Matt Nagy demoted him to third team, and we never heard from Nick again. So, Nick, greatest Super Bowl MVP performance ever. Find me another one. That's the challenge. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulate him on a great career. I remember when he was getting ready for the draft, Chip. He was just training at Lifetime Fitness down south right off Mopac. Like, I ran into him and was like, yo, Nick Foles, what's up, man? He was like, oh, little Collier, how's your pops? And we dapped it up and chopped it up for a little bit, just a down-to-the-earth guy. You wouldn't even think that he was a professional athlete as long as he was. And, yeah, you salute just the career that he had. Like you said, he was an afterthought to so many people. And
all the time, every step of the way. It's so weird.
Yeah, and shit, I was just happy that he was so good at football my sophomore year. When I was playing varsity basketball, he was already up there in Michigan State, January, early enrollment. So we didn't have to face him at Westlake because I don't know if we would have won those games. That dude, again, was a serious athlete that would put up around 20 a game. Like, he was first team all district, football and basketball. And he wasn't the fastest guy, but he was just efficient in the pocket and on the court. And he used that little bit of athleticism to get to each level and really perform out there. And yeah, man, Kayvon Thibodeau, that dirty ass hit that he had on him, what was that, last year? He was doing the celebration. My man Nick was fighting for his life. And right when I saw that, I was like, all right, yeah, he don't got many years left. So as you said, putting money into his pop's business and restaurants and stuff was a very smart move by him. And yeah, hopefully he gets to come back to the ATX and really enjoy the fruits of his labor,
Yeah. I always wanted Jerry to bring him in as a backup, but I think Nick wants to be remembered in Philly as the guy who brought them their only championship in franchise history. Nick Foles did that. I mean, they had a great team, Jason Kelsey, Zach Ertz, don't get me wrong. Fletcher Cox. It was a great team. But Nick Foles, man, he had to duke it out, because as good as that Eagles defense was, they were giving up ass in that Super Bowl. And Nick had to keep matching it. So go back and watch it. Super Bowl 52. It's
classic.
It's a classic. It is so action-packed from beginning to end. You're just like, holy bleep. But all right, let's get to the right call, my man.
Let's get it. Before that, though, shout out to Covert Bee Cave. Some of y'all need a newer pre-owned vehicle out there. Don't hesitate to go down to the beautiful 42 acres in the hill country. Covert Bee Cave, they do it well. They provide you with a high-quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. It ain't about hitting the quota. It ain't about meeting those requirements. It ain't about the next sell. It's about putting you in a car that you feel comfortable in, that you can ride around in for the next 10 to 15 years, because that's how they do. 7 terrific brands to choose from: Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, Cadillac, GMC, and Buick. Go to covertbcave.com to see all the latest specials and inventory. Stop by to see them today. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip, a little bit of Olympics for that ass. So steeplechase last night, women's steeplechase event. Alice Finot, she broke the record for a European steeplechase, in her fourth and final appearance or race that she had. She broke
This
the
is
record.
where they run and jump over that thing into the water?
Yeah, something like that. But what she's gone viral for, even though she broke the record in the Olympics in this taking home gold for her country, France, she proposed to her now fiance. She proposed. Check out this video right here to see how it went down after she won the event and went to her then boyfriend.
These athletes are asking for your support. CJ Baxter of Germany in 6th position. Let's go.
Isn't that beautiful?
Is that the French pole vaulter, the guy with the giant pole?
I don't think so. I don't think it's him.
She probably took one look at that video and was like, hey.
Yeah, I don't think it's him. I feel like my guy's probably single out here roaming the streets, the man that got his Johnson stuck on the pole. But yeah, look at that. You see that? 2024, things are changing. You know what I'm saying? If they're waiting too long, if that man is taking too long, go take initiative, homegirl.
Yeah, maybe he's shy.
You know what I'm saying? She shot her shot. Ain't nothing wrong with that. People are talking about, oh, this ain't old-fashioned. Damn old-fashioned. I know a lot of old-fashioned things that need to be, changed up a little bit. So I'm Alice proposing to her man, letting him know, like, I ain't waiting no longer. This is bullshit. We ain't waiting no longer. We're getting hitched now. Say yes, say no. He said yes. Good for him. And you see his boy getting him in the headlock right before he hugged his fiance. That's a good moment. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? Because she's showing that, okay, things ain't what it used to be. I'm going to take initiative. I just won. Let me propose to my man.
I'm never going to be more attractive or more global than I am right now. How can he say no? I'm a gold medal winner.
Yeah, Jack, you're right.
Love.
Jack's right. About time they start proposing to us dudes. We need that. I want that recognition. You know what I'm saying? My wife was waiting for me. I was like, maybe she can make the move. That'd be nice to be seen.
Is she back from her girls' trip yet?
Oh, yeah, she's been back.
How'd that go?
She had fun. Yeah, I had fun too. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it was good. Everybody had fun. She's back now. Happy home. Dog's happy. It's all good. But yeah, ladies, if any ladies are listening right now and your man's out here bullshitting, just take initiative. Find out what size ring he has. Go out, get you something nice for him, nice little band, and propose. Ain't nothing wrong with getting down on one knee. So I appreciate
I'm not gonna lie, Zay. I was a little distraught over the USA men's volleyball team losing to Poland, because that match was insane. It went 5 sets, and I was loving our American men's volleyball team. And then I had to leave today to go pick some stuff up for my daughter. And so I have not seen the outcome of the USA women's volleyball versus Brazil, which I will. Don't tell me what happened. I'm going to watch the replay.
What happened,
But we are at halftime of the men's basketball against Serbia. And USA kind of beat them up in their, pool play. But this is knockout round now, right?
Yeah, this is.
If USA loses, they're
getting the bronze if they win that game. Yeah, because Germany, they ain't no punks either. They lost to France today, which France, man, gosh, the home court advantage is ridiculous. Ain't like just some of the non-calls and the calls that the French is getting. It's like, okay, I see what y'all are doing. Now, France is good. Victor Wembanyama, hell of a player. They got multiple guys that are in the NBA, like Fournier and Nina Keenan and Nicholas Batum. But, yeah, you could tell. And shout out to the fans, man. The fans, it's like a college environment. Like, if you don't know what overseas hoops is like, it's a lot like what soccer is. Like, those fans, they're lighting fires in the stands. They're super animated, super passionate. Like, it's not like what you see in the NBA. So, certain guys, they might not be used to that. You might see it with this USA team. You're playing against Serbia. They got a whole bunch of their people in the stands going crazy. But, yeah, man, France, which they play good basketball. I got to salute to them. They play good basketball, but also they're getting some favorable calls due to them being in Paris. And, that's how it is sometimes. But, yeah, USA losing by 11 right now. If you're Steve Kerr, you should be coming out with a way better defensive lineup that should slow down Nikola Jokic. Obviously, we haven't watched the first half in full. I'll watch it once we get out of here in about 5 minutes or so, the game from the beginning. But, yeah, man, when you're starting, as good as Drew Holiday is, as good as Steph Curry is, as good as Devin Booker is, those guys are small. If you're switching everything and you get matched up with Nikola Jokic, he's going to eat you like lunch meat every time. And he's not going to make the wrong decision. So if those other guys who have NBA players on those teams too, Bogdanovic, cats like that, Jovic, those guys could shoot it. If they're knocking down shots, then you could see where the USA is in trouble like they are now, because you're playing against the best player in the world and his country team. So got to make adjustments, Steve Kerr, and I agree. I wouldn't have put him at head coach either, but got a lot of credentials, man.
You got to get bigger. I mean, Steph Curry, I'll say this. He's 7 of 10, 6 of 9 from three. He's got 20 at halftime. Drew Holiday's 0 for 1. He's got 5 assists. LeBron's got 9 points. Joel Embiid's got 7 points. Devin Booker, 3 points on 1 of 3 shooting, but Kevin Durant 0 for 1. Like, we got to get him involved, and then Derek White, he's not playing enough. I mean, defensively, you got to have him on the floor, and so Steve Kerr's got to make some adjustments, because right now Serbia's playing inspired basketball, and as you said, they got good length everywhere.
Oh yeah, they're big.
They're big.
Yeah,
they're big, and
they're tough too, man. The Serbians,
Yeah,
those are some tough ass dudes. Like, go back and look at Yugoslavia's, history and stuff. Them some tough folks in that part of Europe. So they're not going to back down whatsoever. And you know what's weird, Chip? You mentioned Steph Curry's really good game right now. He hasn't had a good game yet. So now that he has one and they're losing, Team USA doesn't know how to play well when Steph Curry has one of his games. So now the natural thing to do is to get Steph Curry the ball every time he touches it, which you could get out of playing pretty good basketball, or the way the game should be played, by making the extra pass, dribble penetration and kick, finding the open man. Now all these guys are just looking for Steph, so they don't have a rhythm, and Steph, he was fine.
Isn't it weird sometimes? Durant, as good as he is, and when he's looking for a shot, it's electric. He can be passive, and he's got to start demanding the ball. He's got to put it on his shoulders. LeBron too. I mean, and Joel Embiid. This is a Joel Embiid game, because he's the only one physical enough to body up with Jokic. Anthony Davis is, pretty lean unless you're going to double, but Jokic is so good at finding the open man. So, the first time these two teams played, Jokic was getting pissed off at his own team because they weren't executing. Now they're executing. This is going to be a ball game down the stretch here, coming out of halftime. So, yeah,
that's one thing about Durant that's kind of a gift and a curse, because he's such a basketball savant. He wants to play the game the ultimate way, like how coaches like John Wooden and Bob Knight and just Hall of Fame coaches like that have always preached it, even though he's one of the greatest scorers of all time. So to what you're referring to, he can be kind of passive because he's out here making the right play, when it's like, no, you're Kevin Durant. You could score over anybody, take the ball and dominate. And it's clearly worked out for him. He's a champion. He's a future Hall of Famer. As CB is saying right here, has the most points in all of USA basketball. But sometimes, he needs kind of a kick in the butt to really get going. And, we'll see if he gets inserted in the starting lineup in the second half. But I think they got to get bigger, and maybe you might have to sit Drew Holiday for a little bit to put in Anthony Edwards to have a good balance of scoring and defending. I don't know, but Serbia being up double digits at half, impressive.
Yeah. Real quick, I see this come in from Naaman Roberts. Mr. Chip Brown, I keep hearing that Jaden Blue can't run between the tackles. He's bigger and faster than Jamal Charles, and he had no problems at Texas or Kansas City. Jaden Blue, he can run between the tackles. He's fine. He's really good on the inside-outside zone stuff. And I'm not worried about Jaden Blue running between the tackles. I think he's obviously great in space. I mean, you want to get him in space because he can make people miss and you take it to the house. But he'll be fine. He'll be fine running the stuff that he does best. And Trey Wisner can do it all. So, I mean, Trey Wisner will run right between those tackles. and he's got good contact balance. I think it's going to be a good 1-2 punch right there. And no one knows how to get guys into their comfort zone like Steve Sarkisian. So,
yeah, the thing with Jaden Blue is just when things get congested in there, holding on to the football. We know that he had a little bit of an issue fumbling. We saw it in the Sugar Bowl playing against Washington, and he fumbled another time at DKR. I don't get who was it against.
Wyoming.
That's right. Yeah.
Yep.
But, you know.
Yeah, he's got to hang out of the football because I think he only had 65 carries last year. You can't be fumbling it every 32 and a half carries. So I'm sure they're grinding that into Jaden Blue's mind, but I'm hearing he's making plays all over the place in fall camp. A lot of confidence. So feed that confidence and then bring on Trey Wisner, because I think Texas's running game doesn't, hate it for CJ Baxter, but their running game will be fine with Jaden Blue and Trey Wisner and the emergence of Jarek Gibson or Christian Clark. All right, let's bring in the guys from SEC Unfiltered, the man, Chris Phillips, and Lucas Hill. What's up, fellas?
What's up, y'all? I appreciate y'all stalling, man. I literally was on an interview, got off at like 4:01. Was like, sheesh, nothing like being late to your own show. So thank you for that.
No worries.
Busy man.
Dude, I was right up. I was like, bro, we got a hard stop. So no, it was good though, man. A lot of fun, man. I'm busy just like you guys. Obviously the Baxter news sucks, and this is the time of year where no news is good news. No news is good news. Just get through fall camp with nothing notable. So,
yeah. Well, we'll turn it over to the fellas. Chris and Lucas, have a great show, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Appreciate y'all.
Appreciate it, guys. You're all the best. Lucas, what's up, man? Dude, I've been so busy today. I didn't even send Lucas notes, y'all. We're just going to fly off the rip here and talk a little college football. Who needs notes when you can just talk college football? Lucas, appreciate you taking the time. Good to see you again. Texas Sports Unfiltered. It's good to see you as well. And again, we are SEC Unfiltered, live right here, 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 4 Central, 2 to 3 Mountain as well, talking all things SEC. I'm Chris Phillips. He is Lucas Hill. Lucas, again, what's up, man?
Good afternoon, Chris. How are you, man?
I'm doing well, man. Doing well. We're knocking out these team previews. Were you just, by the way, on a convo with Ty?
I was. We had a bit of an issue earlier, and it took us like 5 minutes just to resolve the issue. We had the same issue that we had last time we were on here.
Oh, with StreamYard
Yes.
bugging out?
Yeah.
Did you get it in?
Yeah, we got it in. It was a good conversation, and Ty's a great guy. He just wanted me to send he wanted to say that you're the man. So I agree.
Ty's a legend, man. Ty's a legend. Yeah. He's good people. Glad you're able to chat with him, and yeah, he's awesome, dude. So,
dude.
But it's funny when I went in to do my combo, I just got off. I saw the studio, whatever live. I was like, that must be Lucas doing the Ty Rich interview. But anyways, man, dude, we're about 3 weeks. We're 3 weeks to the date from SEC football kicking off. How about that shit? How about that? 3 weeks to the date. We're going to get Missouri and Arkansas open us up. Friday, we'll get Oklahoma. Saturday, we'll get virtually everybody else. Sunday, we'll get the LSU Tigers. Ike says, what's going on, guys? We are taking your questions, your comments, your feedback, whatever you like. We want you to be a part of the show, whether you're on X, you're on Facebook, you're on YouTube. We want to hear from you. Lucas, let's start again. You posed the question to me if we had talked about it. We have, but I want to get your thoughts on the Texas running back room. CJ Baxter goes down with an injury. He's out for the season. It's just news you hate to hear, man. It's news you hate to hear. Thoughts on Jaden Blue taking over as RB1 and just the overall running back room, what it means for the Texas offense. Do you think they miss a beat at all without Baxter, or is it more just kind of a crappy situation and unfortunate?
Yeah, it's just one of those situations. And the fellas referred to it earlier. And it's just one of those things where Jaden Blue's just going to have to step up and be running back number one. He comes into this year, hopefully he was going to be splitting some carries, and he was the third option last year, got some carries in the Sugar Bowl, needs to work on his ball security a lot during the fall camp season, but he's been doing much better. This is a guy that he's supposed to be the second option, and he's still a Doak Walker Award guy. Average 7 yards a carry down the stretch of the year. When you look down further in the running back room, you look at Trey Wisner, who played mostly special teams last year, very physical running back, and he excelled on special teams as well. Steve Sarkisian was in a press conference earlier, and he said just simply, Trey is a baller. So that's all you need to know about a guy like that, a guy that can really step up and be that number two option, can really do it all, can catch out of the backfield, is very shifty when you get him out off of counters. And then the two new guys, Christian Clark and Jarrett Gibson. Gibson's going to be the guy that's going to get the majority of carries. Clark's been doing pretty well as well, but he will probably be a special teamer. Gibson was the number 3 back in the nation last year, 5'10", 211 pounds, runs a 4.5 40, and this is laser time, so this is a very fast back coming out of the backfield. For somebody that's over 200-plus pounds, that's impressive. When you see most running backs at just the mid-200s range, this is a big back that's running for 4.5, and he can gain a lot more weight over the next 2-3 years at Texas, and he has an opportunity to do some great things for this backfield. Maybe he won't get enough carries this year, but he's definitely going to be a guy that down the stretch, this offense is going to utilize him a lot in their different packages as well.
Yeah, I think for Texas, you make a lot of great points, Lucas. I mean, I think they're going to be fine offensively. I think Jaden Blue, I'm excited about stepping up. It's more of an unfortunate thing. You could hear it in Steve Sarkisian's voice. He was talking about the injury, but I do think Texas offensively is going to be fine. It's just Baxter was going to be a hell of a player this year. I mean, he is a hell of a player. So you hate, what he potentially could have been this year. He will not, but obviously we wish a speedy recovery to him. I think the offense is going to be fine, though. I think it maybe puts even more pressure on Quinn Ewers to perform and to be at his best and kind of carry the load, and we'll see if he can shoulder that. I think that's what Texas fans want to see, and a lot of us that follow college football want to see, but I think they'll be okay. Side note, Lucas, getting off – again, this is going to be probably one of the most random shows we've done because I didn't put any notes together, whatever. We got NFL tonight. Preseason. How about that? We got Panthers and Patriots at 7, Lions and Giants also at 7. We got Friday night preseason football. We got football on TV. How about it? So
we'll be seeing a lot of Tommy DeVito today.
Are you a big NFL guy?
Somewhat. I mean, I've fallen off the last couple of years, but I've been getting a lot more into it, though. Preseason-wise, it's going to be interesting to see what Detroit brings, especially in the secondary-wise. I don't think Jared Goff's going to step on the field, maybe one series this entire preseason. But the rest of the year, I mean, I think Detroit's going to have a big year this year. I expect them to still be a contender in the NFC. I think that when last year they just couldn't get it done against San Francisco, and that was kind of the moral of the story last year. They just couldn't win on the road, and this year they have to be able to do that. Jared Goff has to be a more efficient quarterback on the road. When they're back in Detroit, they're basically unstoppable. They could go 16. They should have gone 16-0 last year if they just stayed at home. But, I mean, when you go on the road in a hostile environment, when you go over to Levi Stadium last year, when you get off to a hot start like that and you start to let down like that, crowd's going to get back into it. Your offense is going to sputter. And defensively, they just fell apart secondary-wise. And it's good that you get a guy like Brian Branch in the secondary that's supposed to be a leader there. And Detroit's going to be my sleeper for the Super Bowl this year. I think they should be in the Super Bowl this year. I think they have the opportunity to beat the 49ers this year because, I mean, everybody's coming up on contract time in San Francisco. Brandon Ayuk's going to be out. Receiver-wise, Deebo Samuel's probably not going to be healthy this year. I think he might already be on his way out the door right now as well. So now you potentially could be losing Ayuk and Deebo Samuel as well. Both guys that were threats. Ayuk had a hell of a year last year, but there's still depth. You've got Juwan Jennings, who contract time's coming up for him as well. He's a Tennessee guy, a lot of Vols fans know about him. So we'll see what happens in the NFC this year. This is going to be a very competitive NFC race, especially for them. But the AFC, the Chiefs are just pulling away at this point. I mean, the only real contender that you can see is probably a healthy Joe Burrow and a much better Cincinnati Bengals offensive line. Other than that, there's really nobody that can contend with the Kansas City Chiefs this year.
Lucas, we had a couple comments. This going back to the Baxter news, Jadon Blue cat conversation, Texas offense conversation. Namon Roberts says, we don't miss a beat. Ike says, Blue was more reliable than CJ Baxter a season ago. And Namon Roberts says, Texas just got faster in the backfield. So Texas
they have
fans,
some speed.
Yeah, Texas fans pretty confident things are going to be okay. Lucas, huge day today. You probably don't know why. The audience probably doesn't know why. And I don't think my guy BK, Brad Kellner, is going to mind me plugging this really quickly. As y'all know, we're going on the SEC Unfiltered Tour. It's brought to you by our friends at Prize Picks, okay? They're going to be – they're our lead sponsor for that. They're our lead sponsor for the college football season. You're going to hear me and others talk about Prize Picks a lot over at SEC Unfiltered YouTube podcast. We're going to talk a lot of gambling this year. Who doesn't love to gamble? It's fun, but not just spreads and totals, prop plays on Prize Picks. Huge day, Lucas. Huge day. I got a text.
Me and Ty were actually talking about gambling earlier today.
I got a text from my guy at Prize Picks. He said, Chris, the season props have dropped. The season props have dropped for college football at Prize Picks, which means we've got totals to talk about early next week. I'll do a full video giving my best Prize Picks plays of the season. We're going to lock in. We're going to break the bookie. We're going to win some money. And again, I don't think BK will mind, but use promo code SECU when you go. Let's talk about some of these numbers, Lucas. Again, they're right here. They just dropped, okay? Let's start. Right now, they've got passing yards, receiving yards, and rushing yards. I'm going to run through the quarterbacks they've got from the SEC, passing yards. You just kind of give me your thoughts. Would you go over or under? That's what this is. Carson Beck, University of Georgia. This is a guy threw almost 4,000 yards last year, Lucas. Prize Picks has his total at 3,250.5 yards. Over or under. Do we think Georgia throws it as much as last year? That's the big question, I think.
This is a joke. Are you kidding me? That's it?
There's some value to be had, my friend.
Yeah, you may have lost Ra Thomas this year, but look who else you have. You have London Humphreys. You have Dominic Lovett. You've got all these guys that you got from the transfer portal this past year, and now you're plugging them into Mike Bobo's offense. And by the way, this isn't Mike Bobo's first rodeo. He's worked with Matthew Stafford, who became a number 1 overall pick. He's worked with Aaron Murray, who's the SEC's all-time leading passer. I think Drew Lock might have broken his record, but that is of last knowledge. Carson Beck's going to have a year like how Joe Burrow had in 2019. I'm telling you right now. I spoke with Jordan Hill of Dogs 247 earlier last week, and you can check out the video over at
Just dropped yesterday. Yeah, just dropped yesterday.
That's correct. And I asked him, I was like, is he going to have a year like Joe Burrow? And he said it's very likely. I mean, look at the talent that's around him. You've got an all you can do running back in Trevor Etienne, a guy that was a running back number 2 last year for a team that was dog water on the offensive side of the ball at Florida. Now you have a guy that's going to be plugged into this Georgia offense who, I mean, Mike Bobo knows about dual threat running backs, guys that can catch out of the backfield, that can run the football. No, Sean Marino was that whenever Matthew Stafford was at Georgia. And he went off for an unbelievable season in 06, 07, and 08. So if Marino did it, the way that the offensive system has evolved over the last 5 years since LSU took over, it's been so unbelievable. It's been more focused on all the skill sets. You're using your running back not just on first, second, and third down on draw plays. You're using them out of the backfield. You got your skill set receivers that can run crossing patterns, deep outs. You're using your tight ends for maybe you can put him in the slot. That's what Georgia did last year with Brock Bowers. They're going to probably do the same thing with Oscar Delp and that Stanford transfer as well. So the fact of the matter is that Prize Picks has him at 3,250. This is easy money, unless Carson Beck just gets hurt all of a sudden. He should easily throw for over 3,200 yards. He's going to probably go for over 4,000 plus this year. So
I wonder, Lucas, if they're factoring in maybe the schedule. That's the only thing I can think. Admittedly, the other thing is too. Listen, love my guys at Prize Picks. I think college props are a little bit more difficult. And so if y'all want to know, I don't think they'd mind me telling you this, but I'm just going to tell you. There's a lot of value to get on these college plays because, again, you know, pro sports is the priority. Obviously, college football is huge, but I think at times there is maybe the people that are making, and I'm not, you know, I'm just saying, maybe the people making these props, Lucas, they're not really college football people. You know what I mean? So, like, you can kind of take advantage of that where you kind of feel like you know more than the odds maker, the bookie. Yeah. So, because this next one I'm going to tell you, let's talk Quinn Ewers, Texas quarterback. Just for reference, Quinn Ewers in year 1, 2022, and he was hurt, right? I think a lot of this year.
Yes.
Threw for 2,177 yards. Okay. Last year.
Okay.
I'm just giving you some context. Last year, he threw for 3,479 yards. Did he got banged up at a point, right? Or no? He did, right?
He had his. I don't think so. Actually,
no.
He didn't.
Okay.
He didn't play majority of the Texas Tech game at the end of the year. Other than that, that was really it.
Okay. So, anyways, giving you that context, he threw for almost 3,500 yards season ago. Texas fans, this is where you better be all over this. You better be all over this. Quinn Ewers, over under from Prize Picks. 2,850 and a half passing. 2,850 and a half passing yards for the season, for the entire season. Based off your reaction, Lucas, I think you're going over.
And to reference, I am not a gambling expert. Let's make that clear as daylight.
Neither one of us are.
No. But
by the way, Ike says Quinn missed two games last year.
Okay.
And he threw for 3,500 yards.
What were those 2 games?
I don't know. Texas fans, listen, what were the 2 games? What were they? I didn't pay as close attention to Texas football last year because they weren't in the SEC.
Right.
2,850 and a half, though. That feels like stealing. Honestly. That really feels like stealing.
I mean, this is easy money.
BYU and K-State, Jake says, by the way.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, BYU game, you didn't really need to play anyway. That was a blowout. Kansas State, though, I mean, that's
impressive. That's impressive to beat K-State with the backup. I guess that would have been Malik Murphy, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Malik Murphy, yeah. And now at Duke.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, and it's unbelievable to me where these bets come from. And I'm not criticizing Prize Picks at all. I mean, that's on them. But at the end of the day, Quinn Ewers last year, 3,400 yards, 22 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. He should throw for over 3,500 yards this year. And I know he's not going to have A.D. Mitchell. He's not going to have Xavier Worthy. But he didn't play 2 games. In 2 games, this dude could have thrown for just under 4,000 yards. He has the opportunity to do that this year if he's healthy. So make no mistake about it. This is a guy that's just going to absolutely light it up with guys like Isaiah Bond, like Silas Bolden. And I mean, it's unbelievable to me that we're really considering this to him not even throw for 2,500 yards this year. It seems impossible to think unless he just gets injured. So I think they're kind of basing it off of his injury history and what Texas has this year, but you've got a first-round talent in an offensive line. So I wouldn't really worry about him getting injured again this year. I expect him to play every game this year, and I expect him to still be a contender for a national title. And he's going to go well over 3,500 yards this year if they continue to go past the SEC title and go into the college football playoff. And with a 12-team playoff, he has an opportunity to probably go for over 4,500 yards this year.
Mm-hmm. You know, I'm surprised with the number being at 2850. I'm surprised like Arch Manning isn't on here because I think that's the only way he doesn't go over 2850 is if he gets hurt or somehow, some way Arch Manning steals a starting job, which I don't think is going to happen. I don't know. Let's go Jalen Milroe, Alabama. Over under Lucas, 2,400.5 passing yards. This one's a little bit more. You have to think about it.
Yeah, you also have to think about the new offensive philosophy that's coming in with Kalen DeBoer. What is he?
So last year threw for 2,834 yards.
Okay,
just for reference.
And he didn't throw the ball as much on the later half of the season as well, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I think he was averaging just under 200 yards and going from the month of November all the way to the Rose Bowl, because I think there were 3 games he threw for under 200 yards. I think it was Kentucky, Georgia, and I believe Michigan as well. And I think Michigan was his worst game passing as well. That Texas game that he played, I think he threw it a lot. I think he threw it like 30 plus times, and he had over 250, 300 yards, but turned the ball over a lot as well. So I think his skill set is running the football, and I think Kalen DeBoer coming in is going to help him elevate his game a lot more into more of kind of a balanced attack as well. You're going to see him run the ball still. You're going to see him on options, but you're going to see him become more comfortable in the pocket. You're going to see him trust his offensive lineman a lot more than he did last year, and he has the opportunity to go for over 3,000 yards this year. And there's a reason why he's a Heisman contender. And he showcased that in the later half of the season. That's why he made a late push for the Heisman Trophy. So I wouldn't really worry too much about Jalen Milroe going over that as well. But at the same time, it's just a pick 'em as well. We'll see how this Alabama offense does. I do think that they will take a step back when it comes to skill set wise. They don't have the same amount of talent they did last year, but when you revolve an offense around Jalen Milroe, you're going to see his passing numbers probably go up with an offensive coordinator and a coach like Kalen DeBoer. So.
Yeah, I'm sitting here thinking, Lucas, if he goes under 2,400.5, that is not a good year. Like I just don't think he had a good year. Like I don't think he had a good year.
Nah,
that's a conservative total. But then again, I mean, if you look at his numbers last year, I mean, he threw for, let's see.
Do they have his rushing stats on there?
We're about to find out. But I mean, here's the thing. I think these are for the regular season.
Okay.
And I mean, Milroe threw for 192 in the SEC title and 116 in the playoffs. So he was right around like 2,500 regular season. So, I mean, but he also got benched for a whole game. Yeah. So, I mean, now, do they have his rushing totals? Let's see. They do not.
Okay.
They do not.
We're
getting there. All right, Jackson Dart, Ole Miss.
I don't like that laugh, Chris.
Over under 2,850.5.
Wow.
2,850.5.
Wow. This is
they're gonna pitch it around, man, with no Quinshon Judkins. They're gonna throw it all over the yard. I don't know what this. Right now it looks like to me Jackson Dart over, Quinn Ewers over would be like the best parlay of all time.
Yeah.
Like that is just again, if Jackson Dart goes under 2,850, the Ole Miss offense didn't even remotely live up to expectation. Didn't even remotely live up to it.
They either did that or they just ran the hell out of Henry Parrish.
And damn Ulysses Bentley. I mean,
yeah.
No, I think that's an easy over.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look at the receiving core you have. You have Jordan Watkins, who's going to probably go over 1,000 yards this year. Juice Wells from South Carolina, he may be that third option, depending on how he plays this year. He's going to be a hit or miss this year. And then Trey Harris is just going to be your big play threat guy. Yeah, this is an easy parlay for somebody getting over 20.
For me, I'm doing the show I'm going to do early next week, because I'm telling you right now, for me, that's going to be an easy parlay. Mark K, by the way, says, hook 'em, SECU guys. What's up, Mark K? Appreciate you tuning in. Let's keep it moving. What if I told you, Lucas, that Jackson Arnold from Oklahoma has a higher over-under season passing yard total on Prize Picks than Jackson Dart and Quinn Ewers? Because Jackson Arnold's over-under is 2,900.5.
That's a stretch for a freshman quarterback.
Higher total than Quinn Ewers and Jackson Dart. There is no way. No. And I mean, listen, I think OU is going to throw the ball. I think Deion Burks, their receiver room is filthy. Gavin Sawchuk, solid in the backfield. Tell him to come on the show. We can get him on.
Oh, that's my brother. Travis, say hey. Say hey to Texas Sports Unfiltered, Travis.
Love that.
Remote. It doesn't know how to set up.
I'm on the line. Anyway, go on, Chris.
Because you don't know how to set up your own stream setup, even though I showed him last night. Dude.
Go ahead, Chris.
You look good, Lucas. He did kind of fix the camera angle. I'll give him credit.
Did he really?
A little bit. Looks good. You're filling up the camera now. Yeah, you're filling up the camera. Looks good.
Okay. I was just making sure that I had enough headroom. That's why I kind of had it a little high.
You have more headroom than you think. Trust me. 2,900.5 for Jackson Arnold.
Interesting.
So
yeah, they do have a deep receiving room, but at the same time, it's a freshman quarterback playing in the SEC. He's only played one real game, and that's against Arizona in the bowl game. And Arizona had a dang good defense last year, but at the same time, it's like, do you really?
And will the offensive line be serviceable enough for him to deliver the football that much?
Yeah,
to throw it that much. How about Taylon Green at Arkansas? 2,050.5 over under. That seems pretty on point.
Yeah,
Bobby Petrino offense. Arkansas is kind of a mystery, man. It's hard to know what you're going to get from Arkansas this year.
Yeah, you don't know what to expect from Arkansas, but when you get an offensive guru like Bobby Petrino, and we talked with Ty earlier about this, and that we don't know what this offense is going to be, but they do have weapons as well. You've got Luke Cass, who's going to be used more as a slot receiver and a tight end as well. He's very rangy. And yeah, he had 100-plus yards against arguably the worst defense in college football. But the way that he was used in that Dan Enos offense last year that may have been bad, he was unbelievable during that game. And he's doing it against SEC caliber talent. And when you add Taylon Green to the mix, who should have a much better offensive line this year than he did at Boise State, he's not going to scramble as much as well. So that'll give him a lot of time in the pocket. And it's just about how Arkansas can finish games this year. Because last couple of years, they've blown away a lot of leads that have separated themselves from being a consistent bowl contender to now Sam Pittman's fighting for his job. So we'll have to see how Taylon Green does this year in year one of Bobby Petrino's offense. But there was a very rangy quarterback that came through Bobby Petrino's offense that won the Heisman Trophy named Lamar Jackson. So not saying that he will be Lamar Jackson this year, but at the same time, you have to consider the type of athlete that he is and the type of skill set that he does bring to the table in Fayetteville.
Lucas, let's go to Nico Iamaleava. I pronounced it correctly. Love that. Every time I say it, I go Iamaleava. Iamaleava. I always mess up that. I mess up that Ava, like the there. I sometimes say A. I'll say Iamaleava, and that's just totally wrong. And Tennessee fans will let you know it's wrong. Either way, Nico, over under 2,500.5. This one's interesting because Tennessee loves to run the football, and Nico is going to run the football. So this one's and this one's interesting because we don't have anything to go off of here. Same thing with Jackson Arnold, I guess. We don't have anything to go off of. This is probably more so where Jackson Arnold's number should be, 2,500.5. So
yeah, and they both went up against good defenses last year, but the only difference is they did it in the bowl game and they didn't do it in SEC play. So it's going to be a different challenge for them. Tennessee could go ahead and go 10-2 this year. They have a legitimate chance to be a college football playoff contender. They have a complete team this year. Nico Iamaleava. Now I'm going to butcher it, and Tennessee fans are going to hate me for it.
So I watched a video of, again, Nico. He said it's Iamaleava. Iamaleava. So if you can like break it into those three, Iamaleava. Iamaleava. When I do a Tennessee video, I will literally stop and like repeat that like 20 times. Iamaleava. And I still mess it up. So maybe just call him Nico. I don't know.
I'm glad I don't have to go to Tennessee this year and go cover them. So that would be a
just call him Nico. It is what it is.
Yeah, man. But Tennessee's going to have a great year this year. They're going to have a great receiving core. Squirrel White's going to be an electric receiver. You got Bruma. Yeah, Brew McCoy should be back from injury this year. He can be an electric downhill threat. He was one whenever him and Jalen Hyatt were together in 22, and he didn't really get a lot of praise because Hyatt just stole the show. And I think Brew McCoy could be an elite receiver this year. And to add along that, you got a great offensive line. You get a guy like Cooper Mays who'll be back for his senior year, who's been the ultimate leader of this Tennessee team for quite a while. You get Zaylen's Hurd from the transfer portal, who was a freshman All-SEC last year, who's an automatic day one starter at left tackle, who's going to be protecting that blind side. Dylan Sampson's going to be an electric running back. I played against him whenever he was in high school. I played against a lot of guys that are in the SEC now in high school. I played against Le'Veon Moss, who's going to be one of the best running backs in the SEC. He's at Texas A&M now, and then Dylan Sampson as well. He's just going to have an electric year this year. I think he broke out really last year, had his moments in SEC play, and he's just going to be much better. And I think Nico's just going to be a completely different guy. I think he's really elevated his game. He's going to run the football a lot, like you mentioned. You saw a lot of that in the bowl game last year against Iowa. And Iowa's defense was unbelievable in Big Ten play last year. And going up against them and putting up 35 plus is unbelievable considering the fact of what Iowa did. So you're going to expect the same thing from Tennessee this year. It's going to be the same old Josh Heupel offense that we've seen from them since he was at UCF. So expect nothing less than a great season from Nico, and he's going to cover that 2,500 easy.
And I don't know what's more likely. He wins the Heisman or we all learn to pronounce his name. I don't know. I really don't. Let's go Connor Wegman, Texas A&M. Texas fans maybe just perked up a little bit. Connor Wegman, can he stay healthy? That's the big question. If he can, people like myself believe he could be a top 5 quarterback in the SEC. Got the talent, got the tools, got to stay healthy. New era, Mike Elko. Over under 2,450.5 yards. If he's healthy, it's going over. If he's healthy, it's over for sure.
Oh my gosh, it's unbelievable what Connor Wegman can do. And it's unbelievable how nobody really has paid attention to a guy like that. And when you add Colin Klein to the mix, who really took offenses to a whole new level at Kansas State. You saw what he did with Adrian Martinez 2 years ago, what they did at Kansas State. This has been a consistent offense whenever he was at Kansas State. Now he's bringing that over to Aggie Land. Coming from the Bobby Petrino era, it's kind of hard to do. But you're going to be unbelievably good with what Wegman brings to the table. You're going to see him run a little bit, but he's going to have an improved offensive line as well. He will be a very good quarterback this year. I think he's one of the most underrated guys in the SEC. He doesn't get a lot of talk just because he's been injured. I saw what he did against LSU. I saw what he did at the start of the season against Miami when he had that shootout, and he put up some gaudy numbers against them as well, and against a pretty good defense that Miami had last year. And Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, if he stays healthy this year, this is going to be a fantastic season for this guy because you've got talent all over the field.
Yeah.
But you'll be tested early at game 1 against Notre Dame. But we'll just have to see what happens with them going into this season.
Yeah, Lucas, I again, like I said, if he's healthy, it goes over. This may be a no play, though, because it's no guarantee he will be healthy. Let's go Brady Cook, Missouri. Let him cook, Brady Cook. For reference, Brady Cook threw for 3,317 yards a season ago. If you take away the Ohio State game, he only threw for 128 in that game, but just over 3,100 yards, just less than 3,200. Over-under for Brady Cook via Prize Picks this season, 2,900.5. Interesting number. I think they're going to throw it more this season, right? I do. I mean, I like what they added to Marcus Carroll and Nate Noel. The offensive line should be solid. This offense should be good. And they're going to be able to pick on the schedule, right? Especially early.
Yeah, he should have record days the first 4 games of the season against Murray State.
But how much does he play? That's the question. How much does he play? Right.
Yeah, I mean,
and you've got Luther Burden on the outside, a guy we're going to get to in just a moment, because he's got numbers on here as well. But this is an interesting number. I think this is. I mean, because I think a lot of this number, Lucas, goes back to what do you think Missouri is going to be this year? Do you think they're going to be as good or better than they were last year, or do they take a step back? I think that's a lot of the playing of this number also.
We'll just have to see what Kirby Moore's offense can do because he'll be staying not just this year, but also next year as well. So Brady Cook's an unbelievable quarterback, and it may just be because of the receiving room that he has with Luther Burden, like you mentioned, who's going to be the first receiver taken off the board in this upcoming year's draft. So the way that this offense is set up, you're going to throw the ball a lot. You're going to throw it to Marcus Carroll. You're going to throw it to Nate Noel. I saw Marcus Carroll plenty in the Sun Belt. This dude is legit. When I see him run the football, he runs with authority. When you get him out of the backfield, he's going to try and run you over. He doesn't look for, green grass. He goes and looks for a jersey to run somebody over. This dude is a big back. And when you add in another shifty back in Nate Noel, who he's not like Marcus, he's not a power back. He's very shifty out of the backfield. His cuts are unbelievable. I think they played each other as well. I think they're both in the Sun Belt, but I could be wrong. So Nate Noel is just going to be another great back to have come from Appalachian State. Missouri's going to be just fine having to replace a guy like Cody Schrader, who was arguably the best running back in the SEC last year. They'll be just fine. Marcus Carroll's a good replacement for a guy like that. And when you add on Nate Noel, I mean, this is an unbelievable offense that we're going to see from Moore. So Luther Burden's going to probably go over 1,000, maybe even 1,500 yards. I expect him to have a record-breaking season this year. So he'll become that receiver that Jamar Chase, Devontae Smith, guys like that came through from the SEC, and they're going to add a lot of value to the quarterback act and just elevate their draft stock as well with this offense.
Lucas, let's go Brock Vandegrift, Kentucky. New quarterback in Lexington. We've seen hype backfire at Kentucky with quarterbacks. Will Levis, Devin Leary, who were not very good last couple of years. Brock Vandegrift has gotten no hype. That is intentional. They're trying to keep things quiet and prove it on the field this year. I'm high on Kentucky, Lucas. I've got Kentucky as an 8-win team. I'm higher on Kentucky than I thought I would be. Prize Picks has Brock Vandegrift's passing yards total, 2,200.5. That's a little low.
But at the same time, Chris, we don't know what he's going to do this year.
Right. We have no idea. He could be terrible. Yeah. Right.
I mean, and especially when you look at Kentucky's offense, who do they really have, honestly?
Well, Barryon Brown and Dane Key would like a word. They need to be more consistent, but
yes, I agree.
But they're elite athletes. I mean,
that's no question about that. I do think that they have a lot of talent, but I think Kentucky's going to more lean on that defensive side of the ball. When you look at arguably the best interior defensive lineman in the SEC this year, probably the best since we saw Jalen Carter come out 2 years ago in Deion Walker. 6'6", 350-pound defensive linemen are not supposed to have a like 70% pressure rate, according to Pro Football Focus. These are guys that are supposed to take up double teams consistently. And if you watch the Tax Slayer Bowl against Clemson, he had 2 sacks and was probably one of the most athletic 300-plus pound defensive linemen out on the field. There's no way that a guy like that should be doing stuff like that. And it's what as well, you know, it's not just him. You get a guy like Pop Dumas from Georgia. I talked with Philip Dukes, and that video is also dropped as well about him. That's an all-American type of linebacker that is very rangy. Secondary should be just fine as well. So the defense is going to revolve around those 2 guys. That's how Kentucky's going to eke out a couple of wins this year. But we'll see how this offense does with Bush Hamdan coming in from Boise State, who was the quarterback's coach at Missouri for a little while, led Boise State this past year. I mean, he's been around offenses that were unbelievable. He was a backup for Kellen Moore for a year. He's been under the Chris Peterson offense for a little bit. So this is a very underrated defense that we're looking at for Kentucky. And the offense they have a lot of question marks as well. Well, we'll see what happens with Brock Vandagriff this year. He does have a lot of talent. There's no question about it. That's why he was highly recruited coming out of high school. But there's a big difference between hype and what you see on the field as well. So we'll just have to see what happens. The trend of disappointments for quarterbacks continue with this Kentucky offense. We'll just have to see, because this is a little bit of a different situation. You knew what Devin Leary could do at NC State. You knew what Lil Levis could do. We don't know what Brock Vandagriff can do, and that could be a good thing for them.
Lucas, let's move to Blake Shapen, Mississippi State. Jeff Lebby, former Oklahoma OC, the head coach there now. Blake Shapen, over under 24.50.5. State's going to be bad, but they're going to be bad on defense.
Yes.
I think they're going to throw it around a ton. Kelly Akari on the outside.
Yes.
I think I'd probably if I had gun to head, I'd probably take over here, honestly.
Ooh.
I think Lebby and company, they're gonna throw it, bro. They're gonna throw it, and I think they're gonna be sneaky good offensively.
Oh yeah, dude. Jeff Lebby's offense is all about the air raid. They're bringing back the Mike Leach era for a little while. They're going to bring back that mentality of throwing the football over and over and over. They're not going to run the football as much, and their defense is going to take a big step back. And we'll just have to see. But this is a Mississippi State team that could potentially get to a bowl game because of how good this offense could be. Because despite all of the lack of talent that you see, the offensive line isn't the best. Running back room is kind of mid-tier. Blake Shapen is a hell of a quarterback. Blake Shapen's a guy that I could see really going over that mark. I think he could go over that 2,500-yard mark. I think he could potentially go over 3,000 as well, just from what I look when I look at Jeff Lebby's track record, when I see the type of quarterbacks that he's coached. He's coached the Dylan Gabriels. He's coached Blake. You know, he's coached a lot of great quarterbacks over the years. He's coached the Dylan Gabriels for a long time. He coached the Mackenzie Miltons. You saw what he did with UCF's quarterbacks. The same thing is going to happen with a guy like that. Blake Shapen's going to have a great year. And I think the biggest thing, however, is his passing accuracy. And he's going to be a lot better with a brand new offense as well. And the thing about him whenever he was at Baylor is that he just didn't have a lot of weapons. And the same thing's going to happen here in the SEC with Mississippi State. So we'll just have to see what happens with this offense. And we're going to see how this offensive line plays. Hopefully he doesn't have to run around as much as he did this past year. So there's a lot of question marks with Jeff Lebby going in his first year. But a 5 or 6 win year for this Mississippi State team is going to be more than enough for a win in the Jeff Lebby era.
Final quarterback who's on the list, Lucas. How about Graham Mertz from Florida? Over under 2,550.5 yards. Immediate reaction to that?
I can automatically tell you he's going to go over that easy.
Over. Okay.
Because this Florida team has a lot of talent.
No more oh my gosh, I'm blanking on the receiver. That they had last year.
I know who you're talking about.
Jesus.
Ricky Pearsall.
Pearsall. There we go.
Yes.
I'm about to say I can see him in my mind.
Yeah. I had to think about it for a little bit myself as well. But Mertz is probably the most accurate quarterback in the SEC. He makes good decisions. He knows what he's doing.
Charlie check down though. Charlie check down.
Hey, it gets the passing numbers up.
Right.
So I wouldn't worry about a guy like that. I think that he's going to have a lot of big-time receivers come in. You got a guy like Shamir Dyke. I don't know how he has been so far through fall camp. I haven't checked with Florida, but you got him. You got Elijah Badger, who could be playing a good bit. He had a great year whenever he was at Arizona State, had 70 receptions for 864 during his sophomore year. He's going to be the number one receiver going into this year as well. You bring in a lot of big-time guys on that offensive side. We'll have to see what happens week one against Miami. They're going to throw the ball. There's no question about that. Yeah, he made Chuck down a good bit, but he's got some great offensive talent with him. So
and the Montreal Johnson situation.
Yes.
Might force him to throw the ball more.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's going to force him to really elevate his game a lot more. And they're going to really take advantage of that. Rob Sale's offense is a bit underrated, but whenever he was at ULL, he coached Levi Lewis, a guy that you probably have never heard of, Chris. And it's okay.
Never have.
Levi Lewis was probably one of the best quarterbacks of that 2020 season. He's a guy that was severely underrated whenever he played at ULL. He was a dual threat quarterback, however. But when you looked at his passing numbers, very accurate quarterback, knew what to do with the football, had great field vision, and that's the same thing that goes for Graham Mertz this year. He can check it down as much as he wants. As long as he's making the good decisions at the end of the day, he's going to go over those passing numbers big time. And he's not afraid to take chances as well. He's got weapons around him that can do it. The thing about Florida is, can they get disciplined enough to be able to continue to be a contender in the SEC? That's going to be the only thing that's going to separate Billy Napier from the outhouse and him staying in Gainesville. So Graham Mertz, I think he's going to go over that.
Lucas, let's kind of roll through the rest of these because we got receiving yards and rushing yards to get into. Luther Burden, we just talked about him. Over under 1,500 receiving yards.
Oh, yeah. He's
what
going
do you think?
That.
Over?
Oh, yeah. He'll be going over.
I feel like too. I'd be stunned if Luther Burden didn't have more than 1,000 receiving yards.
Oh,
I mean, basically the bet is, will he have a 1,000-yard season? The answer has to be yes.
Well, yeah.
Isaiah Bond at Texas, 655.5 receiving yards. That feels low.
700. Yeah,
that feels low. That feels low. How about Juice Wells at Ole Miss? 675.5.
Yeah, he may be that third option.
I think that is. I think that's looking at his South Carolina numbers 2 years ago. I don't think he gets there. I don't know that he gets to 675.5.
It just depends on what his attitude is or not. Because I mean, you saw it last year. This is a guy that was healthy but just did not want to play. He was ready to hit the portal by the time December rolled around. So I think he's better just being in Lane Kiffin's offense. But at the same time, when you've got talent like Trey Harris and Jordan Watkins, come on. You're going to be the third option in that offense, depending on the injury bug as well. But Juice Wells could elevate himself to that number 2, but he's not going to be the number 1 guy. He's going to be he may go a little bit over, but not by much.
This one to me feels like free money, Lucas. We were talking about Georgia and Carson Beck. Dominic Lovett, who's going to be wide receiver 1 for them. 600.5 receiving yard. That I mean, got to go over. That has to go over. Has to go over. Elijah Badger for Florida, 475.5 receiving yards. I don't really know enough about Badger, to be honest with you.
I think it's just because he was just so not really widely used. And I talked about Badger earlier, a guy that went for over 800 yards at Arizona State, but he will be the first receiver off. He's going to be wide receiver 1 going into this year. I do think he'll be probably going over.
How about Trey Wilson at Florida, 655.5?
Probably
that's who's good. That's who's going to be your wide receiver 1.
Really?
Eugene Wilson. Yeah. Eugene Wilson. He's the man.
Yeah. Well, I'm still not confident though. Here's the thing. I look at Badger, and when I look at what his skill set brings, I love Eugene Wilson. I know that he's been in this offense for a year, but you also bring some more talent. So with more talent, that means your production levels may be going down as well. Now, yes, he was number 2 behind Pearsall last year, but his production numbers are probably going to still be the same. But we'll see. I could be wrong.
Dane Key at Kentucky, Lucas, 425.5 receiving yards. Feels kind of low, but again, it's what is Kentucky going to be offensively? And will Dane Key be consistent?
Yes.
Caden Prescorn at Ole Miss, 450.5 receiving yards. Going to be that safety valve, but does he get that many targets? That's the question.
Is he more used as a blocking tight end sometimes?
I think so.
He can go out and receive as well. I mean, there's no doubt about that. I think he's a very athletic tight end. But it's just like you mentioned, it's all about how many targets he gets because of all the talent that you have at the skill position.
All right, Lucas, this is right up your alley, man. Kyron Lacey, LSU. Surprised they didn't have Nussmeier for passing yards. They don't have it. They'll add guys, I think, as we get closer to the season, but they don't have Nussmeier at the moment. But Kyron Lacey, receiving yards, over under 750.5.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to go over that easy. Nussmeier's going to be a much improved quarterback. I've heard great things throughout fall camp. Haven't gotten to watch it, but have had insiders comment about what's been going on. Tuned into JD Pickles' podcast last night and got some insight from them. And he talked a lot about him, CJ Daniels, the athletes that they bring to the table. And you're gonna see LSU's going to take a big step back, especially with having to replace 2 first-round wide receivers. They've got 2 capable ones with CJ Daniels and Kyron Lacey. Lacey's going to be wide receiver 1, no question about it. But we'll also see what Nussmeier brings to the table going into SEC play as well.
Final one from the SEC when it comes to receivers. Trey Harris from Ole Miss, 700.5 receiving yards.
Yeah, he'll be going over that one as well. He'll be wide receiver 1, no question about that one. So there's I'm surprised Jordan Watkins didn't have one on here.
Well, like I said, this is the first kind of batch of guys. They'll probably add more players. Sure. And as we go week by week, I would expect to see a guy like Jordan Watkins there. Let's go to running backs. Rocket Sanders at South Carolina. Over under 675.5 rushing yards. It's so hard for me to go over there because South Carolina just South Carolina ran for 85 yards per game in SEC play last year.
Oof.
85. It was by far the worst.
Oof.
So it's like, can you if Rocket Sanders is fully healthy, which it sounds like he is, and that offensive line is just average, he hits the over. But those are 2 things I don't know if they're fact. I don't know if they're for certain. How about Marcus Carroll at Mizzou, Lucas? This feels kind of high. 825.5.
Whoa.
Splitting carries with Nate Noel. That feels
a little
aggressive.
Like this could be more like a Trevor Etienne situation. Both guys could run for over 700. So I picked the under on that one. So, I mean, just when you're splitting carries and there's more depth in that backfield as well, I mean, come on. Your 800 is a bit of a stretch. So take the under on that one. But, hey, injuries could happen. So.
How about Jaquindon Jackson for Arkansas? 725.5 rushing yards over under.
Yeah, I think that he could potentially go over because.
But what is Arkansas's O-line going to be? That's
correct.
the question.
That's correct.
The question. That's the question. Could go over though.
Yeah. If you think about the amount of talent that Arkansas put out with the running back position, not just with Rocket Sanders this past couple of years. Before that, it was Rakeem Boyd. That's the Last Chance U alum, by the way. He had a lot of talent coming in, 1,000+ yards on the season, and then basically kind of had his talent wasted away whenever he got hurt. And then Sanders comes in and elevates that position. So could he be next in line, though? That's the question. We'll see how that Arkansas offensive line, like you alluded to earlier, we'll just see how they play. But I think that he could potentially hit the over at that one. I trust this Arkansas offensive line.
Final SEC ball carrier to be listed here. Again, there'll be more added. Like Jarquez Hunter's not on here. Like they're going to add Jarquez Hunter before kickoff. The final one they've got listed, Gavin Sawchuk from Oklahoma, 900.5 rushing yards. It's pretty high. Is he going to be is Gavin Sawchuk 1,000-yard back?
We'll just have to see what the offense brings. Honestly, he's a dang good back. He's a really, really good back. I mean, when you look at how he runs with authority. But last year, I mean, he averaged 5 yards a carry last year and only ran the football 100+ times and picked up almost 700 yards or just over 600 as well. I don't know if he's going to really go for over 1,000 this year, just because you have a healthy receiving core as well, but they could utilize him a lot in third down situations, especially on third and short, get him on counter plays, get him on toss. I mean, when you got this offensive line could be really, really good. Caden Green, when you see him pulling around on a GT counter, I get out the way if I'm a pulling and linebacker. That's a scary guy to try and scrape under. And as soon as he hits the hole, Sawchuk's gone. Sawchuk had a great year last year. And I mean, this is only just going to get better for him as the season goes on. But will he go for over 1,000? It's a stretch, but it's not out of someone's mind if they do happen to bet the over for Sawchuk. But we'll just have to see how this offense does in this upcoming year and what they bring. So
I would take the under on Sawchuk because I don't believe in the offensive line.
Right.
To pave the way for a 1,000-yard ball carrier, you got to have a pretty damn good offensive line. And Oklahoma may not be terrible, but I don't know that they're that caliber to pave the way for that type of season. So.
You're not going to see a lot of backs get over 1,000 yards unless you're a run-heavy offense like what Oklahoma State is last year. At best, I mean, your most productive running backs are getting 800+ rushing yards and maybe 500 or so receiving yards. You want that out of the backfield presence as well. So I think 1,000 yards backs has really gone down since the passing game has opened up a lot more and how it's moved to college football as well. You're not going to see a lot of backs go for over 1,000+. So most of these prop bets are interesting, but at the same time, most of them could be a hit or miss as well.
Lucas, it's been a pleasure, man. Always a lot of fun. We get to chat. Guys, thank you all so much for tuning in. Make sure you stay tuned to Texas Sports Unfiltered all across social media, YouTube, podcasts, etc. And check us out. Same places you get Texas Sports Unfiltered podcast, YouTube, socials as well. For Lucas Hill, I'm Chris Phillips. Appreciate each and every single one of you tuning in. Have a great rest of your Thursday, and we will catch you on the other side.